失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう行き詰まって邪魔されても席を読むさこの頭で全て手に
And we are back. Nationals. We have a wonderful series of games today. 4 rounds of Swiss after yesterday's 8 rounds of grueling tournament Swiss play. We have some really fun decks that made it into the top cut. We saw some really amazing decks yesterday, and we have some amazing moments to highlight. What were some of your favorite moments yesterday?
One of my favorite moments was the moment where Danny in round 2 with his Siryu attacked 2 times in 1 turn for 7 damage.
That was
That was
insane. That was
hilarious.
crazy. Yeah, turns out, I don't need Arcane Blast. I am the Arcane Blast. I bring the storm. I bring the thunder. Just comes in swinging. That was really cool.
Just putting buff counters on your big Shangju is strong, and
Yes.
removing those allies, or rather beasts, is very difficult for
Yep,
most
exactly.
decks.
I think as Clem and I were saying yesterday, 412 I don't think is big enough. No, it can go. We can go a little bit higher than that. It's fine. It's all right. But no, that was pretty cool to see. I really enjoyed watching some of the aggressive decks, like the David's Fire Diaochan deck.
Oh,
That was a
yeah.
fun match to see.
They have-
Just stacking up the burn damage. That game 1 where he won in like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
That was beautiful. It was just numbers, damage, hitting face. It looked like a lot of fun. I
It
really
was
excited for that.
amazing, especially if you then see the turnaround if in the second match where Jeffrey pulled out the Mage Painlash
Yes.
early on, and it turned the tides so quickly.
Yeah, that was insane. Just having that on the field, Nico just having to pair into the fire decks. Like there was only one Nico at the whole tournament. There's only one Nico, and I think the player somehow managed to pair into all of the fire aggro decks. He's like, you know what? I'm fine. I'll take it easy. I'll play out Mage Lash. I'll play out my Vapor Jet Shield. We're just gonna chill. We're gonna just
I do my thing, you do your thing. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, exactly. Like you can prep as much as you want. Like I'm pretty sure the David's deck would have done amazing into any of the Fractal decks. Would have been pretty fun into the Genbu decks, and just was like, you know what? Here's a Nico for you. Deal with that. So no, the Omni decks pairing roulette sometimes can get you sometimes. Yeah,
Indeed.
yeah. But no, it was pretty fun. I really enjoyed that. And today we have actually quite a wide diversity of heroes. But before we get into that, I think we have a breakdown of day 1 available to us. Yeah. Yes. It was a very wide display of heroes. Daochan, 15 of them. But notably, if you look at the breakdown of the champions, there's no fractions, there's no decimals. People were playing pure lineages. I shouldn't say that in Germany. Sorry. People were playing just like their own champion. It's pretty good. It's pretty cool to see. No mixing and matching. No Lorraine Merlins. And honestly, I think no Merlins at all.
No Merlins at all. That is a big surprise, right?
Yeah.
It seems like she just vanished from the game right now.
Yeah, she's just gone. I think if you were tuning into the Kuala Lumpur stream yesterday, there was a match on stream where a player played Incarnate Majesty.
Oh boy.
And his opponent had to go and lift up and read what Incarnate Majesty did. We are in an age where Incarnate Majesty is an old card, and people don't know what it does. Can you believe that?
I certainly can't. It is
Yeah.
so mind-boggling to me because for me personally, Merlin is an all-time favorite, and everyone at my locals likes to play her. So it's a
Yeah.
very frequent encounter
It is
still to
very
this day.
fun. And we go down further down the list. Daochan, I think there was one fire Daochan. I think everyone else on the Daochan list were on water. Guojia, we saw one Seryu. I know there was one Suzaku in Swiss as well.
Oh,
So one Suzaku, one Seryu, and I think everyone else was on Genbu. Tristan was about an even split between wind and fire. Lorraine, I believe, were almost predominantly wind. I don't remember seeing any water Lorraine lists.
we saw one Fire Lorraine on stream.
There was a
yesterday.
fire Lorraine as well. Yes, that was impressive. Arisanas there, Diana were all, I think, predominantly wind as well. And then we had the single, one of Jin, one of Sylvie, one of Tonars. And that Nico, that one Nico, managed to make it into day 2.
So it's basically a 100% conversion rate.
Nico is actually broken, converts 100% into day 2. Very strong. I think we also have, so if you go to look at the day 2 conversions, we have quite a diverse meta for today. 3 Daochans, all of them are on Genbu. 3 Daochans all on Fractals. 3 Gojas all on Genbu. 2 wind Umbra Tristans. The Xanders, we have 1 wind and 1 Luxem. Lorraine, which is a Hanky,
Yeah.
hometown goat, running his unique ally homebrew, and that one Nico. Yep.
One funny thing to note is if you look at the percentages, Daojian has a 25% play rate and a 25% representation rate in the top cut.
That's
So
that's very
it's
impressive.
basically 1-to-1.
It's a one-to-one.
Number one.
I mean, it's nothing about a 100% conversion, but pretty cool. Yeah, I think what's also nice to see is we have a lot of EU representation at the EU Nationals. I believe first through third seed are NA and seventh seed's NA. So we actually have a 50-50 of NA EU in the. No, I'm sorry, that's in top 8. There's actually 4 NA and 8 EU players in the day 2, which is very, very fun to see. Because I know the EU players don't really travel a lot to the outside regions. It's quite difficult sometimes to make it to NA and Asia, OCE. So it's very nice to see that when they do have a chance to play in their home turf, that they are performing quite well.
That is for sure a well perceived thing that EU players actually manage to get into the top day 2 of an EU event.
Yeah, exactly. So I think we want to take today to really showcase some of these EU players, some of them who don't really get the chance to see the spotlight. Yep, and I think the players now are gearing up directly for their game. We have 2 EU players now, both on Guoja, both on Genbu. Raymond, Ray and Modkco are representing EU. Raymond up from Belgium. I don't actually recognize Modkco's flag.
I have to admit, I'm also not sure what this flag is.
All right, but I know it's from Europe. It was pretty cool. Modkco seemingly playing first.
One of the very interesting things is the differences in decks here. One of the key things that you should be aware on a day 2 event is that you have open deck lists and you can peek at what your opponent is playing.
That's very true. And they have some really key differences. Yes, they're both on Genbu, but they both have some unique cards in their flex spots for the deck. I
Correct.
believe
Ray should be having Song of Frost available in his sideboard, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, and that lead. And in contrast, Modkco doesn't have Song of Frost at all in either his side deck or main deck, so that means that Ray can be towards and out to the Fuge turn, where you swap the health and attack of an ally.
Yep.
So if that happens and Modkco chooses to do so, Ray can just say Song of Frost and nope, not happening here anymore.
Not happening, sorry. Nice feud. Take care of that. Which is why I think you made a good point before the stream started that this might evolve into a mill game where both players have access to Song Polar Depths. I don't believe either are playing Nullifying Lantern because it shuts down their own decks quite strongly. They might opt for the mill plan. Additionally, on top of that, I believe Modkco is running Stratagem of Myriad Ice, whereas Raymond is not. So it makes it a little bit more difficult when Genbu mills both players. That you might feed into the floating memory. Although Sensor will probably come in handy here. Shut down that floating memory, shut down the mirrored ice. It seems pretty interesting. Raymond with, I think, the ideal start of 2 Fractal of Rains imbued.
2 Fractal of Rains imbued with the Lost and Fought to level up early on. That is very strong, and this will enable his Genbu game plan quite quickly. Collecting all those quest counters with mills, that is very strong. If you get a head start and get early on enough cards milled and the Resonating Fuge in your hand, and can catch your opponent off guard with a Cerulean Decree during his turn just to force him to use more resources, so you can just end the game very quickly.
Yep, exactly. I think because Genbu provides quest counters off of each instance of mill, the first person to get their Genbu out will start accumulating those quest counters faster. And even though Modkco did go first, it seems like Raymond's on track to be the first one to have Genbu enter the field.
One interesting play that players not very frequently do, or rather that I don't see them do, is using the Cerulean Decree just to force your opponent to use more resources so you can play a more proactive game during your own turn. And Ray plays 4 Cerulean Decrees in his main deck, so there's a good chance that he might just go for it.
Yep, very true. Exactly. Because, you make a very good point there, that if they do if the opponent is forced to go shields down and have no cards in hand, it makes it very, makes it a lot easier for you to pilot your turn, play it.
Ooh, Ray mills one stratagem of Myriad Eyes for Modkco. This is big. So that means he only has, I believe, 2 left in his main deck right now.
That's a really good stroke of luck there. Also milling 2 floating memory for himself. We have the Tidestone Bovine, and we have another Lost in Thought in graveyard as well.
That is very strong.
And Raymond is already on 3 quest counters. Those 2 Fractals of Rain are providing 2 quest counters turn. Gembu's providing a quest counter himself as well. In just 2 turns, Raymond will have Gembu online.
And now Modkco will unavoidably give Ray also another quest counter.
Another quest counter. This might bring him closer to having Gembu online in 1 turn if Raymond has 2 additional sources of mill. Very scary.
It is very scary. However, it looks like Ray has a very reactive hand with only defensive cards, and I believe I saw a couple Primordial Rituals.
I like that it's open deck list, and Raymond's like, thank you for showing me deck list. I'm just going to flick through it, but I already know what's in your material deck anyways. Thanks, idiot, but I appreciate it.
Ooh, the blank got milled for Ray. This is one of the key differences in his deck opposed to Modkco, because if you are on level 2 and your opponent, in this case Modkco, decides to play Stratagem, you can just say, oh, let's flash in.
Yep, flash in the Blanche. So I know the reason why Blanche in the deck is mainly for the Doutron with the Burst of Sunders, because you have the Burst of Sunders. The way it works is you, on resolution, you sacrifice your Fractals, and you deal damage to units. However, because the game state does not check while a card is resolving, the Blanche will not leave the field until Burst of Sunders finish resolving. I believe Stratagem of Mirrored Ice works a little bit differently. It creates many triggers on the stack, and so you can point one of those triggers at Blanche, removing Blanche, and then the rest of those triggers can go to the face.
So how you want to resolve this is, if your opponent plays Stratagem of Mirrored Ice, you wait until he chooses the amount of cards that he wants to banish and announces all the targets, and then in response to the first trigger, you fast activate Blanche here to negate basically all the damage and keep the Blanche.
That's true. That is true. Yes, you're right. You're right. That is something I did not take into account. Very smart play. That's very clever. So we see Raymond now activating his
using
backup charger. Going up in influence, we saw Lost in Thought is added to his influence. Interesting, because it now provides an opportunity for him to draw multiple cards and go draw multiple cards and go online faster. Because at some point, these are 2 water decks that I'd like to sort of control the game with their negates. It's going to go into sort of a turf war where you have one player trying to accumulate influence and the other person accumulating influence, and they're trying to see, can I out-negate their negates? If I have more negates than they do and I have more resources than they do, then I should be able to come out on top with my endgame.
Would you be surprised if one player ends up with 20 cards in hand?
I would not be surprised. In this game, I can foresee people playing like multiple cards passing, maybe activating Lost in Thought for like 2 or 3 to bait out a negate, and then just drawing more cards, because you don't want to negate Lost in Thought, I guess. The first Fractal of Polar Depths comes out.
This might accelerate the game quite heavily, especially if Ray is able to draw a couple more of those Fractals of Polar Depths.
Yep, Ray is on 7 counters now. Additionally, once those quest counters come out, he will no longer be providing quest counters to Modkco as well. Because once Gembu is on the field, the Fate Stone is no longer on the field. However, with the Fractal Polar Depths, now you have access to your mill game plan, and you can start milling out Modkco as well.
Did you see if one of those players is playing the Tabula in his material deck?
The Tabula? I'll have to check.
Yeah. Because with the Tabula, it might enable quite funny plays. If you manage to mill out yourself very quickly and get out the Tabula, you get to choose. If you sacrifice the Tabula, you get to put 5 cards from any graveyard to the bottom of the controlling player's deck.
Interesting.
And if you have no deck, you basically get to choose your draws.
That is very interesting, yes. And if you have no deck as well, it also buys you sort of 5 more turns, unless your opponent starts milling you with other effects.
Correct.
That's very interesting.
That is a very interesting interaction that you can force in those matchups if you are prepared to face them.
Yes. That's very interesting.
It looks like the Frostsong Paladin just hits Ray a couple times here.
Yeah, that Frost
And-
Song is putting in a lot of work. It's coming in. It's been doing 3 damage a turn for the past 3 turns. 10 damage already on Raymond. Sure, he might be online with Genbu soon.
Ooh.
The Aqueous Stallion now as well, coming in for even more damage.
The Aqueous Stallion, one of the other key differences of both decks. Modkco choose to play a couple of those in his deck, and Ray just is going for more of the control-y version of the
Yep, and we see the
Genbu
title
deck
lock come
here.
out.
Forcing more resources here for Modkco.
More resources, more interaction, which means less interaction on Raymond's turn.
That is correct. Ooh, Modkco has a couple Stallions actually in his hand, so that might end up being just a beatdown game plan here.
Yeah, he's like, you know what? You may have your turtle online, but I have my horses.
Yeah, multiple allies that just hit you for free every turn repeatedly, that hurts quite quickly. Ray chooses to
Mill himself. Mill himself, another instance of mill to get Genbu out.
That is an interesting choice here.
Also filling up the graveyard with floating memory for future turns as well.
That at least enables him to level up and draw another card of the level up
Yep, very
if
true.
he wants to. And the Genbu being out gives him a big taunt that can soak up a lot of attacks early on. If you are in danger, you just use his activated ability and get a bazillion health here.
Yep, that is true. I think there was 10 cards, 11, 12, 17
Players are
total water cards in
counting.
graveyard.
17, that is a big number already.
So activating Genbu would give him 17 more health, bring him up to 26 health. If he has a few, that's enough to one-shot.
That is indeed enough. 27 is bigger than 19 here.
Yep, 5 cards in hand. Now Modkco has to evaluate if he wants to play any more cards. Because if Raymond brings out a Viridian Protective Trinket, and Modkco doesn't have 5 cards in hand, he's just safe. Modkco realizes this, opts to pass the turn.
If Ray chooses to get out the Viridian Protective Trinket, Modkco can't interact with his turn actually because he has one Cerulean Decree that costs 3 and he only has 5 cards in hand that
Oh,
would
yes.
put everything to 6 that he needs.
That's very fair. Raymond, of course, I don't think he knows what's in hand, but so he's playing around all safe options. But yes, this. If
This
Raymond
is
has the
just-
fugue, this could be the game.
This is the safe play to just force more resources
Yep.
from your opponent.
Activating, I think he's going to be activating Genbu now, if he has a fugue in hand. Activating Genbu
It might
in
just
pre-recollection.
be pre-recollection, lost in thoughts to draw a couple cards and hopefully get the resonating fugue.
I think we just saw one resonating fugue be milled. Lost enough for 3.
Lost in thought for 3, that is strong.
That's-
3 more
that's
cards
quite-
for your hand. It's basically going +2 here.
Yeah, Modkco does. So we know Modkco doesn't have interaction. Of course, Modkco can't let Raymond know that. So he takes a little time. He's like, you know what? He looks at his hand.
This is a lot
Pretends
of
to think about it.
mind gaming and body language reading, right?
Exactly. He's got to. He has to at least pretend to think about it. Because if he doesn't pretend to think about it, then Raymond's like, cool, I can do whatever I want.
Yeah. How often does this happen to you when you play, that people give you hints like that?
Honestly, I wish it would happen more often. A lot of players that I play against will often, when they don't have interaction, they'll just put their hand down and just stare at me. I'm like, okay, cool. Now I know I can do things. I mean, eventually one of them is going to one day pretend. One of them one day is going to pretend to not have anything, and then be like, oh, surprise! Here's title lock for you. Here's ruling decree. I actually did have something. But until that happens, we'll see. We'll see.
I'm curious if Ray found anything that he was looking for.
He has a massive influence now, though, which is I see a quasi trapper in there.
Is it about 2, 4,
Two.
6, 8? Oh, he's already sitting at 10 influence plus those 2 fractals.
Yeah.
He could have chosen to play the Conniving Plants during his recollection phase with the 2 fractals.
Quasi trapper coming down, so I think he doesn't have the fugue. Otherwise, I don't think he would have played it now. Or he might be still trying to bait out any interaction because he thinks Modkco has something.
The Kohazi Trapper is a card that you not see in a lot of Genbu decks because it is usually a water ally deck card,
Yeah.
right? With those activated ability of minusing 3 attack from an ally or an attack card here.
Yeah, exactly. It helps again. It helps to protect you, and which is kind of nice. But it does synergize with conniving plans quite well because as part of the Daily 4, you do get a prep counter on your champion as well. We joked about it on stream yesterday, but then I talked to Raymond at the end of the day, and he was like, at some point I did consider including one slice and dice into my deck.
Oh, really?
Yes,
That-
because
that is so
if
funny.
you think about it, Tideholder Claymore with slice and dice comes in for, if it hits, 19 total damage.
Are we just removing players from the game right
We're
away?
just removing more players from the game. So slice and dice with Tideholder Claymore would be pretty funny.
I can't wait to see every player include Sadie in their deck and Slice and Dice, just because it is such a universal usable combo.
A Genbu City would be very funny. I think Raymond really wants to close out this game before the other Genbu comes out because I think it's very complicated and you really want to go for that mill plan afterwards.
Especially if you used one of your Fractals of Polar Depths early on to get Gembu online.
Yeah, exactly. Sure, it mills yourself as well, but I don't think he has enough cards for one fractal. He'll probably need 2 fractals to mill out Modkco next.
Modkco has 2 very interesting cards now in his hand. It is one Fractal of Polar Depths and the Unbreakable Mustang. So if he wants to, he could remove the Viridian Protective Trinket.
Yep, that's true. We also have the Smoke Bomb being used on Genbu. Now it is no longer a legal target to be attacked, so the taunt is not active.
And here comes the Kohazi Trapper Clutch in, just basically negating this damage from his attack with the Frost Sun Paladin.
Exactly. Just, prevent 3 damage or reduce the attack by 3. Protects you for the turn. Protects you from that attack for the turn. That's quite powerful. Raymond still has all those cards in hand. Can interact a lot. That Lost in Thought, drawing more cards, now puts him quite a bit ahead of Modkco in terms of resources and direction.
And Raymond using the Cerulean Decree to basically negate the next attack and just gaining a card in his memory. It is a card. Cerulean Decree is a card that basically does something and lets you cycle a card.
Exactly.
That is very strong if you can expend those resources for the turn.
Also lets him dig deeper so he can search for more cards as well.
Without milling yourself.
Without milling himself. That is true. Just digging those cards into your influence. Because I think we saw one few get milled already. We would like to not see any more from Raymond's side.
I think both players are now just looking for their win condition. Modkco has already a Resonating Fugue in hand, if I saw that's correct, but he is probably just trying to see how much damage he can stick, and you can also just swap the health of other allies you control, if I'm not super wrong, because it's animal and beast, right?
Yeah, switch the power and life stat of target animal or beast ally you control, so you can target the Aqueous Stallion 2 to get 4 attack if you like.
That is correct.
Modkco opting to go face with the Aqueous Stallion, not wanting to clear the Trapper, which is I think fine, because I think he's realized I have an ally beatdown plan, and Raymond not developing the board as much as I am.
Especially with the chance that he gets multiple preparation counters without playing another ally is very slim.
Yep.
But as we know, it is not something that is not going to happen, because Raymond has one kind of plans in his hand, so getting one preparation counter if needed, if you want to, is not an issue for him at all.
Yep, and all this time I believe Modkco is still aware of the fact that he needs to keep cards in hand for interaction through the Viridian Protective Trinket.
What is he choosing to play right now?
He's paying 3
Is it just the
Fractal Polar Depths.
Fractal of Polar Depths? Just getting out the fractals.
Yep,
Getting
holding up 4
those-
cards. So he has 4 cards in influence, 4 cards in hand, and 1 reservable, which is 5 resources which you could use to play a card.
Modkco's graveyard is very low on water count here, so let's see where this is going with.
We
A
see a
Tidal
Tidal Lock
Lock
on the
on the
Fractal
Fractal.
Polar Depths. It either removes a potential win con from Modkco or it takes resources away from Modkco so that it forces him to not have interaction on his turn.
This is interesting because if he now chooses to pay, he
Let's the Polar Depths
Ooh,
go
that-
to the graveyard.
That is a difficult choice probably for Modkco, because if you lose your Fractal of Polar Depths, you might just lose part of your other win condition in this
Exactly.
matchup.
Both players now down 1 Fractal Polar Depths. Raymond, though, on a precarious life total of 13. for the damage taken. 6 health left. He might opt to go to level 2 now for the extra health and also for the card draw.
One thing to note is that Raymond Ray had 3 Fractal of Polar Depths already in his graveyard, as we saw him count the cards. So he only has a 1 left in his main deck.
1 left in main deck, so he's probably going to try and find something. Oh, going for the Terraframe, protect health, I'd say. Oh no, the Amulet of Protection.
The Safeguard Amulet
Safeguard
here
Amulet.
is pretty good. It protects you basically
Yeah.
for of the stratagem in another way. So if you are Modkco and want to use stratagem here, you need to play a Fracturize in Raymond's end step most likely, just to get rid of the Safeguard here.
Yep.
Or he could also opt to just use his Mustangs to destroy the Safeguard Amulet here, because it kills items, and Safeguard Amulet is an item.
Activating Genbu, increasing its health.
Ooh, is this the turn where the game just ends?
I believe so. I think Raymond realizes there's not much he can do, and if he has a negate, I can play through it. So yeah, Modkco realizes
Okay.
there's nothing he can do about that. That's game. Plays a fugue. Opts to go to next game as fast as possible, because this is a game that potentially can go on for quite a while.
You are correct. Those games can go on for quite a while.
So if you are Modkco, what are you sideboarding in here?
Expel the Departed for sure.
Yep,
That
expel
is a
departed.
card you want to see. So if your opponent starts early on with the Fractal of Rain, or even is so brave to play the Fractal of Polar Depths without being a tamer, you just use your Expel Departed and just destroy it.
Yep, expel departed sounds very good. It also destroys Fantasias that the can mill, so it destroys Factors of Rain as well. And if you have 2 or more Fate Stone and Fatebound objects, you also get the draw card, which is like fine.
You are
I-
correct.
I don't think they play too many. I know Raymond has the Pelagic Fate Stone. I'm not sure what else other Fate Stones you might have in your deck.
Not that many. I think Raymond will just bring in the Quicksilver Grail and maybe the Song of Frost and maybe even the Unbroken Mustangs in addition to the Expel Departed.
Yeah.
His sideboard seems very well suited for those matchups that hate heavily on his game plan.
Exactly. He's very good protecting his own game plan. Additionally, the Song of Frost, good into Shadow Strike Tristan decks. It's good into some more heavy ally decks that hit for a lot and protects you for a little bit. But also really good just in the Genbu deck. I think I heard that if there was a Sario in the meta, Modkco might have included more. If Sario was a big metagame staple, he might have included more Song of Frost in his deck. But he didn't feel that it was warranted enough without big Sario representation or expected Sario representation.
Song of Frost being good also against those unique ally decks that try to sometimes hit you multiple times with an ally, where they play, for example, a Second Wind
Yep.
on the attack.
Or Rallied Advance as well.
You are correct. If you then Song of Frost them, you make them very, very sad and kinda give you at least one more turn
Exactly.
in most cases.
It buys you more time. If you are Modkco, you probably opt to go first here. You really want to see those the fractals of rain. You really want to get your mill point online first. I think Modkco won die roll. I think he's happy with in the first game. I think he's happy to go first again.
Yeah, going first here is something you for sure want to do, and hopefully you get one of your Fractal of Rains early on, and maybe even some floating memory you can use to level up with a card that you can get rid of.
Yeah, exactly. And so you really want to get the mill point online, and I think that's what they're going for. We've also seen the Pelagic Fate Stones in Raymond's deck that they haven't been used quite yet. But if the Pelagic Fate Stone is in your graveyard and it's banished to pay for memory cost, you put it transformed on the field, which transforms into the Slick Torrent Rider, a beautiful dolphin, which has at the beginning of recollection phase put the top card of your deck into your graveyard. It is a Fate Stone on a 0/3 ally.
That is one of the Fate Stones you can use to activate your Expel Departed.
That's also very true. Yes, it does add into the Expel Departed, and now you have the Fate Stone or the Fate Bound Dolphin, and you also have your Genbu or Sapphire Fate Stone.
Let's see if Modkco hit the 60% of getting a Fractal of Rain in his first turn.
I'm not seeing a Fractal of Rain,
I am not seeing one either. This is looking...
but still a very disciplined gamer. He's not like a lot of people I know would like shake their head or like be frustrated. He's just not sending any signals.
You
He kind of
mean
nods.
people
thinks-
like me?
Yeah, no, not naming names. You said that, not me. But yeah, just a lot of people would have shown frustration. He seems to have a very good job having a poker face.
I'm very intrigued by his choice to not play down the seaside ringleader here, because there's a play pattern where you just try to establish early on a lot of board with allies of some sort.
Yep, and that's exactly what Raymond does. Plays C7 leader. Perhaps he's thinking, if my opponent develops allies, then I can use my allies to remove his.
That is probably the plan he's following up on. And Raymond, in this case now, starts to be the aggressor for this matchup. And Modkco will probably go the I clear your board and then hit you route for the game.
Exactly. The backup charger coming in, filling up the influence even more.
More influence always better, especially if you have a fracturize and can fracturize the power cell. That is like a +3 play. And there is the title lock. Ooh.
Raymond opting to negate the fracturize.
This is very strong. Removing a floating memory, a water card, and not giving him another fractal. That is so strong early on. You think Modkco might just go this turn for a combination of multiple cards, for example the Fractal of Polar Depths and the Seaside Ringleader, to clear off the other Raymond's Seaside Ringleader here, because he's now hands down and has no place available to him?
I think he probably will, or opting to play the Lost in Thought. Should be fine.
Yeah, the first Sun Paladin.
Yes, and in response to the on-enter, activates Lost in Thought. I was going to say, it didn't seem like he put the Fracturize in Banish, but no, I think the way he notes his Banish zone is by turning this card horizontal.
You are correct. And he drew the Expert that departed. That is a good card in case Ray chooses to put down now any Fractal. It might just be gone during the next turn.
A Fractal of Rain now, if Raymond were to see one, would be quite deadly.
The Quicksilver Grail.
But it seems like neither player is really drawing their main game plans now. They're both just sort of like fighting for control and trying to find something to stabilize. Raymond, with another Seaside Ringleader in hand, could use it to remove the Frostworm Paladin.
That is probably a play that you see. Fractal of Rain.
Draws the Fractal of Rain.
What a play.
Love to see it,
And then a Seaside Ringleader, and those Ringleaders probably clear off the Paladin. Of course they do.
Yep.
If you are Ray, what card would you put underneath a Grail here for that scenario?
I'd have to look at Raymond's material deck again. I'd probably say some sort of interaction to help protect yourself. I think he has access to a Terrafring, which might, but no, you don't want to play Terrafring. He probably has. It's probably going to be a Safeguard Amulet here, or Smoke Bombs if he needs it to come in clutch. Probably one of those two. I think Verdian Protective Trinket you just play whenever you can. I believe. Yeah, it's probably either just the Safeguard Amulets or the Smoke Bombs.
You think it could be a Smoke Bomb for protecting his Seaside Ringleaders to keep the aggression up and keeping board presence? Because if something attacks your ally and you give it staff during the attack phase, it basically vanishes as a target.
Yes, it, quote, vanishes from sight.
Yeah.
Pretty good. It's not a bad thing to do. I think it'll protect it. It'll keep it up. Seaside Ringleader is not a card you really care about dying, but also I think it should be fine if it's in this current board state. I think you'd rather keep up the aggression. We see one Seaside Ringleader coming out from Modkco.
Will we see what is underneath the Grail now? Are we predicting correct?
No, he's going face. Modkco's just like, you know what? I'm just gonna go face. I'm just gonna try and kill you.
If it's face, then Ray.
Another Seaside Ringleader. We now have a playset of Seaside Ringleaders on the field.
This
Raymond,
is very fishy what is happening here.
I believe in this case Raymond will opt to remove them, and Modkco's hoping that he does, because if Raymond removes those Seaside Ringleaders, Modkco then is able to draw more cards.
He is able to draw more cards, but it takes at least two turns.
Because
So
he does have to go.
he
He
needs
needs a
to
class bonus.
level up first and then can use the ability.
Yep. We
Ray
see a
is-
Tidestone Bovine milled by Raymond, and we see a Stratagem milled by Modkco again.
That leaves Modkco at 2 stratagems again. So you need to draw your cards to finish the game. And the Ringleaders are clearing the Ringleaders.
Yep. So we might see Modkco level up here to use the Ringleaders to draw more cards to try and find some answers.
He can draw one more card after leveling up because he has 2 fragments available. That is already helping him quite a bit, I would say here.
Yep, that should be very helpful.
If he has a Stallion now available, after he used the ability of the Ringleaders, if he chooses to, that would put the Stallion at a Stallion of 4-5 with enough water cards.
That would be amazing to see.
That would be a strong line here, but he chose not to do so and just opted to wait for a turn.
Yeah.
Because usually in a Water Mirror, the turn order is like, oh, I drew a card, maybe I play one thing and then just pass with everything up.
Yeah. You see the Fracturized Power Cell, the Polar Depths, and one card used for a Stallion. Opting to, is he going to use, no, he opting not to use Ringleader to buff it. Going to use it to just go face.
This is going face very quickly here.
Modkco realizes, you know what, I think that my main chance of winning this game is I have more allies. I have more like aggressive potential than Raymond does in this time. I think I'm just going to try and attack him. Conniving plans. Coming in clutch, milling, one floating memory. Drawing a title Seaside Ringleader into memory.
Let's see what is now. He drew another Seaside Ringleader into memory. Oh.
Are we going to see another Conniving Plans be played? Raymond has 2 more Conniving Plans in hand.
He could go for one more.
He might be worried about another potential negate from Modkco here.
Going to level 2. You think he's drawing a card?
I'm pretty sure he's drawing a card. Oh no, he wants a quest counter. He wants to get online faster.
Oh.
He just wants to deploy Genbu now.
Getting out the turtle and start hitting the horse, maybe?
Yeah, exactly. I think, he's just like, I just want to get Genbu online now. He's at, oh yes, he's at 8. If he has 2 cards in hand, he can deploy, he can play Conniving Plans and bring out Genbu.
Activating Conniving Plans here will enable him to get out Genbu and flip it.
But I guess he chooses not to. So
It is
Raymond's
probably
really focused on Genbu.
something he wants to do during Modkco's turn as a defensive action.
Yep, and he probably wants to keep cards in hand as well, just so he can. He wants to keep cards in hand as well, just so he can activate Genbu during his recollection phase, and force any interaction from Modkco as well.
So 2 Ringleader attacks on the Stallion here. Is Modkco interacting with it? Checking the graveyard if there's anything meaningful in there. Or if he just wants to use both Ringleaders during his next turn.
If he forces interaction now and tries to stop the Aqueous Stallion from dying, then Modkco would not be able to use Ringleaders during recollection like I think he wants to.
Yeah, getting more cards, or rather more influence for Modkco is probably here preferred. And especially if you manage to draw.
We see the 5th Seaside Ringleader of the game. Modkco's like, sure, you can have more Ringleaders. Here's my army of tutus.
Those Ringleaders are certainly on the front.
Yeah, they're leading the ring. They're leading the Genbu. You need 3 Ringleaders to tame this Genbu.
I'm curious to see what Modkco is gonna materialize here for his turn, but he certainly is using at least 1 Ringleader to just get more influence, right?
Yeah, I think that's the play here. You definitely want to at least use 1 Ringleaders as a pseudo backup charger. Just get some more cards. Maybe if you're lucky, you'll hit another beast or animal ally that you can play, and start laying on more damage to Raymond. Also, once Genbu enters the field, Raymond can then level up to go to level 3 without having to pay.
Modkco leveling up with 1 floating memory and the 1 card he has in his memory.
Yep, opting to draw a card and not get quest counters. I think that is his plan. He just really wants to go online.
And here he uses both Ringleaders to draw 2 more cards into his memory. That is a very huge influence gain here for 1 turn.
Going +3.
That is strong. Oh, and the Pelagic
Face Stone being milled is great. A little bit too late for the level 2, unfortunately. We see another floating memory milled by Raymond in the looks of Refracting Missile.
Luckily, both players have uses for those floating memories that get milled in some way.
Raymond also going to 8 quest counters, knowing that Modkco's trigger will bring him to 9.
What do you think? When do we see the first Tideholder Claymore?
I don't know. I mean, Raymond has 1 floating memory in graveyard now. We'll probably see the first Tideholder Claymore once we get into is pretty much a stalemate of trying to progress game plans. Tideholder Claymore we've seen Raymond use is mostly comes out when he needs to stabilize control somehow, but he wants to save his cards for interaction.
Froststorm Paladin being played with a floating memory available for Modkco. Is he gonna using the Pelagic Fade Stone here as a floating memory, or is he just responding to the on-enter with another fast activation card?
I think in this case, both options are open. He's probably going to he probably wants to use the Pelagic for something else. I don't just opts to use it right away.
Raymond choosing to activate his Gembu here in response to the activation of Froststorm Paladin. That is very important to get the keyword Taunt active very early on, and that the Gembu has to be targeted with all the attacks.
Yep, and it'll protect his health.
And also his ringleaders, so they
and
can
his ringleaders, so they can
lead
start
more.
hitting. They can lead more. Gembu's just there, and ringleader's just going to lay on some more damage. Oh, we got the count.
We are getting the count.
I think it was 7 or 8, I believe.
I missed the amount. I'm curious why Modkco is checking up on here. Is he planning to just remove Gembu?
I think he's
with
trying to
attack
kill
and damage?
Genbu. Ops to do nothing. Do you think we see the Verdian Trinket now? Or just level 3 to regain some more health?
Going to level 3 is free because you have a Shangju out. So
Exactly. Opts to recover 3 health. Doesn't need any more quest counters. He does not have any plans to bring Genbu back. Activates Genbu to get some more health.
does Raymond have a fuge? Did you see that?
I couldn't see
Or
if he
do
had a
you
fuge or
think
not.
he just did it out of, oh, I have the resources, why not?
I have the resources, might as well, right?
It could be an interesting bait to force Modkco to maybe even do something here.
Yeah, exactly.
And now the ringleader attack on? Was it on the paladin?
It was on the Paladin. Mako debating if he
Ah.
wants to retaliate or not, probably.
He's trying to see if there's a retaliation.
Yep.
That is a technical very strong play here for Ray, with first using the ability of Genbu and telling your opponent, oh, I might have it, you better do something
should do
really
something
quick.
now. Exactly.
And then using the ringleader as the first attack might already force him to even decree the attack of the ringleader so that the paladin just survives.
Exactly, and then use the third ringleader to take it out, and then Mako's down some cards. Doesn't have a lot of options left. I think Raymond saving the Verdian Trinket for when he knows he's going to pop off and do his combo. Modkco still, I think, trying to find an answer. There's a refracting missile there.
A reflecting missile can quickly remove one of those ringleaders because the reflecting missile does 3 damage. There are 2 fractals on board now for Modkco. So
Terrafring coming out, and he's trying to limit what Raymond can do with his turn. Because now the 6 cards for the Genbu Few combo now cost 8 cards because you need 2 more to attack.
8 influence is something that is not that difficult to get
Yeah,
for those water
That's
decks.
pretty okay for these water decks. They're probably okay. Raymond has 1 ringleader in graveyard and 2 more potentially. I think we found drawn cards. Yeah.
Would you just have attacked with Genbu here?
I'm not sure. I'm still very worried about it being killed. Also about your ringleader potentially dying. I think Genbu just acting as a wall protecting your ringleaders is quite good already. I don't think Raymond's in a rush at the moment. How many quest? Do you see how many quest counters that Goja?
Is it? It is 5.
He's at 5. He's at 5 quest counters. Raymond has time.
And there is a stratagem in Modkco's hand. Ooh, that might be very quickly very scary for Ray.
I believe so. Although I do believe that is a safeguard amulet under the Quicksilver Grail. or a smoke bomb. But I think a safeguard amulet is the more likely option.
Ray could also just have Blanche in his hand because he plays it in the main deck.
Yes, he could have the Blanche in his hand.
And
Activate.
he is level 3. That means the Blanche has fast activation.
Very true. Very true.
There are multiple things that Modkco has to play around here now if he wants to use the stratagem at some point. That is probably why he got out the Tariff Ring, to force Ray to use his influence if he wants to attack. And then you can follow up in your next turn with an attempt to just end the game here.
That's true, because it sort of buys you a turn. It stops the damage from leaking with the season ringleaders as well. I gotta appreciate though how disciplined the deck building is on Raymond's side, not going for the stratagem mirrored ice, focusing solely on this one game plan. I believe it has its pros and cons. He has less outs for when he's in a dicey situation, but it does make his deck, I think, just a little bit more consistent.
Is this now the turn for Raymond during his next materialization where we might see the Tideholder Claymore because he milled a couple cards more?
Oh, we might see the title claim come out.
I love that card.
Pay 2 to attack for 10. Not for 10, for 5.
The little girl with the
With the giant
big
sword.
sword that is as tall as she is. That is
Exactly.
a very funny image to me.
And then one day she'll be slicing and dicing with that big sword.
That is oof.
That'd be pretty cool. That'd be pretty cool.
Luckily, if Raymond chooses to get out the Tideholder Claymore, Modkco has a Fracturize available to just basically remove the damage.
Stop
from
that
the
plan
board.
in its tracks.
Stop the bleeding right away.
Yes.
Putting on the Band-Aid right.
15 damage over 3 turns is quite scary.
Yeah. Curious to see what Ray chooses to materialize for the turn.
Viridian
It
Protective
is
Trinket.
A Viridian Protective Trinket, yeah.
Yep. 5 cards in hand. Modkco has potential to play 1 piece of interaction. I see a title log in there as well. That would probably cost 3.
Tile lock costing 3 would be allowing him to
Activating Gembu.
the ability again.
13 water cards. Gembu is now a 22 health turtle.
You think this is now something Ray will keep doing every turn?
I think so, just because he can. And get the value. Activates C7 leader as well. Draws another card into memory. Tariff Ring's active. Raymond will then draw for turn.
Did he get what he needs?
But I don't think he has enough to pay through it. Oh, no, he might. He might actually have it. I think his influence is 10.
2, 4, 6. Is it 8?
Oh, is it 8?
Seems like 8 or 9.
Then if it's 8, it's not enough to pay through a negate.
Is it not?
Because you would need 6 for the fugue, 2 for the attack.
No, if you use the ability pre-recollection,
That's
you
right,
don't.
that's
you,
right.
You need
he
3
used
for the fugue, 2 for the attack, and 2 for the
7, yes.
negate.
That's right. He did pre-recollection activate Gembu. So yes, he only needs 5 for the attack and fugue and 2, 7. So
Yeah.
he does have enough to pay through one negate.
And he actually has the fugue, right? It is the card in the middle of the 2 conniving plans.
Yeah, this might be it. This might actually just be it.
He's just doing the math, but
Yeah, he's
the
crunching the
Froststar
numbers.
Paladin
And you see the
being
shrug.
there-
You see the shrug like, yep, I think I got it. Yep, just pay for the fugue. Pay for the negate, pay for the attack. Oh no, Ops plays Quasi. Yeah, he said, never mind.
Oh,
Quasi? Nah,
Ah.
never mind. I don't want to play Quasi.
maybe we just mistook the cards here. And did he just pass?
No fugue in hand. I guess he just passed.
He did just pass. No plan available, as it seems. Just having a lot of passive cards in here, and he has 1 Song of Frost. There's the few, right? I'm just not seeing it here.
It's a bit hard to make it out from this angle. I feel like he does have one, but maybe I'm confusing with something else. I see a Conniving Plans. I see a Cross Trapper. I see a Song of Frost.
Very interesting. I'm not sure.
I think Modkco's counting the graveyard to see if he has any threats left.
What do you think? Why did Ray choose to not get rid of the Froststorm Paladin here?
He'd have to pay 4 to attack with his 2 ringleaders. He'd lose ringleader, and he probably would be too low on cards to have any meaningful interaction. Opting to just hold up more
But
cards for interaction.
Having used the Tariff Ring on Modkco's side is the reason why Raymond didn't go for the Fugue play here. Because we both forgot that he first has to clear the Paladin
Yeah, he
with
does have
the
to
2
Paladin.
ringleaders.
It does have intercept. That's
and
correct.
that would push the required influence here to 11 instead of 7.
That'd be too much. Yes, you're right. The Paladin does have intercept as well.
Ooh. Where does the refracting missile go?
I think it's going on to one of the Seaside ringleaders. Or no, if he's going, yeah, so one of the Seaside ringleaders. Yeah,
One
I
of
don't
the
think
Seaside
I don't
ringleaders.
think he would go faced. Opts to title lock through.
Negates are so strong in here. And those negates from Ray are on point,
Yes.
removing the key interactions that Modkco is playing the second time during this game already.
Also banishes the floating memory, putting off that stratagem mirrored ice even more.
That is correct. It seems like that Modkco is slowly running out of options, and he has 2 stratagems in his hand.
2 stratagems is scary.
One is one you want to see, 2 is one too many.
Yep, I think he's counting how many cards he has. He might be opting to go for lethal. He put out the smoke bomb. Could attempt to smoke bomb Gembu, attack with Frostborn Paladin, and try to resolve a stratagem mirrored ice.
I think the stratagem of Mirrored Eyes might not even deal enough damage at this point with the low amount of floating memory he has available.
Yeah, we're not sure how much he has.
It's 18 damage, so he needs to have 6 floating memory for that matter.
He definitely doesn't have that.
And there seems to be a slight confusion about where cards belong.
I believe he played the refracting missile at the end of Raymond's turn and not during his pre-recollection. And so they're saying that he should have paid 2 more, and he could have paid 2 more, and then they had to banish one of the cards they could banish was one of the cards in his hand. So Modkco offered, "Would you like to banish one of the cards in my hand?" Raymond was like, "No, it's fine."
That is very sportsmanlike.
Yeah.
Just fixing the game state as much as needed. That
Exactly.
is what you want to do usually.
So because he was able to still resolve the for refracting missile, he just would have had to put the 2 other cards down. But I think but it seemed okay.
It seems like Modkco has all the key cards to activate some kill turns in his hand, but not the circumstance to actually use them right now.
Yeah.
He's short on floating memory. I believe I saw a resonating fugue here, and he not
Opts
having
to
a
negate the activation of smoke bomb on
Ooh, denying a draw this way.
target
Oh,
activation or trigger that targets.
that is another strong play here.
I
from
believe
Ray.
that also negates the card draw off the smoke bombs.
It does negate the card
So
draw
Modkco
because
went
it's part
down
of
1
the
card for
ability.
nothing. And that feels a bit bad.
That is basically going -2 here.
Yeah, -2. That's a very smart use of the Goja ability.
Another reason why you want to level up with Gojira is so that you have the lineage release available in case something funny happens to your big animal.
Yeah, exactly. That was very clever. Not only protected himself, protected the Gembu, and also denied a card draw from Modkco.
It seems like Modkco is just trying to
I think he has to go
think
for
of a
no plan.
way what he wants to do here. The Fractal of Polar Depths certainly is a thing that he wants to put down early on so he can use it whenever he needs to, or if Ray decides to interact with it, whether Expel departed or something.
Exactly. We have 12 minutes left on the clock. Even if this game does finish sometime soon, I don't think they're going to have a time for Game 3. So this is, I think, at best a draw for Modkco here.
Sometimes those games can actually go very quickly if a player gets out the Gembu on turn 3 and just attacks with the turtle and
Yes,
uses
that's
the
true, that's true.
fugue.
That's true, yes. The games have potential to go very fast.
Happened to me too often at locals.
We're seeing the count. He has Raymond to count his deck.
Modkco evaluating if he has a way of finishing the game with a double use of Fractal of Polar Depths here.
But I think that's only 7 cards in his graveyard. I don't think that's enough.
That is not enough yet.
If he activates both of the Polar Depths on Raymond, that would be 7 plus the 2 Polar Depths, 9. That'd be 18 cards. And I think
Yeah.
Raymond has much more than 18 cards in deck.
It looked at least like that.
I think Raymond's in the, I want to say, in the low 30s of cards now.
And using one Fractal of Polar Depths on yourself to putting you to 18 might not help either.
Yep.
Especially
I think
since
one
they
of those
are-
cards is Norm as well.
You are correct. So lowering the number even more.
Raymond's counting, he's doing the math. Whenever you see the water players doing the math, you're like, you get a little bit scared. Your heart starts racing a bit like, wait, what are they counting for? Hold on. You're asking me to count my deck? You're counting your graveyard? What's going on here? Your heart starts racing, starts pumping a little bit. It gets a little bit nervous. But Raymond getting a smoke bomb of his own, not afraid of any lineage releases.
He doesn't have to be afraid of any lineage releases because there's no Genbu there, and even if there was, Modkco is not level 3, so
Yep.
you can't use the lineage release.
So using the smoke bomb on the Frostborn Paladin. Or
Using
I think.
Genbu's ability right away.
Or even in this point, there's no Terraforming anymore, so he could just attack with the Seaside Ringleaders as well.
Yeah, correct. But more damage, always better, right?
More damage is better. Big number good.
Just forcing more interaction from your opponent here might be the way. That is why he got out the smoke bomb and drawing one more card.
Yep.
As card gamers, we all know having more cards is always better.
You see a Fracturize on the smoke bombs.
Forcing him to use it, or he just
Accepts the
Choose-
Fractal. I will take this free resource, thank you. I will now have another reserve pool. It was going to draw me a card anyways.
This would also amplify the damage of refracting missile that you can just use to clear up any allies that Modkco might be playing.
So, mill 6, mill 7, mills 8.
It's 8.
Yeah, he was on 7 before, right? So we should be on 8 now.
He should be on 8, and he has another Fractal of Polar Depths
Yep.
available.
One more Fractal 4 depths for another instance of mill if he wants.
Okay, now I understand why he put down the 2 fractals. Because I didn't even consider this line. Did you see that?
Where he could have fractaled twice to deploy to activate the Fate Stone.
Oh, I meant more like to get his Genbu active to protect him from the lethal attack that Ray might pose here.
This also fills his graveyard with floating memory.
If you are Ray right now, would you still just use the Fugue and attack and just clear off his Genbu on that turn?
I think so. I'd be worried about a potential Stratagem Mirrored Ice now. So yeah, moves on 9 counters. Okay, so he preemptively put the 9 counters on there because he knew he was going to do it twice. Well, there's no stratagem on this turn, so I guess you would go for the Fugue, but then you probably are in danger of stratagem next turn. However, now Modkco's deck is quite low, so Raymond, if he does not manage to draw and play a Fractal of Polar Depths, could just win the game on the spot.
That would be
Well,
for sure a win.
On the spot.
During Modkco's next draw phase.
During Modkco's next draw phase, yes.
This might just end up in a stalemate situation here.
Yeah, where both players are not willing to budge. But I think the game state's looking quite favored for Raymond at the moment. Playing the conniving plans. Milling himself even more.
The important part here is probably just getting another card into his memory.
Yep.
That is not the conniving
And a prep counter
plan.
from that stink attack that's coming. That's Ice Knight that's coming.
You can, if you are Ray right now, because you play the Kohazi Trappers, if you use the Resonating Fugue with your Genbu
yes.
and you have the Trapper, can you give the opponent's Genbu -3 attack? I'm just not super sure about the wording of the
No.
Trapper right now.
But Resonating Fugue only targets the animal beast that you control.
Yeah, but then if your opponent chooses to retaliate with his Genbu, you still can survive. I'm not
Yes.
sure on the Trapper. Is it target units attack. Oh, this
Oh,
is
tax.
amazing. So you could do that.
Yep.
You just clear your opponent's Gembu with the resonating fugue, and then you suddenly win another win option that you can use. Because otherwise it's just a stalemate situation, right?
Yes. Whereas, yeah, he would be at 9 attack. Not the best. What do we see here? We see 3 reserve gold.
Ah,
Frostworm Paladin. I have Paladin on my own now.
drawing a card. What was the card? Was it a Fracturize?
I think it was going to factorize. 6 minutes left on the clock.
This is 7 damage. If your own Gembu attacks, it's 9 damage. So you could clear off Modkco's Gembu here if you really wanted
He
to.
could kill the Genbu here. But then he'd be leaving himself open as well. But I don't think he's too afraid of that.
You wouldn't be too afraid of what? There's nothing that
Yeah,
can
exactly.
just
I,
end
I
the
wouldn't.
game.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too afraid of leaving myself open to attacks anymore. You have 18 health left, and a handful of interaction probably.
Yep.
Your opponent is down a lot of cards. Sure, there's still 2 stratagems in Modkco's hand, I believe.
There are 2 stratagems.
So I believe Raymond would have to. Modkco would have to play 1, and I guess as if Raymond activated Safeguard Amulet in response, Modkco would then have to play another one. But that's a lot of influence that I don't think Modkco has available to him at the moment. That's a 14 card hand for two stratagems in 1 turn.
Ray could also just decide to say, "Oh, I just sit here.
Yeah, I'll just
Let's
sit
see
here
what
and wait.
happens."
Yeah, exactly.
Just not further progressing Modkco's game plan here, because if you are already in like a defensive leading position, right, you might just sit it out
Yep.
if worst comes to worst.
I like to also point out that Raymond managed to make day 2 with a record of 404, being quote undefeated, I guess.
That is certainly something to note of.
That is a very interesting score.
He knows how to pilot the deck and when to go for the draws.
Activate Resonating Fugue. Goes to kill Genbu. Removes the Genbu from the play. Now does he use these 2 into the game?
Didn't use the retaliate. That is very interesting.
I don't think
So
it mattered.
it might not matter, but removing your opponent's Genbu might just help you. Even though it might not matter in this specific instance, but it
I think
should
what,
be
I
a
think
good
what
help.
Raymond did was he swapped the life and attack totals and then activated Genbu. So
That
put-
doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Because the Resonating Fugue is like a lingering ability
Oh, I
during
see.
the whole turn. So
I see.
whenever you swap this, whenever you increase the base value of those stats, after the increase, those stats get swapped.
Oh, I
so
see.
if
So
you
it
have
wouldn't
3
matter.
9 and double your health, you then turn to a 18 free ally.
I see. So activating Fugue, swapping, and then activating Genbu doesn't do anything.
It does. It increases basically your attack value,
Yeah,
but
not
that's it.
So you could have retaliated. And I guess Modkco just decided not to do it.
It is also something that you need as a player to get a habit of, to just retaliate if your things
Yeah, it dies.
leave the board anyway, right?
Yes, that's very true.
It happened to me way too often that I forgot that and missed out on a couple points of damage.
Yeah, because then you're like, oh wait, I might as well get the damage out while I can. So we're seeing what's Modkco now. We see a Tideholder Claymore. We see a Frostworm Paladin with Intercept up.
He's probably just going for the stratagem here, is my educated guess.
Yeah, he definitely has to. Raymond doesn't have to be worried about a double stratagem play, so I believe if that's a Safeguard Amulet underneath his Silver Grail, he should be safe for this turn.
That is most likely the reason why he went for the play he did, because he knows there is not much you can do right now.
Oh, I see.
Oh,
There's a judge call,
a
I think.
small confirmation with the judge here. Not super sure what this is about.
We're going to see what happens. Yes, so we see the judge going up. He is going to go talk to the head judge. I believe we see what's going to happen.
So
Yes. Yeah. Oh, so yes. So because of the judge call that we're hearing, there's going to be a time extension for the match. While the judge is off the table, they've been asked to pause play. I believe It might have been the same question. It might have been what we talked about, where I believe that resonating fugue
Hmm.
was not a lingering effect.
Hmm.
Because I recall Raymond playing resonating fugue. I do recall Raymond playing resonating fugue, and then I believe doing the motions to activate Genbu. So I think because of that, his opponent believed he couldn't retaliate. So I think this is what there was confirmation on. I think that's what Ben was checking as well, the judge. And so they're getting the ruling now.
So I'm still super curious what the
Yep.
thing. It was
So
about
so
the retaliation
it was,
here.
it was about the retaliation, I see. So yes, so this is the case where I was. Yep, this is where I believe I was incorrect. Thank you for correcting me on that. The players, so it seemed Raymond didn't know how that worked. I didn't know how that worked as well. But yes, it makes sense now. The way you explained it is lingering effect, so it doesn't matter that you swap afterwards. So both Gembus are removed. I believe that the players are receiving a 2-minute time extension for that judge call.
I
So-
believe so too. It is a very interesting ability. It is that you always have to be aware of that the resonating fugue is one of the first cards that is printed this way with those stat changes or swaps. And the rules got an updated section for layering abilities here
I see.
with an under section.
I see.
It is also a ruling I was not aware of until recently, and I had to ask multiple times to get it correct for myself.
That makes perfect sense. I'm glad that I know this now, and won't make the mistake in the future. Sounds good. We see the Song of Frost played for its alternate activation costs, banishing a floating memory from graveyard because Gojak, you would know it, is a tamer.
That is one of the strongest abilities for Song of Frost. If you are a tamer, you basically can play it most of the time just
Yep.
for free, basically. Because it is in your hand as the only card, and no one expects the Song of Frost here.
We see Stratagem Mirrored Ice being played, sacrificing all the floating memory.
And all the triggers being announced.
Yes, and I think this is where Raymond will reveal that it was a safeguard amulet under the Quicksilver Grail.
Yeah, triggers are announced, safeguard amulet revealed and popped, and
But at this point, you had to force him to have it. There was
Yeah.
no other option. I think.
make him have it, right?
Yeah, you got to make him have it. I think what Modkco could probably do is he could have counted out how many he had, only sacrificed exactly what was needed for lethal, maybe save it out for another turn. Unfortunately, each instance of damage from Mirrored Ice is prevented by 4, so
You are correct.
this Mirrored Ice will not do any damage.
Safeguard amulet basically says every time you take non-combat damage this turn, it is reduced by the amount of 4, and Stratagem of Mirrored Ice deals 3 damage every time for every floating memory you banish
Yep.
this way. So every damage that you try to deal here is negated due to the prevention of the Safeguard amulet here.
Exactly. Modkco counting his deck. I think there were 6 cards left in the deck. He might have enough floating in graveyard to try and kill Raymond. I think if you were Raymond in this situation, would you just try to hold up interaction, or would you try and kill Modkco here?
I can't very well see how much floating memory Modkco now has left and how much influence he has. If the influence is above 7 and he has 6 floating memory available, I would just keep interaction.
Yeah, I think so as well. Because like, if I can negate one of those stratagems, then I should be fine.
You're correct.
Maybe
Because
this is
Ray knows that he won the first game and just needs to survive basically, because they are in overtime even though they got a time extension.
exactly. So it does seem like he looked through the graveyard, doesn't see enough interaction, doesn't see enough floating memory. Opts to just play the Phosphorus Paladin. Holds up still a sizable hand of 6 cards.
Getting out the Terrafring here for the materialization phase also basically lowers the amount of influence that Modkco has available to him, because if he wants to attack with the Tideholder Claymore, that is still posing a threat here to raise life total.
Drawing 3 cards off with Lost in Thought, that's crazy. We also are informed that Raymond is now on turn 0, as overtime for them has just started.
You think he's going for ending the game or just staying alive here now?
I think he looks like he looks like he's about to play something that would be going for ending the game, but no, he's probably here for just staying alive. Because we do know there's one more strategy of mirrored ice, and he's going to try to attempt to negate it. Strategy of mirrored ice does cost 6 to play. There are 2 fractals in play for Modkco. 2 fractals in play, 4 cards in hand. He draws another card. So Modkco could pay through some interaction, I believe.
Modkco choosing to mill Raymond here for this instance is kind of
Yeah.
funny to me.
Yeah, I'm not going to mill myself. I don't have that many cards left.
4 cards left. That is not a lot.
Yeah. Raymond also choosing to mill himself, not wanting to feed any more floating into Modkco's deck.
And there's the Song of Frost
Song of
for
Frost.
a floating memory.
That is, yep, that's 2 Song of Frost for 10 damage now for the Tidal Claymore. Very impressive.
The ring having been used forces Modkco to use his 2 fractals here to pay for the attack. And what is he now playing? Probably the Tidestamp Bovine or?
No,
Ex-Fervor Departed.
Yep, on one of the fractals.
Removing the mill win condition from Ray for him.
Exactly.
That is very smart.
But I don't think it'll matter at this point because there's only like a few seconds left. If this game doesn't end, I believe this game is counted as a draw and Raymond will win the match.
You are correct, because the current game that is in overtime finished, if there is no conclusion for the current running game, it is a draw, and then you...
Tidestamp Bovine milling Modkco for 2.
Oh boy.
And I think, is that a Conniving Plans? Does Conniving Plans also target opponents?
No, it is milling yourself.
It is just yourself. Conniving Plans is just yourself. So
That would be too funny here in this case.
all right. So what do we have now?
Maybe Ray just uses the kind of a...
Oh no! Primordial
the
Ritual to Mills
Primordial
opponents.
Ritual.
He goes for Primordial Ritual to Mills
No
opponents.
one expected it.
Yeah,
to
yeah,
see
that's fair,
here.
that's fair. That's fair. So, so we did anticipate it being sort of a mill game at the end. I think I remember at the start when we said that both players would have to like change into sort of mill game plan. This is not what I expected by a mill game plan. That's fair. Modkco really did his best to play to his outs. He milled himself. He went for floating memory. He had to force Raymond to have the Safeguard Amulet. Unfortunately, Raymond didn't manage to have the answers at the time he needed. Survived the onslaught from Stratagem and Mirrored Ice. It was a well played game. Used all of their time.
All of their time, all of their weapons at the disposal. This was very interesting. And it was what I expected in a kind of way, because those decks with multiple win conditions, especially with mill game plans, can be tricky to pilot in most situations actually, because you need to be aware of what you want to play towards to, right?
Exactly.
For this case, realized at some point that he has to go for the mill game plan after Modkco used his both Fractals of Polar Depths on him to activate the Gambu, and he just played towards the game plan that he will be winning.
Yeah, that's fair. It was a very well played game. I as usual, I would have liked to have Raymond come up behind you. I would have loved to talk to him. Unfortunately, the Gembu mirror took all the time. They have to go into the next round, but it was very fun to watch. I really enjoyed the game. I thought it was great. I learned some new things about rules mechanics and rules interactions, so that was very fun to see. I learned that Frostborn Paladins have intercept. I knew they had intercept. I keep forgetting they had intercept. Yes, Frostborn Paladins, they protect as well. Didn't you know? The more you know. Anyways, that was a really good game to watch. I really enjoyed it, and I can't wait to see more of the EU players in the coming rounds. We're going to be pairing into the next round soon, so we'll be right back.
しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう行き詰まって邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to round 10 of the Grand Archive European Nationals. We're back. I'm here with Garrett. How are you feeling? That last game.
That last game was super exciting with a lot of interactions you typically don't see in a normal game of Grand Archive if
Yep.
you are not on a mill game plan, right?
Absolutely. It's and it's also so fun to see these mirrors because Genbu specifically, whoever has the Genbu first, the Sapphire Fate Stone out first, is gonna start collecting more counters. However, after such a cool mirror, we're gonna go back to our good old reliable Tristan versus Luxem Xander.
Both assassins on the board.
Yeah. We're here with Dennis, our best standing European player currently,
Ooh.
and Brian from America. Brian is obviously on Tristan. No, I'm kidding.
It wouldn't surprise me personally to see Dennis on Tristan too, because he's one of my local players and he very
It's your fault.
It's my fault?
Yesterday, Felix said the same thing. It was like, yeah, Garrett introduced me to the game, and I'm playing Tristan. Never played anything else. And look at that. Dennis, you're local, also on Tristan. Interesting.
There might be a pattern to it, right? Maybe I had some spare recollections sitting around. Who knows at this point?
No, he's on fire, Xander.
I know.
Your influence is not that great. You failed somewhere.
At least it's an assassin.
Yeah, you're right. They didn't go that far. Brian here is on Tristan, going the opposite route from Sebastian. You know, we saw him. Sebastian is on Wind Luxem Xander, while Brian here is on our beautiful Wind Tristan. We're good, reliable. Lovely.
Good old trusty. You know what you get, you know what you have to
Yeah.
do if you played it a couple of times. And you have a lot of answers to very many decks in your arsenal, right?
Yeah.
If you are playing, for example, against one of those Shengju decks, you can just ensnaring fume them.
Phew, gone. Oh, look at that. You're never getting your Shinju back.
No
Bye-bye.
Shengju for you anymore. And you even can activate those cards with preparation counters. So
Yeah. And Tristan is very prepared, unlike Luxem Xander. He's kind of slacking in that department. He's more so just waiting around, shining flashlights at everyone.
shining flashlights at the dark might be what you need to do here. Right?
Yep, you're not wrong.
It's like night and day in this matchup.
Actually, he's Grim Stalker, she's Shadow Dancer, and then Luxem is the blinding line. You know, the duality of the decks, the champions, and our players from the opposite sides of the world battling it out to see who is going to make it into our top 8 today.
This is gonna be very exciting. I'm curious to see how many European players actually will end up
I
there.
hope it's all of them. I hope it's all. Look, well, technically, it can be possible because there are 12 players today in day 2. There are 4 Americans and 8 Europeans. So the top 8 is possible for it to be all Europeans, which is obviously no bias, but as your fellow local European casters, we are hoping for a beautiful European top 8 here.
We are for sure hoping that the players give the games their all
Yes.
and have a lot of fun.
Obviously, that is the point. The stakes might be very, very high, but the point at the end of the day, we want them to enjoy what they're doing. However, how it seems right now, Terry from True Champ Gaming is leading by 23 points.
Oh,
It's not long, right? Because the second place only has 20 points, so it's 1 win difference. And the 12th place currently, between 12th place and 4th place, there's only 3 points as well. So with there being 4 Swiss rounds today before top 8, it is literally anyone's game.
That is very interesting,
Yeah.
and it makes the field even more competitive, right?
Yeah.
Because one mistake and you might just be out soon.
Yeah. However, while we were yapping, the board on Brian's side was developing, right? He started accumulating those preparation counters with the Surveil the Winds, those black market brokers, windmill engineers to keep his influence up. Brought out the boots. He's already level 2. Meanwhile, Dennis playing Creative Shock, discarding some floating memory, and leveling slowly up here to Xander level 2. It seems that Deft Executor will not have anything to bring back.
I wouldn't be so
Unless
sure.
we see the reliable juggle knives, like you said. You never know.
You never
And it is
know.
right there in hand, so
The knives are juggling here.
They
and
were juggled, cards were drawn, cuts were made to Tristan's fingers.
Indeed. You think he's going to be playing the juggle knives a second time here? I see
Yeah.
already a
Why
Light
not?
Weaver's Assault.
Yeah, he's already there. He does need to get that dungeon guide. I believe I haven't seen it yet. So it is very important.
Getting those cards in your hand that you want to see very swiftly, that is why you play those cards.
Exactly. And
Playing
he
a
does-
card and drawing a card for it, that is very strong. Oh,
He got it. Obviously,
this is the guide
He needed
to
to.
see here.
Yeah, he needed to play the juggle knives again to get the dungeon guide.
Did
and
you see that
did
he
it.
has 2 gleaming cards?
Yeah.
And I believe he also has an uncover the plot available.
Casual, it's just leveling
he
up
even
here.
choose to banish, put down and uncover the plot for
Does
the
he
dungeon
have
guide.
a mil? Oh, there's right. Is there another dungeon guide in hand that we just missed earlier? It's
There's
the-
1 dungeon guide, 1 light weaver's
So what do you
assault, 2
think?
gleaming cuts, and I can't see the last card. Is it just
Do you
another gleaming
think-
cut?
I think so. It looks like one of those beautiful supporter pack 2 gleaming cuts. Do you think he kept up the dungeon guide so he can play it and take care of the other windmill engineer? No reclaim shenanigans here.
I think he just kept up the other dungeon guide in his hand in case your opponent has a stifling trap.
Oh, what is a stifling trap? We are fearless here. Obviously, both of these players are in day 2 of nationals, so their foresight and insight into the game is a bit. They see the game very differently than us from a third party perspective. Obviously, we can see that
We
Brian
can
has
both
no.
players' hands,
Yeah.
so we might be onto something that they just don't know yet.
Yeah, we have very different perspectives. There is the dungeon guide from Brian
If you
as
are
well.
Brian now, in which level 3 Tristan do you go?
Yeah, understandably,
Shadow
Shadow
Dancer?
Dancer. I think you want to push as much damage as you can, right? Because even if you get to take those Luxem sights and Light Weaver's Assault might be very good for Brian, but it's better to just start pushing as much damage as you can, because if you let Xander start recovering and start building up an influence on level 3, you're cooked. It's over. You have to just start pushing as soon as possible. I believe he does have enough preparation counters to bring out Shadow's Claw here.
Shadow's Claw poses 5 damage every turn as long as it has durability counters.
A couple of turns of 5 damage is
That
enough.
is,
There is the Shadow's Claw.
as you called it.
Activated for free.
Every free material deck activation is a strong activation. Cards that do something with the material deck outside of the materialization phase is a very strong ability, right?
Yeah, we've also seen Besieged Faithstone this weekend to just prove how powerful being able to materialize outside of your materialization is. So any card that you can activate, I think everyone will take it.
You are correct, especially if you get a 3/4 panda alongside it.
Yeah. Ooh, that is 3 Gleaming Cuts.
Oh boy.
I'll cover the plot at a Luxem side. That is an unfortunate reveal for Brian.
This is so much influence gain in this one turn.
Yeah, and he does have to put down 5 cards from his hand here. Basically, nullifying any reaction he might have had, right? Because he only has 4 cards in hand. He has to put them all down.
Now Dennis probably stacks his triggers, how he wants to resolve them. So
Yeah.
first drawing 2, then drawing 2, drawing 2.
Surprise, surprise! He is drawing cards.
It reminds me of an ally that we recently got in Grand Archive that allows you to draw 2 more cards from your deck.
Oh, that 3 cost 1 too.
You are correct.
It's
The good old Zhang
it's a fair and balanced card. We love our Zhang Zhaos here.
Creative shock to even more
Fast
fix
gear.
your hands.
Discarding fast gear, which is wonderful for the floating
He
memory
has
here.
another creative shock. Oh my.
Just fire things, you
Yeah.
know.
And he even has a card.
Another drag a reprogram and a fast gear, just in case, you know.
What was the second card he drew?
I couldn't quite catch it, but I'm sure we'll see it in a second here.
He has
Another
2
light
light
weavers.
weavers. He's a
I
little-
think it has the influence to pull it off. However, he might not have the influence to kill Brian here yet, because that
correct.
is 16 damage only.
Only
Only if
16
you like, yeah,
damage casually.
17 with the dungeon guide.
Ooh, I
So
can't underestimate
technically-
the one dungeon guy, right?
Yeah, that would push Brian to 19
2
damage.
Scribe stars. So you might just put down the Luxem side and the
Wait, a
the-
gleaming card?
the gleaming
That
card.
is a familiar card.
Hmm.
Luxem players are just lucky. We've seen it. We saw it yesterday with Sebastian top decking that ensnaring fumes. We see it right now. Oh, Light Weaver's Assault. Oh, a playset of Gleaming Cut. They just have it. They're just built different.
Dennis finding another Luxem side that he might just put down into his memory.
I just draw it in there.
Oh, he
Start.
chooses to keep a resolute stand and
As
a
well. I mean,
light
it's
Luxem side on top.
understandable, right? Because if Tristan doesn't deal any combat damage to Xander, those shadows cannot attack either. Like, it's understandable. Like, it doesn't matter if whatever Tristan attacks, you resolute stand, so it will not take any more damage for sure. Those shadows are just gonna be existing, you know, just being in the shadows.
Playing
doing
another
nothing.
Scribe Skies that allows him to fix the top card of his deck with the Glimpse free.
Yeah.
Seeing, of course, the resolute stand and
And a striking illuminance.
this card might be a big headache here for Brian.
Yeah, but look at that. Dennis, early game, he had the creative shocks. He had the floating memory. He had those early game plays. Now that he's in the late game, oh look, it's all Luxem. he's just good.
He's putting 2 cards down. Do you have a hunch what he might just play now?
He does have a journal knives, but I think it is an uncovered apply. You know, it's like, why
Let's
not?
see what plans you have for me here.
Look, well, recovering 6, drawing 2 cards, and dealing 4 damage. For the cost of 2, and he gets a prep counter, and he gets to draw a card from the uncovered
This
apply.
is so strong right now.
It's fair and balanced. Because, you know, all of these Luxem cards technically don't do much early game, and you do have to invest a lot to get there. But it is very funny when you're sitting on the other side of this and just saying like, okay, I've dealt like, what, 30 damage this game, and this guy is still on 0 damage counters.
So-
What is happening?
The issue Brian faces right now is that whatever he does, during his turn, he might just use all of his resources anyway, right? Because he is going to be forced to put down 5 cards during Dennis' recollection phase. Because he knows there are that many Luxem cards already.
At least. You know,
It's just going to get more.
yeah, the longer the game goes on, the more Luxem cards there are going to be. So Brian has to get the Shadow Strike. He needs to get the Mastermind Scheme, double his preparation counters, get a Shadow Strike, attack with all those preparation counters, and then still attack with the shadows. Because currently, that is not enough. He needs to deal exactly 25 damage because Dennis still has his Serene Spirit, so he can recover 6 at any point.
And as we both know, there are also defensive options at Dennis' disposal. And if you are Brian, you know if you are playing against the Luxem Xander, he might just play a playset of Incapacitate.
Oh yeah, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you play?
One of the best cards in the game, in my personal opinion. I'm not sure about yours.
I agree with you. Don't worry. It is such a powerful card. Sure, it's only actions.
It's only
you know how many actions there are in the game?
Too many.
Most things are actions.
If it's not an ally.
Yeah. So it's like Dennis has the third Luxem side. If Brian doesn't deal that 24, only 24 damage left, you know, then damage needed at this point. He doesn't deal that 24 damage. It's kind of irrelevant because because Dennis next turn can kill him with those light reverse assaults, and he will also even if he doesn't, he can recover 18 easily.
Yeah, correct. Dennis kind of needs to just chip a little bit more damage because 18 damage to be done is not that much more than you need than the 16 you can do with 2 light weavers assaults.
He has the light weavers assaults in his memory.
I know.
So that is 4 plus 1 from the dungeon guide. That's 5 plus 16. That's 21 damage, which is enough. So Brian needs incapacitates. Is my conclusion here. Incapacitate, like you said, one of the best cards in the game. Exactly what Brian needs right now.
Yeah, he needs those incapacitates and enough influence to actually play them.
Yeah, true. And he needs to have enough influence to be able to keep them up. So he needs. There are 6 Luxem cards right now. As far as he knows, there's 5. So he needs, 5 plus 3, 8 cards, 8 influence. Doesn't sound like much. But looking at his influence, that is a bit far. And he already used his GCR. He already had his Windmill Engineer. He already used the Mastermind Scheme. Oh, where's the
Drawing
Shadow
one
Strike?
card with the Windwalker boots is certainly something he still can do.
Yeah. And, but that might not be enough because even if it's revealed, as long as the cards are revealed, he has to put the cards down. He cannot respond after the cards have been, the amount of Luxem cards have been revealed. So he would need to draw 3 cards after the memory was after Dennis's memory was revealed, and he needs to pray that one of them is an incapacity. Right now,
that is a very huge ask to have here.
Yep. Yeah, but he does have the preparation counters to redirect any attack that may be done to the Ominous Shadows. However, that 1 damage from the Dungeon Guide is not enough. That is not what is pushing him over the threshold. It is the 2 Light Weaver's Assaults in the memory that are about to be revealed. 4 damage from that. Dennis just, might as well play a Tengu, draw more cards.
Draw more cards.
Maybe I'll get another Light Weaver's Assault. Who knows?
I bet he will.
Yeah, he's a Luxem player. Of course he will. Brian thinking, there might have been an agility terrorist? I'm not quite sure. You are the Tristan expert.
He probably missed agility and is now just using the wards. Because the agility trigger is not a you may do the thing, but you have to do the thing.
Oh, I see. Yeah, agility is very powerful, but it's not a... Oh, I missed. It's a... You have to get it back. If you can get that many cards back, you have to. Which
sometimes it is actually a downside if you want to prepare a big Veiling Breeze.
Yeah. That is 9. Recover 9. Deal 4 damage.
That will get prevented from the walls that Brian just played.
Yeah.
But is it enough? I do not think so.
I don't think that it's enough for Brian to win next turn. Brian needs another waltz. He needs something
5,
more.
10. Is Dennis at
Wait.
11 or 12 influence right now?
That's 5 plus 3 plus 2. That's 10.
And one card,
I thought
right?
well, at least one card. Might be 2.
If it's 2, he has enough to kill Brian through the walls. If it's not, he can't just thieving cut Brian and
Well, he
Then-
can't
yeah,
really attack into
you can
because
because the thieving cut replaces one card in his hand, so he has
but
enough.
he has the shadows, and the shadows prevent enough damage from the
But-
thieving cut that the on-hit trigger will not be triggered. The on-hit trigger won't happen, so he will not be able to draw a card. So
it kind
attacking
of
here
depends
is not
on
the
how
thing.
many preparation counters Brian used for the walls. If it's just 6, right?
I believe it is 6. He does. It seems that either has 7 or 2 preparation counters. The numbers look very similar. They're both
Yeah.
1 and 8 are next to each other, so I can't even figure it out based on that.
But it kind of doesn't matter because right now we are going into Brian's turn, and after he materialized something, Dennis most likely is going to be playing 2 Lightweaver's Assaults in response to
Yeah.
it, and that might just seal the deal here.
I mean, it's it is 1 damage shy, isn't it?
He
He
can just play a
needs-
reprogram.
He can play juggle knives, deal that 1 damage, and then reveal even more cards. So it's not even gonna be just
But-
1 damage; it's gonna be more.
The amount of cards in his memory just has to be more than 10. 8.
1 and 8, yeah.
And then it just
He just
is
needs-
enough.
Yeah, I'm not sure if his influence is high enough, but
Yeah, that's-
looking at his hand, it does seem high enough where he can just
It looks like a
Yeah.
quarter of his deck at least.
cool. It's more. It's like half. It's like 30 influences. All right. Oh, there
So
it
it's
is.
3 plus 10 minus 2 by 1.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
free.
Ooh, wait. He doesn't have enough cards. He's not. Wait. He's like, wait a second. I'm
Mm.
putting these incorrectly. I need to put this down like that, and then this, and then have enough for the juggle knives. Oh no,
Yeah.
reprogram. There it is. That's enough. That is lethal. Brian thinking what he could do. There's nothing. Game is over. We are going into game 2 of round 10 of the European Grand Archive Nationals. Nothing even. These players are both on 6 times 3. That is 18, 19 points. Currently the first seed has 23 points.
Dennis, isn't it
Oh, he's even more. He's 20
points
points.
for Dennis and 19
And
for
19
Brian?
for Brian, yeah. So even if they lose this round, there are 2 more rounds. So not all is lost. This today, with only 12 players qualifying for day 2. This is very tight, right?
This
You
is indeed
obviously
very
a
tight.
loss here is going to be pretty devastating mentally and in terms of points, but it's not lost still. If they win the next 2 rounds, they can still be in top 8 and in contention for even the world slot, right? Because at top 8, it doesn't matter what your score is. What matters is that you win every single round because it's single elimination. So as long as you win your round, you move on. And top 6, well, 4th to 6th place. No, sorry, 3rd to 6th place qualify for the gauntlet. And 1st and 2nd place qualify directly to Worlds. So this is a very, very exciting match. In general as well, obviously. But just because it's exciting and the emotions are high doesn't mean that all is lost.
You are correct.
Both of these players, even after a loss, will still have a chance to make it in.
One interesting thing is that Dennis most likely knows already very well how to sideboard because he plays a lot and faces a lot of different opponents. And he's used to this matchup and prepared his sideboard also accordingly, funnily enough, because he's having 2 Staggering Strikes, 2 Gawains, and 2 Crystallized Destiny in the sideboard.
Easy peasy. And there is no, there's no deliberation. It's, however, it seems that that is not, might not be what he's bringing in. They're definitely bringing in The two staggering strikes.
2 staggering strikes, 2 Gawains.
That look like a Gawain. He's no wait. Okay, it's 2 piles of cards.
Yeah,
so
it's
it
just
you
2
might be
piles.
right. Yeah. I thought it was 2-2-1 card, so it's bringing in 5. We'll see.
Maybe. Brian for sure is bringing in the Heavenly Guide and another Mastermind Schemes, right?
Definitely, and
Maybe an Annul spell, but that might be it. There are not that many
I don't think that's
sideboard
yeah.
things.
That's that enough. Deflecting Edge, unfortunately, a Deflecting Edge early game is definitely a good card here. Just block the Thieving Cut because Xander doesn't have a weapon. So as long as you're there to block the Thieving Cut and they don't draw a card, you're happy. Maybe that is exactly why he has the Deflecting Edges in there, because it is prevent 3 attack damage. Exactly. And there's not many things that are so impactful that deal 3.
The free attack damage prevention is pretty good for
Slice and dice as well.
also, and one of the worst nightmares of every Tristan player is the staggering strike hitting you.
Yeah. I think they will come in. The more we talk about it, the more I'm like, that is coming in.
But you, as a Tristan player, you then have to anticipate that your opponent is siding in the staggering strike.
So you're styling in the Deflecting Edge.
Luckily, the deck lists are open, so you know he has it, and I want to put it in. Just protect me and my preparation counters.
And don't let him take him.
Yeah.
God damn it.
No deft execution for you, Xander.
Yeah, Dennis obviously also will know, or Nend knows, that Brian does have the Deflecting Edges, but, you know, you can't win them all. Sometimes you staggering strike into the Deflecting Edge, but then you just bring it back with Deft Executor, like you said.
Removing 1 influence from your opponent is not too bad either. So a trade 1-for-1 is most likely in your favor as a Xander player,
let me
because
just
you are recovering later on the cards very quickly.
Yeah. And there is immediately we are into game 2. Brian going first, immediately coming out with a Black Market Broker, getting that prep counter, starting to prepare for those later turns to level up into Tristan and get the maximum amount of value off of her levels. 1, 2, 3. Ooh, half. Then is only keeping 3 cards in hand, putting 3 to the bottom.
3 to the bottom is not an unaverage number, right? Because you want to glimpse usually to the bottom all those Luxem cards you see early on. Because your deck is at least 1/3 of Luxem cards, so you are bound to happen to draw them.
Again,
And if you keep a lot of Luxem cards early on, you might just brick yourself. That is... And then getting the Creative Shock is one card you want to see early on, especially with being able to discard a floating memory here.
There it is, immediately leveling up to Tristan, revealing that he did bring those Deflecting Edges in. Ooh, 2 Veiling Priests as well. So Brian is in a very comfortable spot in terms of defense.
Staying all on defense against the Xander with Luxem is probably not something you want to do here, right?
Yeah.
You want to put early on pressure on him and maybe even force a slice and dice kill very early and very quickly. So,
Yeah, it's Windmill Engineer also to keep the influence up. Oh wait, he has another Deflecting Edge. Never mind, he's fine. He's like he was protected from everything currently. Obviously not wasting his protective cards on things like Juggle Knives, because Juggle Knives' card draw does not depend on the damage it dealt. It just says deal damage to target champion, I think, or deal 1 damage to an opposing champion and draw a card. So
drawing a card is always a card gamer's favorite thing, right? That's why we play card games.
Yeah. Dennis does have 2 dungeon guides, so he could just be going turbo dungeon guide to 3 here. He only has 1 Luxem card, but what matters most is that he just starts getting them, bringing back the Juggle Knives. You know, the moment he starts getting those Luxem cards, it's my bad. He has 3 Luxem cards.
What he probably tries to do here is going to 2 with a dungeon guide, and then during Brian's end step using the juggle knives to put 2 cards more down.
Possibly. He could also be. I'm not sure if he passed the turn here, but he could be going to just passing. But I think what he might do, Grill put Luxera's map under it so that once he levels up next turn, he can grab it immediately and search for those cards.
That is an interesting line I didn't think of.
I think back when back when Luxem Xander was very popular, I think that was a very expected and usual play. But I don't think many people thought of it, because when you think of Quicksilver Grill, you think of it as I'm gonna be able to defend myself better kind of card, not a delayed materialization card, right? Or alternatively, I think what many people think, which is not as relevant here, but it could be relevant in future games, is that you get to control what you banish for your materialization. So it delays it, and then you get to decide what you want. So Quicksilver Grill is a very powerful card that has many uses other than just put a nullifying lantern or a safeguard amulet or something defensive
A
under
poison dagger,
it. A
for
poison
example.
dagger. Yeah.
We all love the poison dagger, right?
Love poison dagger. It seems that he is going for a backup charger here, getting his influence up so he can use whatever he wants for the dungeon guide. Not lose those Luxem cards.
Not losing the Luxem cards is important here, because you want to keep your strong cards, and every Luxem card is a strong card in your deck, right?
Absolutely.
And the dungeon guide.
There it is. It's like we see it into the future, Garrett. We know what the players are going to do.
A stifling trap, or what do we see? An
Incapacitate, obviously.
Okay, that is interesting.
It's a very risky thing from Dennis. Obviously, he is risking those 2 Luxem cards now, but it happens. I think it's better to get the dungeon guy down and only lose 2 cards for your level up instead of the Juggle Knives being gone is kind of unfortunate, and same with the Scry the Stars. However, he did keep his Luxem cards, right? He does have the Luxem site for recovery. He does have that Light Weaver's Assault. So he's in a good spot. He's level 3. He has his cards. We're chilling.
He's level 3. His game now basically started.
Yeah,
finally.
yeah. He's been building up, dungeon guide. Oh, I'm so lucky. Another dungeon guide. But
For
now
Luxem
he can
Xander,
start getting them.
You are correct. For Luxem Xander, going to level 3 is just the pre-game,
Yep.
basically. And after that, let's play the game.
He was just...
Let's draw a card and pass the turn.
He was just resting up, getting ready for the fight. And now he's in there. He's locked in. Now he's going to draw the same way he drew last game. Go and shoot for the stars. And then he's going to miss and land. Then it's going to land even further. It's going to
Further
be great.
and beyond, you mean?
Yeah. It's shoot for the moon and land between the stars. That's what it is.
That's how the saying works.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. He's shooting for the moon. Gonna go over and land between the stars.
I'm curious to see what next materialization Dennis is going to be doing for his turn, because Brian is still staying on level 1, right?
Yeah. It's he's not revealing the Light Weaver's Assault yet.
He's not.
Oh, he didn't want to lose it. He didn't want to lose it. That's what it is.
You don't want
right.
to lose your key piece here, right?
Yeah, and
forcing Brian to put down 2 cards here now. That is already.
That's
something.
fine. We will see.
And Dennis got the Luxera's map. Oh, wonderful card. Luxera's map is one of the few cards that lets you actually access your deck to search for a card in it. It is a very strong ability, and it even allows you to reshuffle your deck. This is very interesting in the Xander deck, especially, because early on you have the Glimpse Spirit, right?
Yeah.
And that allows you to pick and choose what you want to have in your starting hand and put them on the bottom. So not everything you put on the bottom is basically lost for the whole game, because you get to shuffle your deck.
Did that Luxera's map? There's only one effect in this game that lets you search your deck, and it's Luxera's map. And there is a reason that it's only slow speed. It comes in hindered, and that it's Luxem, right? It's only once you're level 3, you only get to use it at slow speed, so it is very vulnerable, and you still have to wait the whole turn for it.
That is correct. But the Luxera's map doesn't even draw to your hand, but puts the card into your memory.
I don't think you
another
mind
downside.
it. It is some downside, except for Lux and Xander.
Gojira can play the Luxera's map.
Yeah.
If you go to level 3 in a Gembu deck, do you think you want to put down the Luxera's map in it to get the resonating feel?
You could. The spice, guys. Get on it, please. We need our Luxera's map Gembu decks. Even though we did see before, last game, we did see that Gembu is very strong even without using Luxem tricks. So it's fine.
That might be a new addition to the deck, right?
Yeah, you just go. Now they'll be forced to go to level 3, and who cares that it costs 1? You mill so many floating memory, so many floating memory cards that you're fine. Like, oh, boo-hoo. I lose one of them when I have 7 in my graveyard. It is what it is.
It indeed is what it is. Very interesting idea I didn't think of.
Yeah, it's get on it, people. YouTube chat, you guys are the most judgmental out there, but I know you guys are very smart and you can make it happen. So next Nats, OC Nats, I want to see Luxera's map Gembu decks. Thank you.
That is going to be amazing. I hope we called it here now.
Yeah, that's the next one. That's gonna win OC Nats.
Brian here with the 2 black market brokers starting the beatdown here. But the Luxem side that Dennis has, it is more like, oh,
okay.
I
One
take
damage.
it and then it's gone anyway, right?
Yeah. And 1 damage a turn, I can deal with that. Oh, the tongue. On wake up.
The pretentious Tengu.
Bring in the pretentious. See, it is without an eye, but pretentious. It's not pretentious. It's
you are correct. You know that some people like to call it a cake, even
yeah,
though it's a
like
drum.
it's what's it? It's backup cake, cake charger, something like that.
Ooh, Dan is revealing 5 Luxem cards from his memory.
He has it again. There's the gleaming cut.
But it's only one. It's only one.
Only one. Wow. He's about to draw 2 more. Don't worry. Oh, it's just this is Light Weaver's Assault. Casual Light Weaver's Assault draw. Deal 2 with that Light Weaver's Assault in the memory.
Brian sitting there in a position that I'm very familiar of. That
just
is
looking at crying.
Oh, okay. Put it all down.
Tristan times.
What happens, happens.
Yeah, I also cry when I see Tristan players doing so, unfortunately. I wish you were better, but she's kind of sad right now.
This matchup is very difficult to pilot as a Tristan player because you are usually you want to keep a lot of cards in your hand to interact with your opponent, right? And Luxem just says, no, you don't.
Yeah, and especially if you're playing against Dennis. Dennis has 50 Luxem cards in his memory every game. There are some times when you see Luxem players that are struggling with Luxem cards once they're level 3. Dennis is not him. Dennis is better.
That is correct.
Never
Dennis
struggle.
is him for this instance.
Yep. Dennis is him. Is he immediately going for the turn? He does only need 13 damage right now, which there's 1 Light Weaver's Assault in his memory. So that would be 2. If he gets to reveal it multiple times.
If he has 2 assaults and 10 cards, it is already fair.
No, look, it's even better. There is the illuminating, not illuminating strike.
I'm also always messing up with pronunciation, so
it's okay.
It's the
It's
shiny
forgivable.
strike.
Yeah, it's the one where you reveal cards, you get more, you hit for more, and then
This is
striking
in general,
illuminance.
This is in general a very interesting interaction because you activate the striking
Luminance.
prepared, so that means you generate an on-attack trigger that goes on the stack, and the strike says every time during the attack you reveal a Luxem card, it gets +1.
Yeah.
And if you pair this up in Yeah,
With
in
the
response
light
to
weaver's
the
assault, yeah.
you get to reveal 2 times your memory. So
Yeah,
so
and then it's gonna be even more damage. It's
it
gonna
is
be
a strong attack that just closes out the game very quickly.
yeah, it is. It is wonderful, and on its own, it already deals 4 damage as well, right? So it's not like it is like a one attack or 1 damage card. No, no, no. And on its own, if you reveal nothing, it's still 4. And then you reveal a Light Weaver's Assault that deals 2 damage and adds at least 1 more attack to it. So you've dealt 7 damage. If you play a Light Weaver's Assault on top of it, and you have a Light Weaver's Assault down, that's 2 more damage from that. That's 9 plus damage from the Light Weaver's Assault, which we will reveal what, at least 7 cards.
Number goes very big.
That's so many, so much
Until
damage.
like 3 weeks ago, I had no clue how this interaction actually works. So I was like, what does the card do? Why is it cool?
Why is it cool? It's so good.
It is very shiny and it makes you look very sad sometimes.
If you're the Tristan player, my condolences, Garrett. If you're the Luxem player, however, you are partying. Speaking of being the Luxem player and partying, we are going to have a player interview with Dennis, the winner of our round 10 stream match. It's here just a minute. Thank you, Garrett, for casting with me, and see you guys in a minute. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to our player interview. I'm here with Dennis.
Hey,
How are you feeling?
I'm kinda excited.
Yeah, you're so well. You're doing so well.
Yeah.
Day 2, you have 7 wins now,
Yes.
2 draws.
Yes.
That is so many points that I can't even count. That is what, 23 points?
23 should be right.
That's amazing. You are doing so well. How did you feel playing those games? They were insane.
Yeah, I really was, when I saw in the first round the 3 gleaming cuts in the first reveal, I was like, yeah, that's it. And in the second game, it was a bit slower, but I really drew well into the Luxem cards with the Tengu, and I can't complain.
Yeah, you definitely can't complain.
Yeah.
That was crazy. Like, I was looking at your hand earlier and I was like, oh, there's not much Luxem. And then
Yeah.
you went to level 3. Oh, look, you got everything.
Yeah, I went from 2 Luxem to like 5 in 1 draw.
Yeah, it was crazy. That's wonderful. What matchups are you scared of going into round 11 and 12?
Yeah, in my local, we are calling it the Shigi matchup. It's the turtle one. That I'm kind of scared of. Actually, I didn't face that much of them.
Luckily.
And the few I faced, I could handle them. But still, it's a scary matchup.
Yeah, fine. I hope you do well against them. You know, I hope you avoid them.
Yeah.
That's for the best because
Yeah.
then no gambling. But it's wonderful to have you here. I'm very happy that you won this round. I'm very happy that Garrett got to cast your game and see you obliterate Tristan. Yeah,
Yeah.
I know his heart must be torn right now.
Yeah, it had to be.
Yeah, I would rather you win and Garrett's heart be a tiny bit broken about Tristan
Yeah.
than you lose the game. But yeah, are you excited to hold this trophy possibly in a minute? You can hold it right now and imagine, you know, maybe it'll help manifest that you're winning
it feels really good.
Yeah,
but,
exactly.
but to be honest, I let still the rest of the day come to me, and I'm thinking about it when it's time. And for now, I concentrate on the next
Good,
matches I have, and yeah.
Lock in. You're doing very well. I hope you continue doing so well.
Yeah, I hope
And
so too.
I will let you go on a break here in a minute.
Yeah.
And thank you for having the interview here with us. And I think we will be back in a minute. Back in a minute. It's there. You have like 20 minutes to just go to the toilet, drink some water, eat some food, and get ready for the next round, which is what I'm going to do as well.
Yeah.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
And thank you for having the interview with us.
Thank you.
く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても席を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い果てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても席を読むさこの頭で全て手に
welcome back to the stream for the Grand Archive European Nationals. I'm here with Alex. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Got to break off the stream for one game, but I had to get right back in.
You have to get back in, lock in. There is only one round. There's 2 rounds left. I have 1 round after this one for us to see who will be the top 8 of the European Nationals.
And the cool thing about that is to go for the top 8, every single game matters.
Yes, there's no dilly-dallying around. You have to get as many points as you want because you want those first 2 seeds to guarantee a gauntlet spot.
Exactly.
And everyone else, you will have to play it out. Everything has to be played out. So, speaking of like top 8, we're getting very close to it. Let's talk a bit about the decks we're seeing today, right?
Yes.
Because you talked about a bit about yesterday, but today we only have 12 players. And something super interesting and I think super cool that we haven't seen in a very, very long time. There are no split champions. Everyone's a purist, right? Everyone is only playing one champion in their deck. And
we had a fun little talk about that during the start of the game.
And it is wonderful. It's also very cool that it's like in pairs, right? 3 Diao-chan, 3 Goja, then 2 Tristan, 2 Xander, and then 1 Lorraine, 1 Modkco, right? The Diao-chan, Goja, new champions. They are very good. Everyone also wants to play whatever is best right now and what's hype, right?
Yes.
What's exciting. Then Tristan, Xander are reliable assassins here to assassinate
Doing their job,
everyone.
mostly on wind, taking care of all those Diao-chan fractal decks.
Yeah,
Packing all the
keeping them in check.
Yeah.
Making sure that they don't run away with it. And then Lorraine, Modkco, it's kind of like Modkco is last season. She's sure she's here.
Yeah, but she's not old news though. She's she put on a show.
Yeah,
she
but
was wrecking some decks yesterday.
what we haven't seen in a very long time, even though she won the first ever Ascent, even though she dominated everything for a long time, Lorraine. She is back.
Represented by the GOAT himself.
The GOAT himself in a very on an archetype that everyone was dreading to play against, right? Wind allies.
Wind unique allies.
Well, somewhat.
Somewhat
Isn't
unique.
he like? He's not playing like the Mortal Ambition Oath of Sakura deck. He's just
No, that's
playing.
true. He's just playing.
He's
like,
playing
good
allies.
bodies. Good bodies.
He's playing good stuff, right?
Yeah.
It is Wind allies, good stuff. Obviously, we're talking about Henki, if anyone wasn't sure. But
Yes.
on the other side of the world right now, Lorraine, right now, currently, is playing in the finals at Ascent Kuala Lumpur.
A Fire Lorraine.
A Fire
I believe,
Lorraine deck, yeah, right?
Going old school.
Going
back to
very
the
old school. We saw it yesterday here as well. Unfortunately, didn't do as well. But it is pretty cool to see her back. Speaking of Fire Lorraine, right? We talked about how it's wind here for Henki on Lorraine. Let's talk a bit about the elements.
Yeah, we can already break it down. Three of the decks are wind. 3 of the wind decks are assassin. 1 of the wind decks. No, all 4 are assassin. aren't
No. One of them is Henki
No,
on
one of them's Henki on
Allies.
Allies.
We just
One of
talked
the-
about
so
it.
we have
It's good
3 of the
stuff.
assassins. 3 of the assassins are on wind. 1 Xander's on fire, and then of course we see the Diao-chans are on water, and we see the Gambus are also all on water.
Yeah, obviously. All 6 of the new champions are playing water.
Yep.
What a surprise. Water is a strong element. Who would have thought? And then there is 1 rogue little Modkco.
Yeah, the one
Still
Modkco
on
on
water.
his own, double water.
Yeah, and it guarantees that, on level 1, you have 26 health, right? Because you're not losing anything by lineage releasing your
We've seen that in the
water
sideboard. They do
champion.
run the Strange Spirit, so they can lineage release, get that health back.
And still
Much
be
needed
water.
health, and it's a very aggressive meta right now.
Yeah, it's very, very powerful, very awesome for him. And then the fire. It used to be like we were talking about how Lorraine used to be amazing.
It used to be all fire. This used to be 90% fire.
Exactly.
Water used to be non-existent.
Yep. Like Lorraine won the first descent. She's back barely, like one
Barely back,
champion.
yeah.
Fire won everything for the first year of the game. Now it's barely in here with 1 fire
It's
deck.
peeking out, saying hello. It's not even a fire deck, really. It's a Luxem deck.
Yeah, it's just something that has changed a lot.
Yeah.
But back in the day, we used to complain and be sad that fire was so oppressive and Nothing else had tools.
And then yesterday when we saw the Fire Dowtown deck, we were celebrating. We were like, this is hype. This is
Yeah,
amazing.
it's how the
We've seen
times
some
have
fire before.
changed. Yeah.
Yeah.
And now water has the most amount of tools.
They have all the tools.
Yeah,
All the
and
negates.
what we also saw is back when we're taking a little nostalgia trip here. Forgive us. It's always nice to talk about the past as well. Like, especially in Grand Archive, right? Every season, every new set is a completely different meta. So
Yes.
reminiscing about Fracture Crown and Dawn of Ashes Altar is a great thing.
Remember
Yeah.
Erupting Rhapsody? That was pretty cool.
When the what?
Erupting Rhapsody? That was
I
pretty
don't
cool.
know what you're talking about.
Remember
but
that was
speaking of
deck?
erupting,
That was a
though,
thing.
speaking of erupting, though, fire used to be like the graveyard deck, right?
Yes.
Now it's gone. It's all water.
It's all
Like,
water. Water's a
water
graveyard
is
deck.
the graveyard deck, exactly.
Fire used to be so good because you could cycle through your hand, discard all your floating memory. Now Water's like, why add it to my hand in memory when I can just go straight from
yeah,
deck to memory?
just deck
I
to
skipped in
deck to
between step.
graveyard. Oh, look at that! Skipping a step.
yeah,
Yeah,
deck to graveyard, just skip the step. Why add to hand? Just go
yeah,
right
yeah.
there.
It's we are reminiscing because Grand Archive is also going to be 2 years. Dawn of Ashes Altar is going to be 2 years old very soon.
That's very,
So
that's very cool.
this is a very wonderful event for us. Let's go and talk about what we're seeing here today.
Yep.
The players have set up. They started their game already.
Both players representing the home country, Germany. Toby on the left, Felix on the right. Felix playing the Wind Tristan deck.
versus
Toby on the Dowtron Fractals.
Good old reliable, right? Oh, not old. Good new reliable.
Good, new, reliable.
Now, oh, beautiful fractals that coming back here.
Windmill Engineer coming down, drawing a card, maintaining card advantage, doing what it's meant to do, engineering a win con.
Wow, wow, that was smooth, Alex.
We're working that in.
Nice, nice. We can keep on going with the puns. Toby is here coming in with the fractals deck. Look at that beautiful hand.
In the tank already from turn 1.
Yeah, yeah.
See your Phosphor
He has
Paladin?
so many beautiful promos.
Yes, you have the Frostborn Paladins coming up.
Yeah.
We have the Ascent Fractals of Rain. I mean, I can't decide. The cards are so nice. What do you play?
Yeah, it's like, yeah, you have to play all the fractals here, right?
Yes. Did not imbue the first Fractal of Rain.
I mean, he's playing fractals. He doesn't want to mill himself
That's
out
true,
that
that is
much.
true.
He would much rather...
It's just there for the reserve
Yeah,
ball.
he would much rather have the reservable and to have them as fractals, right?
Yeah.
Because you're going to be sacrificing it.
Fractal of Insight coming in rested, going
Yep.
for the glimpse.
You want to be able to set up your turn, right? Even though you don't want to mill yourself, you want to
Exactly.
know what's coming up.
You want to dig for those waves of peace.
Yep. You need to have those cards there and ready for when you want to play them, right? You might not want your Burst Asunder yet, but you want to know what is coming up.
Yep. Felix showcasing just how good of a player he is. And right next to his CPR, Windmill Engineer, we got the CPR backup charger coming up next.
Yep.
Just, it's not about...
Oh, look at the hand.
yeah, it's not about winning, it's about sending a message. Take a look at all these cards. Look at all the... Oh, my, is that
Yeah.
4 incapacitate?
It's,
Three?
it's,
There's at least 3 of them.
That's, I think, no, that is a slice and dice. It's blended in beautifully with incapacitate, but
Yep.
it is a slice and dice and 2 incapacitates only,
Only 2 incapacitates. Only 2
Felix
incapacitates.
playing a much more aggressive deck here. Trying to decide what he's going to play, right? He went out swinging with the Windmill Engineer. He is trying to math out and see what he wants to keep in his hand, because he will play that ASIN, get back the Windmill Engineer, seeing whether he wants to imbue it again or not to draw a
Yep.
card into memory.
Just getting even more card draw, even more advantage. I think I see 2 Surveil the Winds or those... No,
There's
2
a
Stifling
Stifling
Traps.
Trap,
2 Stifling Traps
Surveilling-
as well.
Well, I think it's 1 Surveil the Winds, 1 Stifling Trap, 1 Slice and Dice, and 1 Incapacitate in hand. So now he can choose to imbue the Windmill Engineer again.
Revealing the Stifling Trap, which I guess is
But
not...
he will
most
reveal the
useful.
Serval Limits and the Siphoning Trap again. Swinging 4 into face here with the ASIN Protector, probably keeping up the Serval the Winds for next turn, while he is also going to be able to Stifling Trap anything that Toby might play. what is he going to play, Alex? What is the one thing that he's afraid of?
We're going to see Windmill Engineer coming down. Windmill Engineer is always coming down imbued. We'll see Surveil the Wind and Pre-Recollection probably, and then Windmill Engineer for sure.
But what is Phoenix? What can Phoenix Stifling Trap in a Fractals deck? What is like the most terrifying thing here that he can cast?
I believe it's your favorite card. You've referred to it many times yesterday. It's Zhangjiao Way of Peace. Now, for those who are not in on the joke, what does it do? What does Zhangjiao Way of Peace do?
It's a beautiful card.
What does it allow you to do?
It's a 3-cost 1/2 ally that can draw 2 cards. If you have 0 cards in your memory, it draws 2 cards. Now it is a 1/2.
It also
so
adds them to your. It draws 2 cards and adds them to your
Adds
hand.
them to your hand.
Allows me to draw 2 cards and add them to my hand.
Oh,
Siphon Trap coming down on the Frostworm Paladin.
Look at that. It also is Frostworm Paladin is arguably better than Zhangjiao. I'm kidding.
Yes.
Obviously.
Zhangjiao is only a 1/2. What?
Yeah,
what,
but
what, what
Frostworm Paladin getting Stifling Trap is not. It's very different than Zhangjiao, right? Because Zhangjiao getting Stifling Trap means that it gets removed, goes to grave, but Frostworm Paladin getting Stifling Trap means it's still around, but it doesn't draw a card, it doesn't replace itself, and you don't get a buff.
Yep, it's still a 2/3 that stays on the board, has Intercept as well to protect you.
Yep.
We do know that Shadow Strike is in the deck, and Interceptor is pretty useful, you know? Instead of killing me, here, kill this guy in front of me.
Yeah. But the Lost in Thought also going to waste here, absolutely, unfortunately.
Just gonna sit there, lost in his thoughts. Not moving anywhere, not going
Just
anywhere.
lost. No
He's just
thoughts.
lost. No
Just
thoughts.
lost.
Not a thought. Like, some people say think twice. This card didn't even think once.
Yep. Didn't draw a card. Didn't
do
draw a card off itself. Didn't draw a card off of Frostworm Paladin.
He's just sitting there.
It's just there. It's lost.
Right. Toby often just keeping up
passing.
some interaction.
Yeah. Aeson Protector surviving one more turn here.
Yep. Not enough cards to do Surveil the Wind's Pre-Recollection, so we're probably going to get some either some card advantage.
That it doesn't matter. It's not that bad that he didn't get to. Ooh, shooting the Aeson Protector for exactly 4 damage with Shimmering Refractions. Wonderful play from Toby, making sure that it doesn't even get to attack.
Very well played. We're not even doing that. We're not even handling this. But now we know. We're just gonna see. Windmill Engineer come down. Probably get some more card advantage.
Yeah.
If we're lucky, you probably just drew Aeson off the top.
Yeah, obviously, you
Yeah.
always have it.
It's all skill,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. The Aeson Protector here might not come down. Because he still has to imbue the windmill and then bring out the Aeson Protector. If Felix has another Stifling Trap, he could very possibly Stifling Trap his own Aeson Protector's trigger.
Yeah.
But he probably wants. It's better if he goes for the Dream Fairy here to remove that Interceptor, or keep it up for Zhangjiao. Because Toby has. Obviously, he has those refracting missiles. He has those shimmering refractions that we just saw to take care of allies.
And as you called it,
But
the Dream Fairy coming in, taking out the Frostworm Paladin.
Yeah, but
Not as important as I once thought. I say remember now that Shadow Strike actually has unblockable if it was prepped. So it does not even matter if you hit Intercept or not.
yeah, but
But it's still damage prevented that way.
yeah, and it seems that. But I think Felix is going to more and more down to earth game plan, not going for Shadow Strike level 3 Tristan here, seeing as the Fractals deck, you cannot afford to go down an influence against Fractals. So you have to go all in and just start hitting as much as you can.
If he wants to level up, he really needs to start generating some more prep counters so he can at least maintain his influence size. But as you said, at this point, he's like, I have my allies. I think my allies will just do the work for me. I don't think I can afford to waste time
Yeah,
not
Felix
taking you out.
is on a much more allies-based build as well. He might not have those. He doesn't have 3 cost 2/3s for all of the everything, right?
Everything.
He cannot build a board that far,
Yeah.
but he can still build a board enough, especially with the Aeson Protector in his hand again, the Dream Fairy that he can return with the Aeson, put back a Zhangjiao. With the Windmill Engineers, they're tripping him for a lot. He has slice and dice for the early game, so he is playing a much more down-to-earth version of Tristan here.
Very low to
which
the
is-
ground, aggressive gameplay.
Yeah, which is wonderful in this matchup. Wonderful for the current meta game in this room, seeing as there's so many level 3 decks or decks that take longer to set up with
Exactly.
Gambu, Luxem, Xander, Tristan, all of them.
Yep, and in this case, like, you know what, you want to buy yourself some time?
Yeah.
Well, too bad. You don't have time.
You
I have
don't.
my allies now. I'm coming face. I'm deal with my board. And as you said, these allies aren't like, you know, the beefiest of allies, but they're good utility allies that handle situations, and then they also handle your opponents.
Yes, sir. Yep, but Toby immediately bottoms.
They're the Frost
Okay,
Paladin.
yeah.
You know what? I can't
Not-
deal with
don't
that.
need that.
Nope.
I'm not wasting my damage on a
On
Dream
a Dream
Fairy.
Fairy.
Come
True
on.
Sight, what is True Sight? I don't see it. Dream Fairy's not even there anymore.
Dream Fairy is still so stealthy. I just ignore it. Toby passing with a lot of reactive cards in hand. Luckily, this is not a Luxem matchup, so any cards that he has in hand, he can keep. I do see a Burst Asunder there, which is he's playing carefully as he should, seeing as Felix does have an incapacitate. It's
Exactly.
always a threat, right?
It's always a
If
threat.
he did keep enough cards in hand where he can absolutely just play. Could have played an incapacitate even without being an assassin.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a Sir Wildemans. There's another one,
Another
obviously
Sevilla wins
coming
in
in.
the prereq. You love that card efficiency.
Get the prep counters, get the card draw. You know, he's happy.
Yeah, make his way to 4 prep counters. Then Tristan level 2 comes in with the extra card draw.
Yeah, if I believe I saw third Sir Wildemans
A
in
third
his hand
Sevilla
as
wins
well.
in his hand.
So
You'd
he
love to see
is
it.
going to have those preparation counters. Plenty of them. 9 cards in Felix's hand. That is a lot of influence.
That's a huge influence. We love to see it.
Toby going up to 6 damage.
The water, he sees the water deck drawing cards. Like, you know what? I challenge your card draw. I can also draw
Yeah.
cards.
That is game, yeah, immediately.
Yeah, just takes it.
Toby
Slice and dice for
seeing
3.
that's a slice and dice will come in here for him. The
Yeah.
3 preparation counters was like a sign that, oh, look, it's going to be
Yeah,
gonna
you
be
got
happening,
slice in his
right?
hand. It's 9 damage. You got anything to block that? No. Can
No.
negate it? No.
Yeah. Felix was making sure, asking Toby how many cards he has in hand, making sure that his influence is low enough that if Felix has an incapacitate, it's enough. And even if Toby, Toby has one answer to the slice and dice, sure,
Yeah.
incapacitate that,
Incapacitate
and
it. We're fine.
I'll just move on. Yeah, and Toby was
Oh,
like,
no.
yeah, I don't even have one answer.
You're
Let's
gonna lower
move
my
on.
attack? I guess lower my attack, whatever. You get incap it. Cerulean
Yeah.
Decree? Nah, nothing. Not even a worry.
Yeah.
Yep.
Absolutely. Both of the players having, even though Toby just lost the game, his spirits are still high. He is having fun as much as he can,
Yeah.
obviously. Let's talk
these
about
are
the
two
sideboards,
friends. These
though.
are two friends. They're two locals. They're having a good time.
Yeah.
This is their backyard. They're just having a good game.
Yeah. Let's talk a bit about the sideboards of these players. I think we can talk about Felix first.
I wonder what Felix wants to bring in.
Brackish Loot is coming in.
Brackish
obviously.
for sure is coming in. Get rid of all of the floating memory.
Yeah. Dream Fairy.
Dream Fairy is always
Veiling
nice.
Breeze.
It gives her some stuff. I think you want to go more aggressive.
Yeah.
Vertigo Creek could be interesting, but
Vertigo is for sure coming
Yeah.
in. It adds attack and the
Yes,
dispersive Fantasia. That is like the only reason it's in the deck.
Yeah,
You
it's coming
need
in
the
for sure.
Fantasia removal.
and maybe another copy of Veiling Breeze comes in if you really want.
No,
for
it
offense.
has to, right?
Right.
Because the Veiling Breeze for 2 already stops a whole versus
Yes,
under.
but what's interesting is that if he dilutes his deck too much with these defensive cards, it gives the Dachshund time to build up an even bigger
No,
board
but
state.
he can just get rid of his level 3 game plan. He does not
Yeah.
need those. The Slime Shield maybe
Yeah,
can
you
stay in,
can
but
sign up
doesn't
some of
need
the other
Penumbral
cards.
Waltz, doesn't need Shadow Strike, which is
No.
already 4 spots. Brackish Lootist and 1 Veiling Breeze is 4 spots. And then he can adjust accordingly
Yeah.
to get the Veiling Breezes in as well. Toby is gonna go first here next game, obviously.
Yes.
Right?
He wants to set up. He wants to set up all the fractals. He wants to set up a big board state. He wants to get things going.
Yes. He also cannot let Felix leveling up fast enough.
Yeah,
right.
exactly.
Like he needs to be able to keep up with the pressure that's being put on by Felix. For Toby, the staggering strikes are coming
Yeah,
in.
second chase for sure coming in. Fast gears maybe if you're worried about taking too much damage. Like if you're worried that you're gonna die really fast, you want to build up some of that life.
Felix's influence was very high this last game.
Yes.
So
It was pretty high, but like I think it was high because he didn't have much he could do. If
I
had-
mean,
if
he
develops-
he clearly did enough to win the game. So
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
not much, it was still enough.
Well, yeah. No, what I mean is Toby. No, sorry. I thought you were referring to Toby's influence. No, Toby will go down in influence quite a bit with all his fractals. I think he brings the fast gears to stay alive. He has 3 fast gears in sideboard. That's 12 health. That would keep him alive for quite a while.
Yeah.
Felix would draw all the cards.
Yep. So both of these players settling in here for the game. Game 2. Game 1 ended so fast, right? You expect this game to be a bit longer.
Yep.
And then Felix comes out with this extremely aggressive game plan. Just going for the slice and dice for a game so quickly. And then just going to smack, you know.
Yeah.
Toby had nothing.
He's
yeah.
the only one on beatdown for sure.
Yeah. So game went on, game ended very quickly. Both players do have time for 2 more games. Plenty of time.
Exactly.
So
One of the biggest skills I think at this point is now Felix is up a game.
Yep.
If he sees that a game is very quickly going south for him, he needs to make a smart decision like, hey, if I'm not winning this game, I'm clearly not winning this game.
Yeah.
Maybe it's time for me, I could concede, and then we can go for game 3.
Yep.
That's a skill that not a lot of players have at the moment, and I think that's something that can be improved on. They recognize, hey, if I play out this game, sure, I will lose the game at the end, but then neither of us are really going to win the next game.
Yeah. And both of these players do need to win to secure their top 8. Like, currently, it's not that they're doing bad, but
Yes.
they really need the win here.
They really
They need both wins. Like,
do
if
not
they
wanna play
lose
for a draw.
this, it's unlikely that they're going to make
Exactly.
it into top 8. So they need to win this game to make it into top 8 to have a chance at a World's qualification slot.
Yep.
So, game is already started.
You see the 2 dissonant fractals coming in already.
Yeah,
Sure,
Felix reading, what the heck
What
is
is this?
this card?
It's
Yeah,
it's a 1-cost fractal. Yeah, it doesn't.
because it just comes in. Toby's glimpsing 4, and Felix just like, you only have 1
What are you
card in your
doing?
memory. What
How
are you
else is
talking
it
about? How are you
Yeah.
doing this? And
I see
there's another one.
dissonant
Yeah.
fractal. That's amazing. They don't have a resolvable yet. They do require you to have 2 more.
Well, once
fractals.
that third one comes
Once
in,
it-
all of them go
Once
online.
the third one comes in, they're all online. That is very true. But none yet. However, they are still fractals, so that refracting missile in hand does still 3 damage now.
Yeah, it's a very powerful card. There's another Frostworm Paladin there as well.
Oh,
you know?
yes.
It's a repeat of last game, but Toby is doing a lot better because he already got the glimpse for twice technically, but you know, it's just the same 4 cards that he's looking at. It's not too relevant that it's he got to look at them twice.
Did he bottom any of them?
No, he kept them
He
all
kept
on
them
top.
all on top. He's like, I'm going to look at them.
It was like an
I
idle
wasn't sure.
thoughts
I'll make
where
a-
you
I'll make a-
like the cards, right?
Yeah.
You're happy to this an idle
I was
thoughts
like, you know
only.
what? I'll look at them again. Why not?
Yeah.
Scatter Essence already coming out, getting rid of a fractal if he can.
As he should. That
rid of
is,
these
getting the
early.
early game fractal removal is what matters, right?
Especially since
Because
these are both dissonant fractals as
Yeah.
well. They're not online.
they're not online yet, and the moment, 1, they get online, and 2, Toby has fractals that he can reserve. The amount of cards in hand, all of them are online.
And we see
There is
the
the Verdigris degree as well.
Verdigris degree just getting rid of the last fractal.
Yeah, there's no reason to imbue it here.
No.
And it just does its job, right? The only thing that Verdigris Decree needs to do is take care
Get
of
rid
the
of fractals. Oh no, look at all these Fantasias you don't have.
Yeah, see, single target Fantasia removal is still very strong,
It's still
right?
very powerful.
We
in this
don't
game.
need something that shatters all the Fantasias at once. We just need early game early game
Just
Fantasia
seize
removal,
early, for
which
sure.
Wind does have. Luckily, we do have like basic element removal. As we've seen, Felix taking care of the board wonderfully, making Toby basically waste 1 turn.
Yep, exactly. This onslaught of the onslaught of Windex that we're seeing in the metagame now is a direct answer to Dachan being prominent at previous ascents. So at the previous ascents, we saw Dachan Fractal just blow up, and now all these Wind Xanders and Wind Tristans like, wait, we have answers for this.
Yeah, I will
I can
just
answer this.
counter whatever you say, whatever you do. It's over. Like, you know, I have such a good board. You don't have a board
No,
anymore.
you have no board. Nice game plan, buddy. Scatter. Run.
Yeah.
Wait for the
Oh,
hills.
there's 2 Dream Fairies there.
Ooh.
That means that, and no matter, Toby can play both a Jing Jiao, but he can play a Frostworm Paladin as well. It's gone. Doesn't matter at all.
Those allies aren't going to be sticking around for a long time.
Yeah.
But yeah, the
There's another fractal.
Fractal of Rain just
slowly coming back.
coming back. But,
Toby is building his
are we
board.
going to rip another Scatter Essence off the top?
Yeah.
We'll see.
A Verdigris Decree, Scatter
Another-
Essence,
yeah.
doesn't matter. It's just another thing that takes care of this
We
board.
also see a Stifling Trap in it as well, just for any little pesky Dung Jows.
Or Frostborn Paladins. It's not, you
Frostborn
should not
Paladins as
forget
well.
about Frostborn
Yeah, don't forget those
Paladin.
exist too. Those
Frostborn
exist too.
Paladin is a very, very strong ally in this matchup because it can take care of Felix's allies.
That's true.
It can go to face. So in this matchup specifically, you want your early game Frostborn Paladins more than you want the Zhang Jiaos.
Exactly.
There is Toby going for the refracting missile, probably either taking care of. Well, he's considering playing that refracting missile. If he does, he can take care of the windmill engineer. Felix will. Doesn't. I believe he did keep a reclaim in hand in case of any spell damage that Toby would deal like that. Oh, the deck
Phosphor
mostly
Paladin
plays
coming in.
spells, not skills.
Yes.
There it is. There's the pre-recollection refracting missile, going to face.
Felix thinking, just pointing to face, like, you know
Two
what?
whole damage.
You have a lot of cards in hand. You probably have a reclaim. I'm not going to give you the value. We're just going to go face.
Or, it's just a waste to put that damage on there.
Yep.
There's another dissonant fractal already. But Toby going for the safe play here first, getting that.
Yep. Getting the Phosphor Paladin
Phosphor
first.
Paladin, yeah.
Felix did reveal the 2 Dream Fairies in memory, but he's like, you know what?
Yeah.
I need some damage.
Yeah,
You know what? If you use your turn playing Dream Fairy, that's fine by me. I'll deal some damage to you right now and draw a card.
Yeah, he did see that Felix has 2 Dream Fairies.
Yeah.
So
He's like,
he's like, you know what? I know you have them.
I
want to push as much damage as I can.
Exactly.
Let's just go for it.
He's laughing. He's like, you know what? Fine. 3 damage is 3 damage. Now you have 10 health left. I only need 4 fractals for my burst cylinder.
Yeah, but at the same time, Felix can easily just level up, right? Because he does play all 3 levels of Tristan. So probably Toby knows this very well as well. So he's for sure not like, the game's already almost over.
It's not over
No.
Plus, he's only got 1 fractal in the field. I see a fractal of insight and a distant in hand, so he probably could go for that play as well.
Yeah.
If he wants to play the fractal and don't use the glimpse ability of the insight.
I think there's no reason for that. If he has a better fractal like the dissonant fractal, there's the reason to use a fractal that you need to rest to get the value off of it.
No, what I meant is like you play the insight and use the insight to pay for the dissonant.
Oh, that could, definitely could
But
be. But he's
it
also,
hardly
I
matters.
believe he's also probably a bit afraid of Felix having more scatter essences.
Scatter Essence would be quite troublesome, yes.
He put 1 on top, 1 on bottom, kept 3 on top, I believe.
Really likes the cards that he sees. Plays a sensor.
Sensor, because
Oh,
Felix,
my floating.
Felix a bit annoyed at the sensor.
Yep.
Even though Toby's deck is the one that needs the floating memory more, Felix is a bit annoyed because now he cannot level up.
Can't
for
level up as
free.
efficiently.
Yeah.
Toby's like, I need some. I need some floating, but you need it more.
Yeah, you want to go to level 3? Pay for it.
Pay for it the hard way.
Pay for it.
Pay for it like we all do.
Yeah. Oh, pay for it like we all do while playing a Fractals deck is a funny thing to say, Alex.
So I am the only one who commits tax evasion here. You pay your taxes. I'm not paying mine.
So
we can't both not pay our taxes.
Players agreeing that, you know what, it is fair that neither of them can get a floating memory. So everything's fair and balanced here, right?
Yep.
Cards in all graveyard lose all abilities. So
exactly.
It's
So
okay.
it's all great. Who needs this stuff?
Yeah. Ooh, there is a Fairy Whispers for Felix, keeping 1 card in the pot, putting 2 bottom. Revealing a black market broker, which is going to start pushing damage.
Pushing damage and getting more prep counters too.
Immediately.
Getting Felix even closer to that 3 counter threshold for Slice and Dice.
My favorite card, Slicing and Dicing.
Slicing and Dicing.
Going very, very strong last game. The Slice and Dice was what took the game home.
Exactly.
This game, we'll see. Yep, there's
Dream
Fairy. Toby knew that it was coming.
Yeah.
He was
It had to
expecting
happen.
it already.
The same handwritten note from last game. He's like, you know what? We still got it around.
Just reuse it. Yep. And there's another one for the Zhang Jiao in a bit.
Yeah, exactly.
No Zhang Jiao shenanigans happening here. Because Phoenix also has a Cycling Trap for it. So it's never going to happen.
Tanjio's not hitting the board.
Luckily for Toby, it is not. He doesn't have one, so he doesn't have a dead card in a way in his hand. Obviously, it forces Felix to go down in influence and use his Stifling Trap. However, that's what the Stifling Trap is in there for, right?
Elves
The
of
only
War.
only card in Toby's deck, only cards in Toby's deck that Stifling Trap is relevant for is Rain Jiao and Frostborn Paladin.
Frostborn
Frostborn Paladin already Dream Fairy. Doesn't matter.
Exactly.
Rain Jiao,
No worries about any of these happening.
yeah, Rain Jiao, it's just gonna die and no one enter.
He's just the worst.
Sad for
he's
you.
just the worst windmill engineer.
Yeah, and even if Toby has a way to negate the Stifling Trap, Recover 4 is not drawing 2 cards.
Recover 4 is
Not
doing
even
anything for you.
close.
I'm sorry. Healing is not winning the game.
Ooh, Toby leveling up here.
Going level 1
Level 1 the out
with the hard payment.
Yeah, he's forced. Frostborn.
Hey, the
Both
first one,
both
please.
players.
Oh,
Oh,
it's not what you want to see.
That is unfortunate.
That's the burst of thunder gone.
Toby's smile of pain.
Yeah.
It could have been the Frostborn Paladin.
Smile through
It
the
would have been
tears.
better.
Smile through the tears.
Surely that'll help. That is
Yep.
very unfortunate.
The fractal of snow in hand could stem some of the bleeding a little bit, but not too much.
Not enough.
Not enough.
Especially with if Felix goes for a slice and dice.
Yeah.
Obviously, we know he doesn't have it yet.
Yeah.
Toby doesn't.
Toby
so.
is man. He's stressing. Toby's stressing. He's like, mate, I could be dead soon.
Yeah,
It's
only
9
2
in.
counters, only 2 preparation counters needed for the slice and dice. Already knowing that the Black Market Broker is in hand, so there is at least 1 preparation
And
counter
Surveil the
here.
Winds come out at any time.
Yeah. It is very stressful. Keep 1 on top, put 1 on bottom for the Fractal of Insight, using the ability to arrest it and glimpse 2.
Phosphor Paladin still clogging up place in hand. Needs to get rid of that somehow. Need to do something about it. 'Cause we know that Dream Fairy's not going anywhere.
That Dream Fairy is here to stay. Same with the next Dream Fairy that might come in. Felix also having a Dungeon Guide in hand. He might just use the Dream Fairy to level up, right? Blanche is probably gonna stay in hand, even though Toby already lost the Burst of Thunder. Burst of Thunder is still a strong card. He plays 4 of it. He is glimpsing plenty, so
He's glimpsed like
he could.
12, 14 cards this game.
Yeah, he's going through his whole deck so far. Feelings bringing out the Safeguard Amulet. And Toby like, I don't have a Burst of Thunder anymore. Why are you doing this?
Yeah. Well, you already got rid of it. Trust
Yeah.
me. I don't have another
Trust
one.
me,
Trust,
I don't have
relax.
anything. Looking at his hand, unfortunately, it is true.
Just playing a Blanche 4 damage.
Yeah, that's, all of these little allies did like 1 damage each.
Can't get rid of
Is
all of them.
adding up.
Yes.
Is adding up slowly but surely. This is literally chip damage. All of them being like coming in,
One.
gently
One.
smacking the
One.
Ao-chan. Yeah.
Windmill
like,
for 1, Dream Fairy for 1, Blanche for 1.
Exactly.
Poke. You'll die eventually.
Going, basically taunting her like, BBB, what are you gonna do? I'm just smacking you for 1 every
Just
turn.
smacking him for.
What you gonna do about it? And she's like, my
Turn's like,
allies are gone.
"No.
My friends. I'm
all
here
my
alone.
fractals, they're all gone. I have nothing left.
I'm living in my castle made of fractals, but I cannot make it burst. So, you guys are surviving. God dang it.
Eternal sadness, goddammit. Right.
It is. Anyways, there's a lot of fractals on Toby's board. Unfortunately, he has no Burst Asunder to finish the game out. He has more fractals in hand. He has a Shimmering Refraction. You might see that, oh yeah, he has the Frostborn Paladin. Unfortunately, that Frostborn Paladin got Dream Fairy,
Yep.
so he cannot replay it. There's also a sensor on board, so even if he were
Fractal
able to
refreshment
replay
coming
it,
in, putting that fractal, putting that fractal on the bottom. We
it's
don't want
gone,
that anymore.
finally. Toby's been struggling for a few turns with getting rid of it. That Fractal of Refreshment was perfect to cycle her away. Let's hope he didn't draw anymore.
Draw two
Paladin.
more Frostborn Paladins.
That would
Just
be
off the top.
That would be unfortunate because he doesn't play the Ao-chan level 2, so he cannot even use it. Could use it for a scepter. Could use it for 1 or 2
Rid of them somehow.
memory cost, but yeah, it
Maybe.
is. Ooh, I saw Fracture Eyes and didn't see the other card there. Are we just passing here? Felix thinking about, what should I do?
Felix thinking, he's like, okay, so I have my allies. We're on the board.
We need to smack more.
We have like a 5-turn clock, I guess.
Yeah.
If you want to call it a 5-turn clock.
It's like there's a Black Market Broker, so yeah, next turn he's gonna start attacking for possibly 2 more. So that's gonna be 5 damage each turn, which lowers that 5 turn to a 2.5 turn.
2.5 turn clock.
And we know that Toby does have some ways to recover, but he doesn't have enough. He cannot level up, right? He's not
Exactly.
going to get more health.
If he
here.
brought in the fast cures, maybe he could survive a little bit longer.
Yeah. Unfortunately, he does not play revitalizing cleanse, which obviously you don't, because you don't really want to put cards into your memory,
Yeah.
except for like those 1 or 2 reactions with Diao-chan. But you're not gonna have enough water cards in your memory for it to be valuable.
Yep. We see the slice and dice off the top now.
Ooh.
Felix now
so
has access to it.
Felix now can just go play that black market broker, find 1 more prep counter.
Can play the boots as well. The boots can give him a
Yeah,
counter.
Boots is next turn. Boots will give him an additional preparation counter.
We're about almost there.
Yeah, so 7 cards in hand. He can play the black market broker and keep only 2 cards in hand. Unfortunate, because that doesn't give him enough of a leeway to activate many reaction cards.
Not a many that you want to do. But I think it's like okay in this situation because Toby's kind of choked on cards.
Yeah.
Not much. He doesn't have a lot of options available to him. Plays Scatter Essence.
Yeah.
Not Scatter Essence.
Yeah.
Plays Shimmering Refraction
Yes.
on the Blanche, removing the Blanche from play.
Yeah, this slowing down Felix a tiny bit. There's a reclaim on the Blanche. However, Felix is only level 1 right now, so he cannot reactivate her at fast speed.
Yep.
But it's still safe, right? So and we know that, like, Toby knows, Felix suspects that Toby doesn't have another Burst Asunder in hand, which is fine, right? Even if
Exactly.
he did, that is 10-12 damage right now, which is not enough.
Not enough. We see Scepter of Fascination as well coming out, at least
There
giving
it is.
Diao-chan more options to play reactions from memory on his opponent's turn.
The Fracturize going out, the Fracturize went out left from memory, correct? Because the Power Cell is still not Fracturized, it's not a fractal.
Yep.
It is unfortunate there, and losing it before playing. He does have another one, so it's comfortable, but it's rough, right? Especially if Felix does have the Blinding Orb, which Toby could force its banishment by targeting with Fracturize, but it would also give Felix an additional, a reservable fractal,
Yep.
right?
We see the
So-
Windwalker boots coming now for that extra preparation counter, setting up for the, I guess you'd call it, checkmate of the game.
The slice and dice turn.
Slice and dice
Let's be
checkmate.
honest here.
That's what you want to do. You play the Black Market Broker now. Get the prep counter.
Yeah.
End of turn, get the 3rd prep counter. And the next turn.
Ooh, there's also a Sadie there. It doesn't do much
Ooh.
other than hit for 2, give prep counters currently.
Yes. You
So
won't get the on kill because there's no allies to kill.
yeah. No agility is still. She's still good despite agility.
Yes.
Toby has all cards in his hand. 5, which is currently 5.
Plays the Blanche again, just like can't be too safe.
Yeah. If he reclaims or does anything, Felix doesn't have many ways to protect her right now.
Exactly.
But
but
Toby
however,
doesn't know that.
Toby doesn't know that. And also, however, if Felix does survive this turn, next turn we might see a Verdian Protective Trinket.
Yeah.
And then Blinding Order activation, just try to
And then he can win.
get as many cards as possible out of Toby's hand. And
Fracturize the power
slice and
cell in
dice.
response, alright. Yeah, the
Yeah.
slice and dice is a big threat, especially if he's going to attack for another 3 this turn. Slice and dice will be enough to just
Slice
close
and
out
dice
the game.
will just end the game.
Yeah, so he needs those preparation counters right now. Ooh,
Glimmering Refusal.
Glimmering refusal coming in for 6.
Yes.
Well,
Please pay
Felix
6.
has to pay an additional 6 here.
Please pay 6.
Yeah, which he cannot.
Nope.
So
He's like, fine. I guess I'll. This gets negated.
yeah, it makes sense now why Toby fracturizes his power cell, because Felix could pay 5. He
Yep.
cannot pay 6. So that Blanche will most likely be negated because there's nothing that
Yeah.
Felix can do. He doesn't have an incapacitate in hand. He is banishing that blinding
Goes for
orb
the
to
Blinding Orb
draw a
to draw
card
a card.
to be able to pay for it to
And
keep
pay
the
the 6.
Blanche. Wow.
That's great.
Honestly,
Wanted to save that Blinding Orb for next turn, but I
yeah,
guess you'll take
that
it.
is a feels bad moment for Felix.
Yep.
Toby is a bit is still at a disadvantage.
Yeah.
Unless he has the
I
versus
totally
Xander.
would have loved to have seen that Blanche gone because, he doesn't have too many ways to get rid of it still.
Yeah,
Like he needs to find another shimmering refraction, maybe a fractal missile.
Yeah,
refracting missile, but-
refracting missile, shimmering refraction is both good here, which he does have. He does have the shimmering refraction in hand, but he also needs that damage to be able to push Felix to enough damage counters where he is out of the game.
Yep. We see the crystalline mirror coming out. Is a good way to destroy the amulet before he's ready to pop off.
Yep. There is a Frostworm Paladin. Unfortunately, still unplayable.
Still under the effects of Dream Fairy.
Dream Fairy is still there because the Blanche is a bigger threat to take care of right now. And Toby didn't have another Frostworm Paladin in hand until now. So this is a very unfortunate draw for him. The Staggering Strike would help here, right? Because it would stop the Slice and Dice.
Stop Slice and Dice as well.
Felix cannot have enough, cannot play enough cards where it would be...
Is
he would get
yeah.
enough preparation counters to be prepared enough.
Is there a
for
world
his
where you
Slice and
play the
Dice.
Shimmering Refraction on the Dream Fairy, and then you pay for the Frostworm Paladin just for the intercept? No, just goes for the Staggering Strike.
Ooh!
Yep. Staggering Strike
Yeah,
on the Dream Fairy.
That is well,
No,
obviously he doesn't know why we know.
Yes.
But that leaves him.
He could play the Frostworm Paladin and utilize the intercept against the Slice and Dice at least to stay alive just a little longer.
But he that Frostworm Paladin is a 2/3, so Felix is forced to play the Black Market Broker here next turn.
Yes.
So that will be enough damage to take care of our Frostworm Paladin, and afterwards he
Yes,
will
because the
still
Black
be able
Market Broker
to.
and the Windmill Engineer
Yep.
will still take out the Frostworm
Slice and Dice.
Paladin, and Slice and Dice comes in and finishes the job.
So that is still going to be enough. I'm not sure if Felix has enough influence.
I wonder if he potentially has a reaction in his memory. He can activate the Scepter of Fascination to try and negate the Slice and Dice or find some sort of answer, but still,
Yeah,
it's going to be
Felix-
hard pressed.
Felix thinking very hard. I believe he did not have any reaction. Obviously, Felix doesn't know this. Wait, I think he has a Glimmering Refusal, which is...
A reaction. Glimmering Refusal is a reaction.
Sorry, not Glimmering Refusal. Shimmering Refraction,
Shimmering
which
Reflection
is
also
actually a reaction, yeah,
which
but that
can
is
be-
why it's played in the deck, which he
that
can
means
be...
he can use, exactly, he can use the
Yao
Scepter
Chen
of
will be
Fascination.
woken up, get two Glimmer counters, and her ability will be able to be activated to play the Shimmering Refraction to take care of the Black Market Broker.
Yep.
So
Also
It
with
is
the
not
Dodge
lost yet.
bonus. Also
Yeah.
with the Dodge bonus, you can draw a card into memory if you've played a card, if you played it from memory. Replacing itself.
yeah, and which it is exactly what is going to happen. Well, obviously, if it goes through, I hope
this happens.
Toby is a smart enough player where he planned for that. Ooh, there's a Sadie also.
Goes for the Sadie.
I mean, for the on-kill trigger.
Exactly.
And also, I think we also kind of miscalculated here because the Frostworm Paladin was rested, so a Slice and Dice would just go.
Oh yeah, sometimes we just go through.
Absolutely,
Yes.
yeah, would
Sometimes
just go
would have just
through.
gone through anyways.
Yeah. Felix. Felix banishes the Safeguard Amulet in response to the Crystalline Mirror.
I'll activate the Scepter of Fascination in response.
And then in response, Toby is activating the Scepter of Fascination, waking up the Ochan, putting two Glimmer counters on her, and then she's resting her, and there it is. There is the
Shimmering Reflection.
Shimmering Refractions for 6 damage into the Sadie, forcing Felix to put down more cards than he would want to.
Yep.
Because
Gets him
the
the third prep
agility
counter.
would absolutely empty his memory.
Exactly.
So
Gets him the third prep counter. However,
it does get him.
might put him off of. No, Slice and Dice would still be playable.
Yes, Slice and Dice is perfectly fine because Toby uses Staggering Strike to take care
opting
of.
to just go face.
Yeah, sorry, it went to face, but in the end of the turn, he still gets the prep counter from the boots. Let's see what is going to happen.
A top deck Shimmering Reflection. I don't think it wins the game here, but it does enough damage.
Yeah. He needs to be able to get lucky. He needs to be able to get lucky. He needs to get lucky here. And if he does, we're gonna be chilling, right?
Should be fine.
But however, Felix does have the Veiling Breeze in hand. He has 2 Veiling Breezes. I believe even 3. No, he does have. He only has 2 Veiling Breezes.
Only 2 Veiling Breezes, I think, is fine enough.
Yeah, but because the 2 Veiling Breezes is enough to get through the Nullifying Mirror,
Exactly.
right? Because, and it's probably even better because he activates a Veiling Breeze. In response, Toby will rest the Nullifying Mirror, and then he is able to put down another win card into his memory for the second Veiling Breeze to be for 2. So,
Yep. And it'll prevent all the burst on the damage, whereas normally you only prevent 1 from each instance.
yeah, it is absolutely just nullifies and oh look,
Yeah,
versus under
froze.
what? I don't know her. So Felix is in a very comfortable spot here. If he survives this turn and Toby has no answers, he's winning. He won the game, and he is looking to be able to survive this turn.
Felix is looking quite comfortable in this
Yep.
end.
He has a Stifling Trap in case anything is played, to counter the Zhang Jiao that might come in, negate her on enter. He has a Fairy Whispers to dig for more cards. He has the Veiling Breezes to protect himself. He has enough Veiling Breezes to be able to protect himself through the Nullifying Mirror.
Yes.
So it is.
Felix just has
He's
all
having
of the answers.
he has all of the answers, and he has the answer for. He has a kill.
Yeah, there's absolutely
well.
nothing to worry about. Toby with 2 cards in hand, not a lot of options he has.
But he does have 4 fractals that he can reserve. So he could possibly play both of those cards. However,
Oh yeah, he could definitely play them, but like not too much that can really help him get out of this hole.
yeah.
Felix is now in the tank doing some math.
Yeah, he's trying to make sure that he has enough cards and enough damage to push Toby out and kill him.
Yep.
Win the game. Take the game home.
Just bring it home.
Obviously, he doesn't have the kind of insight that we do here.
No, he's like, oh, those are 2 cards in hand. He has 3 fractals open. This can be a negate. I gotta make
He has
sure I gotta
4
play around.
fractals open.
4 fractals open. Yes, I see.
Yeah,
I see
the
that.
Fracturized
I
Power
see the
Cell
Fracturized
is
Power Cell with 4
still
fractals open.
available.
That could be 2 negates, and I need to play around those 2 negates.
Yeah, and Felix playing very, very safe here.
He's being very careful. He doesn't want to throw away. He doesn't want to seize defeat from the jaws of victory.
This game is very, very important for both
Yes.
of these players.
So
So it might look like they're slow playing or they're thinking too much, but
Felix is playing
One-
very carefully.
yeah,
He knows. Like,
he's playing carefully, and they still have time left in the round, and they cannot afford to make a mistake. If Felix messes up here, he might not have time for another
a game 3.
for a proper
Exactly.
game 3. So he needs to win here. So he needs to guarantee that he's taking it home.
something I like from Toby here,
Toby-
we know one of his cards happens to be a Lost in Thought.
Yeah,
Don't know about the other, but no matter what, every time Felix plays something, he looks at his cards. He's like, "No, I allow it."
yeah.
Just
Well,
making
you
sure
know,
that Felix
you
doesn't
have to-
forget. Make sure he doesn't. Make sure
you-
Felix doesn't forget that he can play negate.
Yeah, I don't think Felix does, but at this level and at this point in the game, it's a Frostform Paladin is the other
Yeah.
card.
So Toby is working with nothing, but he can't let Felix know that.
Whatever Felix does will go through.
Yes, because at the moment, Felix can just win the game on the spot. However, Felix doesn't know that.
Yeah.
And so as long as
Yeah.
Toby makes him continue to believe he doesn't know that, then we're fine. Well, then Toby's fine.
Well, Felix has to play around anything that might happen.
Exactly.
So he needs to play as safe as possible because, like we mentioned, like we talked about, he needs to win this game.
Exactly.
Because they still have time in the round, but he's unlikely to have a fast game like game 1.
Yep.
So he needs to guarantee the win.
Needs to win the game.
Is he
needs
going
to win the
for
match.
it? He is going for it.
He's going for it.
He set it aside.
He's like,
Toby,
okay, this is the
Toby's
card that I'm
gonna
going
be
to play.
traumatized by
Yes.
the slice and dices,
Slice
right?
and dice is gonna come
Last
in like,
game,
again?
3
Come
preparation
on.
counters, slice and dice. This game, 3 preparation counters,
Slice and dice.
It is his nemesis.
Slice and dice is
Yeah,
the bread and
it
butter.
is.
Toby's
Look
like,
at him
come on.
laugh.
Why are you
He's
doing
like,
this to me?
I knew it. That is
Another one?
exactly what
That's
was going to
great.
happen.
Of course
And
it happened. Of course
twice.
it happened.
No, of course
That's
it
great.
happens twice.
Toby's just like, come on,
same
what?
thing.
The same
Come on.
card, same
Yeah, it's like
situation.
Felix
Reveals
thinking
his
about
hand.
it. Yeah, it's like,
He's just like,
I had nothing.
I got
Come
nothing.
On,
I
look
have
at
False
it.
Paladin.
Yeah,
I have
Felix.
whatever, Lost in Thought. What am I going to do?
Yeah, Felix was also like, oh, like, it happens, right? I
Yeah,
haven't.
yeah.
I had it both times.
Like
but
Felix
yeah,
deep in the tank, just like, man, I gotta play around 2 negates. If I go
Yeah,
all out,
yeah.
you just persona,
It's
I'm
like-
dead. Yeah, Toby's like,
Well,
I
it's
got
not
nothing,
even
man. I
that.
got
It's
nothing.
just, yeah,
What do you want me to
it's
do?
not even that. It's like both players laughing so hard
Yeah.
that it was the exact same play both times.
Yes.
It's like there was no mystery. There was no grand finale. Slice and
No.
dice both times.
Slice and dice.
Slice and
Surprise.
dice again.
Hit him again.
Slice and dice once. Slice and dice twice. It is
Yep.
the winning card. It
Yep.
is what brought Felix the game home. He
Yep.
is still in the contention for
For
a
top
world
8.
spot. Toby,
Actually, no, you're in contention for top 8 no matter
still
what.
has a
Yeah,
chance,
you're
but
still very good for top 8.
obviously it's very tough now.
But yeah,
because
still
the
in contention
points
for first. For the gauntlet slot.
regardless of top
Yeah.
8, he could still get in,
No,
but it is
but Felix is still very much
rough.
in contention.
Oh, Felix is in a very good
Yeah.
spot. He is most likely going to be in there for top 8. However, what we were doing the math for is that 23 points, which is 7 wins and 2 draws, is not quite in. So
Yeah, 23
Felix
seems to be
is
just
not
on the
quite in
edge.
yet, right?
Yes.
It's like it's a bubble. 23 points because of how the today is set up is still very much a iffy thing. So Felix has to win the next game to guarantee his top 8 slot, and from there, this gauntlet is still not guaranteed.
Yep.
So I'm very interested in seeing his thoughts. I hope you are as well.
No, yes, I
So
want to see what especially what he was thinking at the last turn, when he was deep in the tank, what he was thinking, why he was
Yeah.
thinking, like what he thought Toby had.
yeah,
we'll bring
we
him
will
on.
be heading into a player interview with Felix here in a second, and see you guys there.
果てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭
and welcome back to the stream. I have Felix once again here with me. You're a professional at being interviewed now.
I mean, by now.
How are you feeling? 3 rounds since we last spoke.
I'm feeling pretty good because I lost my first round, my first game in this day 2. So I was like, ooh, won the next one. This one was a bit sad because it was against another German friend. But I mean, one of us at least goes into the last chance, like next round. So I'm happy. I didn't expect to come this far. 1 more round. Maybe I can do it again.
You're 1 win away from a guaranteed top 8 spot.
It is the same as last time.
Yes, it's a win and in again.
Yes.
How are you feeling? How was the slice and dices?
It felt pretty good. Like the second game, I was not sure because it didn't really push much damage. And I was like, I will just keep my defensive tools up. And I was like, will this work out? Can I stall out the game? Does he have like anything to kill me? But it worked out. Yeah, the Blanche for put 6 down, I was like, I'm not sure if I'm dead or not.
It worked.
It worked.
Like, I mean, unfortunately, it's not like Toby. Toby had 1 burst asunder.
Yeah,
it was gone.
Yeah.
So, you know, it was, his end hand was unfortunately empty. I know it feels bad. It always feels bad defeating a friend.
Bad,
but at least you're 1 step away once again from that top 8 spot. I am rooting for you.
Thanks.
I'm so happy to see you come so far.
Yes.
You're here. You're once again like on a deck. You only play Tristan, like you said
I
yesterday.
only play Tristan.
You don't play that much of the game.
I don't play anything much yet.
And you're here. Yeah, it's incredibly exciting.
Yeah.
I'm so happy to have you.
I'm very excited.
I will let you go on a break.
Okay.
You need it. Drink some water. Have some time to relax, to recoup, and good luck with your next game. I hope to see you.
I will need it.
Hello and welcome back. We're in the final round of our Swiss rounds for European Nationals of Grand Archive. We have a pretty funny game this round. Toby is back on Downtown again because this is his win and in. If he wins this game, just like last game, if he wins this game, he's in top 8. His opponent as well is also on his win and in for top 8. And I don't know, unfortunately or unfortunately for Toby, this is the exact same matchup. Toby is against yet another win Tristan deck. What do you think about that?
It is certainly not his favorite matchup today.
Yep. Slice and Dice has got on his radar. He's like, oh my god, I just got Slice and Dice twice. Will it happen again? Will it not? We don't know yet.
Maybe it's also the good old Shadow Strike and a Fractal Destruction in his in Brian's main deck. So we will see how it exactly pans out, but it is not that favorite for Tobias.
No,
here.
Tobias is like, man, why? And when they paired it up, and then we know it's open necklace, he looked at his opponent, like, why? he had a good laugh about it. He's having a good time, but you can see his face like, oh man, is this about to happen again? The Slice and Dice is still fresh in his mind. It could be very funny.
It could indeed be funny. Tobias is a very lovely person because he takes everything with humor.
Yes. As we saw last game, he was joking around, he was laughing at his opponents. I like the way he was so serious and stone-faced when he had a Lost in Thought and a Frostborn Paladin in hand. He was like, am I going to negate this? No, it's fine. And then finally he went for something nice. He's like, yeah, you got it, man. I showed you. You know, my hand's nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is one skill that Tobias has that not every player has right now, because body language is a thing that you want to be able to read and also can abuse to your own advantage, right?
Yeah.
Not telling what is in your hand and how you react to things right away without giving away too much information is very crucial at times, especially if you play reactive decks that can interact with your opponent. Showing that you might have an incapacitate without even having anything is very much a skill.
Yeah, exactly. And one of those funny things that I saw recently was on one of the tables, I'm not going to name any names, but they played a Quicksilver Grail, and they put a card on a Quicksilver Grail. But what they said was, yep, I'm going to get a Safeguard Amulet out of my material deck. I'm like, you don't have to tell me. You don't have to tell your opponent what you're putting under your Quicksilver Grail. It's like, Quicksilver Grail, and it's like, I'll get a Quicksilver, I'll get a Safeguard Amulet. Well, you know.
But that is indeed very funny. You think
those
it
things
was
happen.
a blunder?
No, it was a mind game, right? It was actually a nullifying lantern that he was getting. No, it wasn't actually. He actually got Safeguard Amulet. But it would have been pretty funny. Those are the mind games you can play. Oh, no, did I say out loud I got a Safeguard Amulet?
Oh,
whoopsie me.
What happened?
Sorry. Yeah. But no, it was pretty funny at the time. Yeah. I think the players are actually getting ready to go. So I think we're going to log into the game. Yep. They got the fist bump, and they're starting. Brian C is going
starting
first.
the game. Let's see if he has the strongest opener ever for a wind deck. Windmill Engineer into Reclaim.
Yep, would it be very nice to see. Yes, you can't really see the spirit too well because it's a blank spirit, but yes, the spirit of wind indeed. We see the Sadie come out.
It's the second best turn you can have as a Tristan player, having a Sadie.
Yep,
always save the card, right?
It's a reclaim on a body now because you can return it back to your hand and get that prep counter too.
Arguably, it might be even better at times because you start generating your preparation counters early on.
Get your engine online very fast. We saw 3 as a magic number. You know, you could get forward, try to go for those efficient level ups, but no. We just want to slice and we want to dice.
That is correct. You can even slice and dice as a spirit because slice and dice doesn't have any bonuses besides
no class
having
bonuses.
Used free preparation counters on activation.
Yep, we're still waiting for that one Genbu deck to run Slice and Dice with Tideholder Claymore. You know, that's going to come out one day. Nobody expects to gorge out Slice and Dice.
Maybe now everyone does.
Yes, now I think everyone expects it, but you know, it would have been spicy.
Toby with one of the stronger starts for a fractal deck here, with having 3 fractals for his turn.
Yeah, fractal refreshment into 2 insights, using the last insight to glimpse.
And he also used the ability of the fractal of refreshment to put down 2 cards underneath his deck.
Yep.
To get further into his deck to find cards that actually accelerate his game.
I wonder if out of habit if he put a Frostborn Paladin on the bottom. Like, oh wait, no, Dream Fairy's gone. I don't have to worry about that yet. That was last game, and the game before that.
Brian Brian going for the good old trusty backup charger. Let's see what he might be getting here. Is it even?
Oh, that was a flash. Might have been an Umbra card.
At least he has 2 mastermind schemes. So at some point, if you get your preparation counters up to 4, you are in for a treat
Yes.
with all that counter generation. And Brian also has another interesting card that not every wind deck is playing, Verdigris Decree. It is a card with multiple use cases,
Oh, yes.
especially against the fractal deck.
I believe Toby is still no, I don't want to say traumatized, but Toby still remembers vividly the unimbued vanilla Verdigris Decree just to destroy the dissonance fractal on turn 1. Like, he won't be forgetting that anytime soon.
There's an actual funny combination, rather strong combination you can do if you are in Brian's place right now. If your opponent has, for example, a Frostbound Paladin, you can buff up your Sadie to 4 attack, and that allows her to clear the Frost Zone and also remove 1 fractal with the same card.
Get the kill on the Frostborn Paladin, get the agility 3. Very spicy, very nice.
That is very good. It also is at times the 2 damage you need to close out the game, right?
Yes. It's incidental burn. It's sort of burn that Wind doesn't usually have access to.
It also amplifies suddenly the damage and triggering the agility for Sadie on 4 health allies. That is not what every opponent expects. at
Yes,
this game,
exactly.
right?
You're like, okay, you're gonna develop Sadie. Sadie's gonna die, but it's fine. You won't get the agility. It's like, nope, surprise. I'll still get the agility. Now we see perfect use of Sadie. Just like, hey, you know what? I'll return to hand. You don't have any interaction. Nothing to stop this. I'll just return to hand now while it's safe. I'm not going to risk any refracting missiles, and we're going to Verdigris Degree and just get one of your fractals, Toby. Stone face, poker faced. Not like showing stress. Maybe not too bad at the moment, but you never know.
The order here was also very interesting, right? Brian first attacked with Sadie to put 2 damage on, then got her back to his hand, and then just to be able to have more influence available during Tobias' turn.
Yep, exactly. I see him. I overheard them talking a little bit. I think Toby said something about this should be a certain card. I think he might have glimpsed incorrectly or mistaken which card went on top or bottom. Yeah, you hear him say, like, guess we'll have to make do with it. So it's all right. He's already sort of like in a little bit of hole, but he's okay. We still saw a distance fractal come in, so he's going to make do.
How many shimmering refractions did we see in his hand? I believe it was 1, right?
I remember seeing one vividly. I don't know how many more that he has.
1 burst of sun now.
One burst and 1 shimmering. This could already be in a good spot, actually.
He's for sure looking for a couple more fractals to put on the board, so that he can blow out Brian very quickly in a moment where he has no influence available.
Exactly. Right now, Brian with 2 cards in hand. But no, open just pass over. Going to Tristan level 1.
Hard leveling
Yep.
from memory, that is always a little bit feels bad, right?
Exactly. Using a failing breeze as well is not great. Losing one of your defensive tools is one of your kind of safe plays against Daltron if she does burst asunder very early. Yes, I see a burst asunder in Toby's hand as well. Very strong. Very similar to game plan last time. 2 prep counters now on Tristan as well. So a Sadie and return Sadie gives us a 3rd prep counter. And for the slice index, which I think I also see in Brian's hand.
I think Tobias is just waiting to use his backup charger for Brian's end phase, because he has, funnily enough, a Fracturize in hand. So first use the backup charger, get the power cell, use the Fracturize, level up with the Fracturize to get all the resources available and not losing any important cards.
Exactly, because using the Fracturize on the end step would then mean that the power cell wakes up, so you have an active power cell.
That is correct, and that is
beautiful
what
happens.
Use. You know what I just saw? I think I saw a second shimmering refraction in Tobias' hand.
Oh, wow.
It's just the Frostbind promo card.
That would be a lot of damage. Oh, yes, using the Fracturize on the end step as well, just to get that floating memory. Go to Delta level 1, and now game plan pseudo online. You got the 4 fractals, you have burst under and shimmering refractions. That's a lot of damage that we're going through very quickly.
That is indeed a lot of damage. He has, only with the Burst Asunder, 10 damage available right now.
The shimmering refractions and then coming for another 4 damage, I believe.
It is 4 damage, you are correct. It is 4.
Not quite lethal just
14,
yet.
but not enough
14,
yet.
14 not quite lethal yet.
But Tobias found another dissonant fractal, so that increases the amount of damage he can deal by 2. And let's see what he finds in the top 4 cards. Oh,
You're looking for a Zhangjiao. Refracting
Yeah.
Missile is also kind of nice.
he found both.
He found
actually.
Zhangjiao and Refracting Missile. This is exactly what you want to see.
Yeah. Does he have a way to just draw cards right now? I don't think so.
I'm not sure the deck main boards you get lost in thought potentially if you have floating in graveyard. Frostborn Paladin if you have floating in graveyard, but it doesn't have floating in graveyard just yet.
There is one fractal of intrusion. I forgot the card's name.
Fractal of Refreshment. Yes, you can put water cards in from memory revealed on the bottom, draw moon cards. So if you see you have water cards you don't really want to be using, but yes, we'll get the Zhangjiao.
Oh, he had
a
one in
Zhangjiao in
hand.
hand already, so he's going to start.
Okay, that is good enough, I guess.
That is great to see on his part.
So what Tobias probably is hoping right now that he doesn't die in Brian's follow-up turn and that Brian expends a few resources so he can possibly frostbind the incapacitate attempt
Yep.
on his best Xander.
On top of that, as well, with the Shimmering Refractions in memory, he could, at the end of Brian's turn, activate Daochan's ability to play that Shimmering Refractions from memory, dealing currently 5 damage to Brian.
I can see a line where Tobias uses the refracting missile first, puts down a shimmering refractions in his memory, just to use it during Brian's end step.
Yep. And then you
That
get the
would-
Refracting Missile 6 damage, Shimmering for another 5 damage, that's
11.
damage, and the Burst Thunder comes in for 10 more damage, that's 21 damage. 22, 23 even, because Burst Thunder has 2 by itself.
You are correct. That is quite quickly a lot of damage.
That's 23, that is lethal even on level 2 Tristan.
Let's see what Brian chooses to do. Does he? Oh,
Goes
he
for the Safeguard
respects
Amulet.
the burst of sun.
Immediately, once it comes down, Toby look at his hand like, do I have an answer for this right now? Like the immediate response, looking at the hand, like, can I deal with this amulet now? He's probably going to be doing the Refracting Missile and Shimmering in response to the activation of the Safeguard Amulet.
He probably just wants to put a lot of pressure onto Brian with the combination of refracting missile and shimmering refraction, so that maybe even some allies posing a lethal threat for Brian here.
Exactly, because then
And
now if
forcing
he's low
him
on health,
into leveling up. Exactly.
yeah, and because if he's low on health, he can't play out his allies because then he needs to still keep cards to stop himself from dying. Now, are we going to see a Shimmering Refractions from memory? Not sure yet.
Shimmering refractions from memory is also a way to cycle the cards,
Yep, because when played from memory, it does draw you a card as well.
but only if you use Diaochan's
Yes.
ability.
Only if, yes, that's a very good spot.
What is Brian trying to do here? He seems to very hard thinking for what he's
I think he's debating the dungeon guide.
dungeon guide into
We look at the Sadie.
Sadie for the agility trigger.
So
on
Sadie for the agility
Zhang Zhao.
trigger. That is very well spotted. Gets the agility on Zhangjiao. We'll get another prep counter. Going to 4 prep counters at the end of turn. Next turn, he can level up and get the 2 cards off of Tristan, dungeon guide into level 3 as well. And then have his Umbra plant online, gain a lot of health. We see a Shimmering Refraction at the end of the turn, seeing if Brian wants to use the amulet, the Safeguard Amulet now, and stop the damage, or if he'll take the 5 and then Toby can find an answer next turn.
That is an interesting line of play. I didn't think about because first you put on the pressure with the refracting missile, right?
Yeah.
And then you just weigh what your opponent does. If he doesn't do anything, you might just do the shimmering refractions at the end of a turn just to bait out the use of the safeguard amulet.
Exactly, and Brian now contemplating like, wait, if I don't stop this, am I dead? What can I do here? Because I guess if he had another refracting missile in hand, that'd be another 11 damage coming through. Another 7 from the 6 from the refracting missile. Doesn't kill him just yet, though, so I guess he just takes it.
I'm curious to see what Tobias just got for his draw there. And what he materializes now. Is he going for more card draw?
He might get the Scepter again. The Scepter could be nice to get 2 more Glimmer counters onto Daochan. Scepter of Fascination, because he doesn't play to level 2, which means that he cannot get any more Glimmer counters. Scepter of Fascination does have the on-banish Wake Up Champion up to 2 Glimmer counters on it. And he does have the floating in graveyard now from the Refracting Missile, so he can play that card, draw a card, and get that ability as well.
As we both know, Tobias has another Shimmering Refractions, so if he can put down 2 more Fractals this turn and get out the Scepter, he might have lethal in multiple attempts for either
Yes.
Burst Asunder and the Shimmering Refractions
That's-
during Brian's materialization phase.
That's very
right?
true. Oh, we see the Quicksilver Grail.
Hmm.
What would you be putting on the Quicksilver Grail here?
That is a good question. I'm not sure actually. Sometimes people like to use the Scepter of Fascination and put it underneath it.
Keeps
So
it safe. Maybe the Crystalline Mirror as well.
it could be.
So
The
like
Crystalline Mirror in response to force the
the force the Safeguard Amulet being popped.
That makes sense. Let's see what he's trying to do. He has floating memory. He has a Froststone Paladin. I think the answer is very easy here. It is a Froststone
Here's the Froststone Paladin. Does a Brian C have a Dream Fairy ready?
It might just be a dream coming true.
Yep.
The free damage is also the amount he kind of needs to push the Shimmering Refractions during Brian's turn for lethal.
Yep.
Somewhat.
Really just try and get that game through. Because like with 3 damage on the board, that would be putting him at 15. Then the Shimmering Fractions and Burst Under, almost everything is lethal at that point. I believe we also thought he had a Zheng Jiao in the top of his deck.
Maybe we just didn't see it properly. Yeah, but we get another chance to look at his top 4 cards. Or maybe not.
Maybe not. If he brings him off camera.
There's at least one glimmering
There's
refusal.
one Glimmering Refusal in
underneath.
there. Very nice. Good card to have.
If there's a Scepter of Fascination underneath a Grail, you can have a very interesting chain of cards being
Yep.
played there.
You have very quick extra card draw whenever you need it.
And maybe that is exactly the reason why there's a Scepter of Fascination underneath this Grail, right?
Yeah. Fast speed, drawing a card is always very handy in this game.
Drawing cards is always handy, especially if you know what you're going to be drawing,
Exactly.
right?
Exactly. I could have my fate in the heart of the cards, or I could just know what my cards are.
No faith needed if you have knowledge.
No fate, exactly. I'm just looking at my cards like, hey, I know exactly what these are. Right, reserving 2 Fractals to play Burst Asunder,
That's the
forcing the use of the Safeguard Amulet, which probably hints at the potential for a second Burst Asunder in hand.
Let's see. Brian also has a lot of influence up. That means he could use possible incapacitates here, just to save the safeguard.
Opposite just use the Safeguard now. Let's resolve, then proceeds to say, you know what, no Burst Asunder.
Nothing happened.
Toby's probably thinking, do I try a second one now?
3 into the champion. That makes basically every fast speed damage spell
Yep.
lethal here. for that beta.
Refracting, Missile, Shimmering, Refraction. All scary, all very scary.
Ooh, getting the Sadie back to hand. Let's see.
Yep, gets the 4th pep counter. We knew he was going to be level 2 because he has access to Dungeon Guide now as well.
Paying 2 for the level up and seeing if Tobias wants to do anything in response to the materialization.
Yep. Paying 2 is not the worst because he does get to draw 2 cards up because of the 4 pep counters, which is pretty nice.
Especially with Sadie's ability, you get to choose what you put down, right?
Exactly. He chose his 2 worst cards, put them down to return Sadie to hand, banish those 2 exact cards. It's almost as good as Floating Memory in that case.
But only almost.
Only almost. Floating Memory is targeted banishment for your level up.
Ooh,
Shimmering Reflections
Shimmering
in
Refractions.
response.
Let's see.
We see the incapacitate coming
it
out.
happens like that, I see.
He gets incapacitated.
So, that makes me very curious what Tobias has underneath the Grail. Oh, I guess with not enough resources available, drawing the negate in the Glimmering Refusal is not that important right now.
Goes for a Terraforming in Recollection. Yeah, very smart, very smart. You know, so they don't see it coming, they don't expect it.
That lowers the amount of damage that Brian can put onto over here quite a bit.
Exactly. And now we see the Dungeon Guide as well in hand. So is he going to opt to go to level 3? Not only for Umbra, but also for just that little bit of extra health as well.
I think playing the Dungeon Guide here would be very preferred, just to get more leverage for the game and also putting even more pressure in the follow-up turns.
Exactly. And
with
we also
the
have the mastermind scheme
shadows.
too. Yes, exactly. Yes, you're entirely right.
The shadows and the shadow claw, if you can protect those cards, they are very deadly for decks that don't tend to have a big health pool and recover a lot. And the Arcshine certainly is not a very recoverable heavy deck, and
Exactly.
it also doesn't go up to level 3. So
We see Tristan coming down now as well.
good old trusty Shadow Dancer with getting another preparation counter and 2 tokens.
The ominous shadows. They're very spooky.
They are for sure very spooky.
Yes. Those ominous shadows are very handy for preventing damage, but mostly preventing attack damage, which in this situation may not be the most relevant.
So
from-
Tobias has a 1 card in hand. I guess Brian is a little bit short on influence to close out the game here with a Shadow Strike that he has in his hand already.
Yep, does have it in hand. Needs a bit more prep counters, but we do know he has 1 mastermind scheme left. I believe 1 was banished on leveling up to level 2, and he had 2 in hand.
Okay, Wind Bauble to get more cards.
Even more
always
card draw.
good.
Drawing cards is always good.
Let's see how Tobias wants to proceed the game. Getting the Burst Asunder out again. Brian?
Another Berserker. Do you have another Incapacitate? Do you have a way to prevent it? Really asking that question.
It is 12 damage. It is actually 5 fractals, 6 fractals, 12, 14 damage that
14.
this Burst Asunder proposes here to Brian. So, you
I
can't
think-
really afford to take that.
No,
much,
exactly.
right?
We see the Incapacitate in hand. He's going to probably keep the Shadow Strike in hand and put the other 2 cards down, the Sati and another card down into memory. Oh, Fairy Whispers.
You probably want to. I'm not 100% sure. There are different lines you can take this with. First, you activate Fairy Whispers to see if you maybe get a Veiling Breeze, so you don't have to use the Incapacitate here.
Yep. And we see the Glimmering Refusal on the
And that
Incapacitate.
closes out
Cannot
the
pay
game.
for it. That closes game 1. Toby, finally a win against the Tristan deck. Did not see the slice and dice. Very happy. You see the smile on his face. He's like, you know what? We got to win finally. We got it. Going into game 2.
I'm very excited to see what the players will bring in for the sideboard. Brian for sure might just add a couple more disenchants here.
Yep. Censor. No, probably not
Oh,
censor.
I
2
just-
disenchants, yes.
I looked at the wrong deck. It is actually Tobias who has disenchants.
Oh, Tobias has this chance. So Brian has.
Brian will bring in the Mystic Purifiers for sure.
Yes.
Reclaiming those is so strong.
Yep. There's also another Scatter Essence in sideboard as well. That's definitely
And
going to be coming in.
The annual spell against
A
this deck
null spell as
that
well.
is very strong.
That's very good.
What does Tobias have here? Probably Staggering Strikes for sure.
Yes, the staggering strike's coming in. You don't want Tristan to build up those counters. You don't want to be in slice and dice range. Very scary. Fast cures might be coming in because, again, goes low on influence early in the game with the fractals. Uses those fractals to pay for fast cure, get the floating memory for the easy level up, and maybe for the Scepter Fascination.
Yeah.
Also recovers for each
Recovering
fast cure.
within the Slice and Dice attack, the different attacks might also be a thing that can save you potentially, because recovering 4 is a lot actually. It's
Exactly.
almost 1/3 of your base health.
Yes,
right?
it brings you back out of the slice and dice range if you're within it. It's very good, safe way to play. It looks pretty nice. I think we've seen Toby's sideboard to maybe less success in the last match, but he's come back. He knows what he's doing.
It's very interesting to see that those players are actually talking with each other during the sideboarding process, right?
Yeah.
That is a lot of camaraderie we have here in this game of Grand Archive, and it is just one thing that shows how close the community actually is with each other, right?
That is something that I do love to see. Even last game when Toby did get blown up quite a bit, he was still laughing with his opponent afterwards. They're still having a good time. Yeah, sure. It's open decklist. Where are you gonna hide, right?
Yeah.
But no, they're just having good. They're just chilling. They're playing the game. Like, yes, this is nationals. They've earned the right to be here. But they made day 2. They've gotten their beautiful Sword of Seekings, and now they're just here to play some games.
Yes, you are so correct. Having this friendly relationship between those two players and all the players in general is something that I personally like a lot about the community.
Yeah, exactly. And not even just in the top 8. Like the regionals as well are all pretty good. Yeah. And I think they're gonna be. Shoveling up. They're playing their game soon. They're going to be pretty okay.
Did you also notice that a lot of players are running around with those small notepads?
Yes. They're very nice to see. Yeah, sure. You're allowed. Some people do use their like dice or life tracking. The beautiful Ascent dice. Some people use the. Some people use their life trackers, but the pads are very nice.
It is very interesting to me because the notepad is very reusable. You can keep track of how the life totals change during the whole game, and even during multiple games if you are playing
Yep.
low elf LRM champions. So
And then honestly, as someone who like sometimes judges, like there are often conflicts between players between life totals. It's always good to see like sometimes, hey, we can track life totals, we can look through the graveyards and see what happens.
we got a small update in regards to the win and in. It is that if one other match has a win, it is Ray for this matter, that Brian and Tobias are the winner of this game is guaranteed into top 8 if Ray's opponent wins, however. No one of those both players we have on stream right now might make it.
Right, that's true because Ray is already above these players, I believe, in standings. If he wins, he's guaranteed to qualify. And if a Kiski loses, if a Kiski wins, he might actually pass these two in standings.
As we I suggest we go back to our game here, since Brian already started very strong with a black market broker, putting one preparation counter on and making it possible to get early on a slice and dice. And I bet Tobias is already fearing this, right?
Yep. Wait. Oh, I see the GCR in Ray. I was wondering who went first. Brian did decide to go first, choosing to play the Black Market Broker and also gain the Grand Crusader ring, getting that card draw influence up, and going higher influence Windmill Engineer again, maintaining influence, putting pressure on board.
We already see one of the sideboard cards in Brian's hand. It is the deflecting edge to negate basically the attack of the staggering strike that Tobias might have sideboarded in, just
Right.
to remove those preparation counters. Brian seems to be very in on those preparation counters and the slice and dice game plan here.
Yep, Brian
that
really
matter.
does want really wants those preparation counters. Really just wants to make sure they don't go anywhere because they're very scary if they do.
Yeah, it hinders the deck that Brian plays by quite a lot. If you need to delay your level up turns from 1 to 2 to 3, it takes so much time and damage out of your resource game here. So
Exactly, because
you
a lot
wanna
of the
make
cards.
sure that you can do that.
Oh yes, no, that's true. Because a lot of the cards that do generate preparation counters are not as efficient damage-wise. Sure, Sadie does 2 damage, and you can bring it back with the agility. The agility makes it very efficient. Surveil the Winds replaces itself, and that's very nice in itself, but also does not deal damage. You see the refracting missile come down now.
The refracting missile on the windmill engineer in response to the reclaim.
Yep.
Tobias is saying, nope, you can have the floating, but not the windmill. No more value generation for you,
No
sir.
more cards. No more cards. No. I get to draw the cards. You do not get to draw any cards. You have enough cards in your hand.
Is there actually enough cards in your hand?
Yeah, there's never enough cards in your hand. You see
If
Tristan
you-
coming out now as well.
If you have 20 influence, it's not enough, right?
Scatter Essence coming down. Is there a negate? Tobias goes like, oh, okay, I
Yeah.
guess I'll lose my unstable fractal. We see
Hey.
the scoff. It's great. I love to see the emotions of these players.
What I personally like to do at times, if I have a floating memory and 2 preparation counters on my level 1 Tristan, that I just level up to 2 to draw 1 card because I only lose 1 card, right? That
That's
is
true.
one of the strong things. And
It's still an efficient level up. It's very similar to the Xander level up where when Xander goes to level 2, he can bring a card back from his hand. And we know that Xander is also quite a good level up. even if you only go down one card.
He does it very efficiently. Tobias struggles to find all his fractals here. That is a very rough. That is a very rough
Yeah.
spot here, especially with multiple Zhang Zhaos in your hand. You
Oh yes,
can't
we see the
draw
Zhang
cards
Zhaos and they
with
can't
them.
draw those extra cards.
What you can do with 2 fractals and a Quicksilver Grail is that you enable 1 Zhang Zhao draw, because when you activate Zhang Zhao with 2 fractals and 1 card in memory, you then pop the Quicksilver Grail to get up the Scepter of Fascination to remove the card from your memory
Yep.
and still go even for that.
And still
then you
have
get
no
to draw
cards.
2 cards.
Very nice. We see the Frostbind on the Surveiller Winds because I had to use these cards somehow, and I'm not giving you more card advantage.
You are correct. Negating the draws and the preparation counter might be what Tobias needs to do here right now to prolong the game until he can manage to catch up on the fractals here.
Exactly. However, this does seem to be a polar opposite of the previous game. They are going very fast. We see when Resident Bubble really trying to find just another fractal or something he can play.
A Fracturize is already a start, so basically getting 1 fractal on board.
Floating memory and a fractal, always nice to see. I don't see a Dungeon Guide in Brian's hand, so he will go level 2. We're not sure if he'll go level 3 this turn.
The burst Xander Tobias has there is not what he really wants. And
Yes,
I
there's-
believe he has
He has.
multiple refracting missiles.
Yes.
Do I see that correct?
He also has a Fractal of Refreshment, which can come in very handy now. It'll bottom up to 3 water cards and allow him to draw 3 cards, which may lead him into more fractals.
Fractal of Refreshment do not show your opponent too many of.
Bottoming 2 Burst Ascenders.
So, does that mean he has a third one? Probably,
That probably
right?
means he has a third one in hand. He's like, I'm not going to get rid of 2 of them if I don't have a
I
third
saw
one.
cards that look very similar, 3 of them. So, that might just have been it. He has one. Oh.
He still has another
And-
Burst Ascender.
As soon as he gets to establish multiple fractals here, I think he's in a very good spot.
But that is essentially telling Brian, I have a burst, at least one more Burst Ascender in my hand.
That was for sure, I tell you. And is he thinking about just activating a Zhang Zhao to recover here?
I think it's definitely a possibility, but he's no. If he activates Zheng Zhao to recover here, I think he feels that he's not going to win this game in the long run. It's a good short-term method, but then he needs to still close out the game somehow. Vertiger's Degree, blowing up the fractal again. I think there was a glimmering refusal that we saw earlier. Might
This
come
is
out now.
so strong. Because right now, wow,
Refracting
thi-
missile on the Black Market
this
Broker.
is a very crazy turn of events. So Brian chooses to activate the Vertiger's Decree here with his 2 modes imbued available of suppressing an ally, choosing his Black Market Broker, and destroying one of Tobias' fractals here. And Tobias says, well, if you do that, I might as well just
Yeah.
remove the Black Market Broker here from the board.
Might as well remove it myself. Don't let you get another prep counter.
Putting on a band-aid on the bleeding.
Yep,
Yeah.
exactly. Banishing 1 card from memory and 1 floating memory to draw 2 cards off of Tristan level 2. We'll draw the 3rd card for turn. I don't see a Dungeon Guide, so probably stay in level 2 this turn.
That might be it, and I think Turbo Charge. That
Turbo
might
Charge
just
is
lead up
great.
to Brian next to materializing a backup charger with getting the influence running and the
Yep.
power set he needs.
That hand is growing even bigger and even bigger. It ups to just pass turn, get a 5th prep counter.
That also enables him to draw from the Windwalker boots. So
Yes.
he is increasing his influence with every turn by almost 2 cards right now.
Scepter of Fascination coming out for free, well, cost for 1 less with the floating memory. So it comes out for 0, essentially, drawing him a card.
Let's see if Toby could find a fractal. Oh, he found a staggering strike. Shimmering fractions, 1 Zhang Zhao. Is it 1 Burst of Thunder? Is it another refracting missile? It should be, right?
Yep. I know we've had the running joke with Clem that the Zheng Zhao is just a worse windmill engineer, but if that was a windmill engineer, I would have drawn a card by now.
You are correct. There's also no way for a water deck to reclaim those Zhang Zhaos, right?
No, very true.
Might just add the Imperial Seal to get to play the.
Oh yeah,
Yes, I
add
reclaim.
Imperial Seal just to play reclaims. That is
That is the play.
that's the real tech now. Staggering Strike coming in. Do we have protection on Brian's side?
Brian has protection with
Plays
the
Deflecting Edge.
the deflecting edge, saying nope.
Nope.
Not happening
I'm
here
keeping
right
my
now.
prep counters. One more Fractal coming out. Fractal of Insight. Is he going to have it interested to glimpse? He will glimpse. He needs to find a Fractal. You see a Lost Thought. Both those.
He keeps both cards on top for now.
Checking out what
check-
floating he has. Can the Lost Thought draw more cards?
and what other options he has available. It might just end up.
Puts the Lost
In a-
Thought on the bottom.
He might just end up in a place where he uses a Shimmering Refractions for 2 damage with his Dialkshan's hero ability.
Just to draw another card.
Yeah.
Just to get something. Back up.
That is a place when you know that you are kinda cooked for
You're
that
kind of
battle.
cooked, yeah. Backup treasure coming down. Getting that power cell, drawing card memory. And then recollecting, probably going to play that turbocharge after drawing. Draws a card for turn. Probably going to see a turbocharge now. Draw 2 more cards. That influences 1,
It is a lot. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 right now.
9.
Brian is sitting at 9 influence. Might just use 3 more.
turbocharge
the
will go up to
turbocharge to-
10. Oh, wow.
Drawing
cards.
cards is always good, especially if it is drawing 2 more cards, right?
Yes, turbocharge. Oh, man, what does turbocharge do?
It allows you to draw 2 more cards from your deck.
And add them to your hand. I would love to see it. Wimbledon Engineer coming in imbued, drawing 1 card memory.
You know what the card did? It drew a
It
card.
drew a card.
It
take-
is almost like a theme in this
Exactly.
system deck.
Take that, Jang Zhao. You haven't drawn any cards yet this game. I've drawn a lot more than you have.
And Brian sitting at 6 preparation counters.
I think
It
that's
is-
another in-cap in hand as well.
He's basically just waiting to draw one of his win conditions and materialize accordingly to it.
Exactly. He's just in full control mode right now. Shame Refraction at the end of Brian's turn.
2 damage to Brian. I think the most important part here is that he gets to draw another card into his
Yeah,
memory
exactly.
deck.
I just need more cards. I need to see my fractals. He shuffled all his fractals to the bottom half of his deck.
Is the count of the Glimmer count? I was about to say if the count of the Glimmer counters is accurate here. And it seems like I followed through correctly. It was not.
Yep. 2 go cards removed. Only enough for 1 more 2 cost or less reaction.
There are not many very useful cards right now for Tobias in his material deck that he can bring out.
Not really, no.
It might just be a Tariff Ring here, right?
Yep. Or
Oh.
Nullifying Lantern. Yeah, Nullifying Lantern is great.
The
Stops the Nullifying
nullifying
Breezes.
mirror.
Nullifying Mirror, yes.
No more decrease mirrors, veiling breezes.
No more imbuing.
That is very good. It seems like Brian wants to do something in response to that.
He wants to imbue a Vertex Tree just to send a message.
Maybe he feels pressured to actually activate a veiling breeze of some sort, so that he doesn't have to fear a very explosive turn with multiple fractals.
Playing the 1 Valiant Breeze now just to be safe. Toby was like,
Ah.
yep, go for it. I wasn't going to burst anything anyways. I have 2 fractals on the board. I can do 6 damage.
That is something that you always have to make sure of if you are playing a deck that wants to play a somewhat longer game than those fractal decks, right? Because if you suddenly put out 3 fractals on the board, then 1 refracting missile and 1 burst of thunder, the game is just over like
Yep,
that.
that's very true.
That is very big
s-
numbers of damage, very
Was this
swiftly
the
presented.
3rd or 4th distant fractal we've seen in this game?
I think this is actually the 2nd one in this game.
Oh, the
but
second
since the games are so quick, there is no
Yeah, they go by
doubt that
fast. They go by
it
fast.
feels like it's the same, right?
Yep, exactly.
Because game 1 also just ended in a snap, right?
Yes.
Tobias played a couple fractals and then whoop.
Boom, out of nowhere, more damage. And it's,
There you
actually, yeah, it still could happen. You can use those fractals to pay for more fractals.
Yeah.
And then, so the Veiling Breeze, very, very smart move, just preemptively like, hey, there is a risk that I could lose now. So I'm going to just I'm not going to give you any outs. I'm going to try and be as safe as I can.
There's like 2 types of players that get out the nullifying mirror. Those who have lethal and want to secure it, or those who want to scare your opponent and make him afraid of you having it.
Exactly.
And this time Tobias was the second one. So he made Brian afraid of, oh, he might have it.
He might have it.
Let's be careful.
Lost in thought for 1. Draws a card. Now we're starting to see more of the fractals.
Ooh. Is he presenting more fractals, or is he just counting? Oh, a fractal of snow, a burst of thunder, 2 shimmerings.
Fractal snow doesn't seem too bad.
Yeah, just getting more fractals out.
Opting for the recover on the Zhangjiao. I
That is
need some healing. I need healing.
Is it actually the healing? He might just have wanted to put down cards in his memory right now to make Brian afraid of. He might have something there that he actually has.
Stifling Trap doing his job, preventing the on-enter effect and killing the Zhangjiao. Not a bad move as well. Also, by Toby, eliminates 1 Stifling Trap from Brian's hand.
This is very interesting. There's 2 lines of play that you could have done, right, with the Stifling Trap on the Zhangjiao. Because if you are afraid of the healing, right, you want to make sure that you can present the damage very shortly. So that your opponent, in this case Tobias, doesn't get enough damage sources in his hand to play them. And it seems like Brian just wants to do that here.
We see 5 trap counters now on the level 3 Tristan Shadow Dancer. Those Ominous Shadows can attack any target that Tristan Shadow Dancer herself attacks.
With the Shadow Claw that you can get out for
free
during your main phase as an
more
activation
damage.
with 4 preparation counters on your champion. That is a very strong combination. That is also what usually happens if you level up into Shadow Dancer. You get out the Shadow Claw and deal 5 damage to your opponent.
That was 5 damage right on the spot. Brian's still with a full hand.
Putting all those juicy damage counters on the opposing champion. That is so strong.
Absolutely tasty.
The Shadow Claw by itself with the 2 Ominous Shadow tokens is about, is it 13 damage? It should be 13 damage in total over the course of 3 turns. You attack 3 times with the Shadow Claw and 4 times with 2 Shadow tokens for 2 and 2 times with the Ominous Shadow tokens for 1 damage.
I think you're right. I will take your word on that math for that. Tristan math is not my strong suit.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah. Leave it for the brain. You know, math is for the blockers.
Zhang Zhao now trying to draw 2 more cards from his deck.
We see another Stifling Trap. There is a second Stifling Trap.
Okay.
Oh, the Zhangjiao still has drawn less cards than Wimbledon in this game.
I think what Tobias is trying to do is to bait out influence from his opponent here so that he can get into a spot where he might threaten lethal.
That's a very good plan.
That is also why he materialized the Tariff Ring here, so he can use it during Brian's next turn. To
use it to buy a turn.
You are so correct on that one.
Opting to use Fractal of Insight to glimpse 2.
Fracturize and probably nothing important here because he puts it to the bottom right now.
Goes just past the turn. Maintains cards in hands for interaction. Doesn't play that Fractal.
Showing your opponent that you have 3 cards in hand, right, means that you might have a Frostbind and also a Glimmering Refusal.
Exactly. Plus the 2
glimmer counters.
The 2 glimmer counters also threaten interaction as well.
That is correct. So Brian has possibly to play around.
Oh, we see the shimmering refraction come out now.
Yeah, you are correct. Drawing 1 more card into his memory to fix this state, maybe.
Yep. Unfortunately, unlike the previous game, this board state and game state does not require Brian to pop his safeguard amulet.
You are correct. It is very tough for Tobias here to come back to put enough damage counters on Tristan here to force a activation of the safeguard here for his damage sources.
Yes.
I'm not sure if he can even do that.
Last game, we saw the Terrafring put under Quicksilver Grail. This game, Terrafring and Terrafring and Scepter have both been used. So what do you think is under the safeguard now? Crystalline Mirror, maybe?
It might be just the mirror to force interaction during Brian's end phase, so that Tobias can threaten lethal.
Yep. You see a Scatter Essence coming from in Brian C's hand.
The thing with Brian and protecting himself, the Shadow Strike prepared for 5, I believe. That is 9 damage here. And a Glimmering Refusal on the Shadow Strike, followed up from an
Incapacitated,
Incapacitate
Glimmering
from
Refusal.
Brian.
All right, going to game 3, 18 minutes left on the clock.
That closed out the game very quickly for Brian, as he was in a position where he found actually his game-ending card. What usually is a struggle with the Tristan deck is to find your win condition if you are ready for it, and even though the deck has a lot of cycle and glimpse, you struggle at times a bit here.
Yeah, because there are only 3 Shadow Strikes in deck. So those Shadow Strikes need to be found at some point. And so, like, he had a very good loop set up where he could play defensively and remove threats, still threaten damage on board, so that Tobias couldn't just, do whatever he wanted. And while he was threatening damage and sort of, like, looking through his deck, he was just buying himself some time enough to find that Shadow Strike and go for lethal.
Another win condition is for Tristan always an early slice and dice, prepared with like a couple allies that bully your opponent a bit.
Oh yes, you don't have to worry about Toby. He's very aware of slice and dice.
How come?
Oh, I past experiences. Some more spicy nostalgia.
I have a feeling I know where part of the spicy nostalgia comes from.
Yeah.
Maybe I did this a couple times at local stream too.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Yes, having one of your local only streams is always fun to watch. Well, if we're lucky, hopefully, if you're lucky, Toby wins this game and you can have a talk with him. And if we have time for that, that'd be very nice to see.
Maybe.
Brian as well, just putting on the good fight. Coming in Europe as well, just one of the 4 NA players in the top 12, day 2 of this event. Good showing around by both these players. It looks amazing to see.
Yeah. So Tobias did probably choose to go first, getting out the good old Spirit of Water here.
Oh, yes. Brian C went first for the first 2 games. Yes, Brian C did go first 2 games.
And again, we have a lot of camaraderie here between those 2 players. It is so refreshing to see. This looks like a very slow start for Tobias here.
We have a fun
fractals.
little update. So some of the other games that have been going on in the background have concluded. One of the key players who needed to win to secure top 8 place did not win the game. So 20 points is now the threshold for top 8. If either of these players win and they are in the top 8, if it's a tie, it's a gamble. They might be in, they might not be in. So they both really still need to win this game.
I guess it is not only a game against your opponent, but against the clock now too. So
Yeah,
get on
indeed.
your running shoes, my friends.
Exactly. Slice and dice them real quick.
It could also be a combination of some missiles and some shiny lights, right?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Since the Spirit only has 15 health, with 4 fractals, you are already pretty good looking here.
Oh, yeah. Wow. That's a good start. Fractal Rain. Very nice.
Brian with another Sadie in hand. I believe a Deflecting Edge. Is it a Black Market Broker? It probably is.
I think it's a
right?
Black Market Broker as well. I'm not seeing... I think I see a Windmill Engineer too. It's
he might
hiding.
just
Oh, no, that's for the wins.
He might just have my personal favorite line as a second player here for his first turn. Black Market Broker into Reclaim, into Leveling Up, into Black Market Broker.
That sounds deadly. That's 2 prep counters. That's a level 1 Tristan. That's a floating memory. That's very good.
It might also just be Black Market Broker into Sadie and then let's go.
And just go to town. Just start hammering away.
Hammering away indeed. Brian's still debating on how he want to approach this game now with the opening hand, and it is the Black Market
It is
Broker.
Black Market Broker. Again, that prep counter. No stealth yet. Attacking for 2.
2 damage. That means 13 damage counters left to be put on
Yep.
on your opponent's champion.
And he kept the reclaim, just like you called it. Very good shot.
It might just be, oh, now my opponent has no resources available. Might as well just reclaim, right?
Take this reclaim while I have a chance. Don't give you a chance to negate it. Another Dissonant Fractal in hand.
The interesting part is that if Tobias has resources available and might throw a refracting missile at the black market broker, there is no target to reclaim.
Yep. Tobias goes to rest the Dissonant Fractal. It doesn't have reserve just yet. He needs to rest the Fractal Rain first before the Dissonant is online. But now playing the second Dissonant Fractal, now both of them are online indeed.
If you play enough Dissonant Fractal, they activate themselves
They'll
anyway,
activate
right?
each other. Very true.
Very strong and very interesting card. I first read it and was like, that doesn't look good.
Third Dissonant Fractal. they turned each other on. Don't take that out of context.
There is no context to be taken out
Yeah,
of.
exactly.
We are just talking about funny looking cards, right?
Yeah.
It is a
They're just
shiny thing.
Shiny rocks.
yeah, shiny rocks indeed. The very important question to me here is, does Toby find a Burster Sunday here to throw it around Brian in the next couple turns?
Versus Thunder already does 10 damage. That's
it
crazy.
is 10 damage, and he has a Shimmering Refractions in hand too. So
A Burst of Thunder now and a Shimmering Fractions on your opponent's turn? Oh, no, he'd have to be down to level 1 for that. To have it from memory.
if you have enough influence available, you can just hard play both cards, right?
You could just hard play both cards.
If you have enough fractals on board, you just activate Burst Thunder with the normal influence cost of 4.
Yep.
Reserve cost, rather. And then it just happens, because Brian has only 1 card in hand right
Brian
now.
just kills him. But no, Brian not dead yet.
Yeah, he had to take his chances here, because there is a world where he might just have lost the game at this point.
That's true. If there was a fourth Dissonant Fractal.
You kinda need to have 7 fractals, if I'm not too mistaken, or some other damage source available. Otherwise, you can't
Yeah,
reach.
it wouldn't
50
happen again.
damage.
It wouldn't have happened yet.
But it is very scary. 4 fractals is a lot. This is 10 damage with 1 card.
Yes. Toby has also glimpsed nearly 12 cards now. Like, if you've bought all of them. We see a Zhangzhou as well. This is a lot of premium card selection, being able to really sculpt the top of your deck and then draw extra cards.
Zhangzhou probably going to be drawing 2 cards next turn. And did we see a Fracturize in his hand? No, right?
I don't think I saw Fracturize yet. Scatter Essence on one of them.
Scatter Essence. Would you consider Glimmering Refuseling it here?
I might attempt to negate this because Glimmering Refusal does require Brian to pay 4. And in case he has another Scatter Essence in hand, it then requires him to. It then only allows him to, destroy 1 Fantasia.
To be
Having
honest,
3 online
choose
still
to
okay.
pass on the negate here, because probably Brian has just too many cards right now in hand to pay for the Glimmering Refusal, actually.
However, that negate, the Glimmering Refusal, would also mean the end of Brian's turn.
If he pays for it.
Yes, if he pays
You
for
can
it.
also just say, no, I'm good.
Yeah.
The interesting part here is that if you negate the Scatter Essence, you also rob your opponent of 1 floating memory.
Yes, that's also a very good point. I think Toby, if he was a Refracting Missile, no.
If you negate the Scatter Essence here, right, and you as Brian decide not to pay for the cost, that means you probably don't want to go for a Slice and Dice attempt here.
Yep.
Because then you can't get out the Assassin's Ripper with the floating memory and need to pay influence from your memory. That is not what you want to do, actually.
That's a very good shout.
We are still in Brian's end phase, and Tobias uses the Shimmering Refraction here just to put on damage.
Chooses to banish that card.
Chill to the bones, if I'm
Yes.
not too
Yeah,
mistaken.
chooses
right?
to banish Chill to the Bone to get a level up on Diao-chan, turning on the cost reduction on Burst Thunder. I see a Refracting Missile as well. So we're going to see Zhangzhou draw 2 cards here, I think.
Yeah, that is for sure what we're gonna see here. And is Brian able to play a Stifling Trap here? He might just start looking for it with the Furry Whispers.
Yep, he's
Right
gonna
now.
dig for Cycling Trap. He wants to find it. I see a Dungeon Guide, a Shadow Strike, and a
that-
Sadi.
That you see what the biggest issue here is?
There's no wind in those cards.
He is
Do you
missing
gamble?
the wind.
Do you gamble and put them all on the bottom and try and get a wind guard?
There are some cards that are pretty good that you actually don't want to gamble on, right? The
yeah.
Dungeon Guide
you don't
and
wanna
the
lose
Penumbra
those.
Walls are cards you might want to keep here, even though you -1 for that.
I probably would bottom the Penumbra Waltz.
Mm.
No, chooses to keep Penumbra Waltz on
Oh.
top.
He chooses to keep the Dungeon Guide on top and the walls.
Yes, very nice. Dungeon Guide for sure, 'cause then it gets him level 3.
That
Come
might
job,
just give him level 3 and more of an effective health pool to stay alive.
The 4th Dissonant Fractal.
To be finding all the card draws.
I see a Fractal inside in the glimpse as well.
Fractal of it. There are probably multiple fractals right now.
Yeah, there's probably loads. He's gone through so much of his deck. He's glimpsed at least, at most 16 cards now. He's drawn 2 extra cards. That's 18 extra cards of his deck that he's seen or been through. Really premium card selection on Dachan's part here.
And putting 1 damage on Brian here with the Xander.
With the Jingo, that 1 damage, yes.
We should not underestimate how much 1 damage each turn can be in the process of a long game, right? And especially every 2 attacks of Jiangzhao that connect reduce the amount of fractals you need to kill your opponent
Yep.
by 1.
That's 1 less Fractal you need on the field for Burst Asunder.
That is correct. Drawing a card. Brian leveling up just to get more health here, and you think he's going for level 3 here. I'm not super sure.
He kept the Dungeon Guide on top, so I think he is going for level 3.
Hmm.
It is a little bit risky though, because then it costs him 3 cards. It costs him quite a few cards from hand.
It
4
looks
cards
like
from hand.
his hand is not the best right now anyway, but
There is a Verdigris degree.
yeah, you can do a very funny turn here. 2, 4, 6, 7. He's 1 influence short for playing the Dungeon Guide, attacking with it, using the Verdigris Decree imbued to kill off a Fractal and suppress the Dungeon Guide to level
yes.
up again into Shadow Reaver, into Shadow Dancer.
He could go from Reaver into Dancer. Yes, that would be pretty funny. But no, just a little bit shy. Upping just to go to level 3. Which one will we see though? Probably Shadow Dancer.
I suspect we're going to be seeing Shadow Dancer, but
But I
Tobias is
guess we're
saying
seeing a refracting missile on face.
oh, why-
Likely on face.
Okay.
Even more damage.
Okay, still a mistake. Oh. Refusing all those actions of Brian here with
Exactly.
the glimmering refusal. And he has not enough influence to pay for the Dungeon Guide. That is,
He
rough.
does need to pay 4 now.
You either have right now an incapacitate that you have to use, or you are just not leveling up.
Yep. And this leaves Brian with 3 cards in hand. Not really something amazing. A Burst Asunder now coming for 10 damage. Put him on 19.
With the
Zhang-
Jiangzhao
Zhang
to
Zhao's
20,
20.
1 more fractal than it is.
Yep. Uses the floating memory to play the Stepper of Fascination. Drawing an extra card. Really just trying to see if he can find that last 2 damage that he needs.
And
I believe that's a deflecting edge in hand though, so Brian would stay alive if he required, if attacking
the
was
Yu
lethal.
Yen is a very interesting card here right now. I totally missed that Tobias is actually playing that. If you activate Yu Yen and on activation you name a card and it costs 2 plus
X more. Yeah.
So no more incapacitate for you, no
No.
more slice and dice, no more shadow strike. Whatever you feel like right now is the
it is your
biggest issue.
choice. It is your choice of card.
That is very strong.
That is very impressive.
Does it just seem to me like that Tobias is just missing the damage here?
I think he is just a little bit short, especially with that deflecting edge. But that is another card Brian C had to expend here. 4 minutes left in this game.
And the prep counters are now gone with the staggering strike connecting here to Brian. This is rough.
Yes,
No
using
preparation counters on Tristan is a very sad situation for you.
that is very unfortunate. You already had to level up to 2 with only 3 prep counters as well.
And you kind of -3 for that. Because 1 for the dungeon guide you played on the board, right?
Yep.
And 2 for the banished cards. So you lost 3 cards in the process of leveling up and gained 1. That is usually not what you want to see.
That's not really that great. That's unfortunate for Brian here. What is he going to do? Come back from this? 5 cards in influence currently. Looking through his graveyard, trying to find looking through his material deck, trying to find an answer.
It just dawned on me that I'm kind of a goof, right? Because Brian, the turn before, leveled up with the Scatter Essence and 1 card from memory and tried to level up into level 3 with
Oh,
the
right,
dungeon guide.
right. So yes, the dungeon guy did not resolve. That's okay.
For Tobias, what is resolving here? Oh, the Shimmering Refractions
Another
from
shimmer
memory.
faction for more damage.
Drawing more cards for more damage, more memory usage. Whoa, that is
5 health remaining.
5 health remaining. With Zhang Zhao, it is 4. So, we are in for something.
Yeah, there's 1 incapacity in Brian's hand. Is he going to find something? The Sacred Amulet's still on the field, though.
The thing is now, if he activates any card, he basically says, oh, I don't have anything to do during my opponent's turn
Nothing to
because
protect myself. Yeah.
I can't use Incapacitate here, and the wards is not turned on because he's not Umbra yet.
Brian's in a little bit of rough spot. You know what Brian should have done? Brian should have sliced and diced him multiple times. no, that's me. But no, Brian's playing. He's doing a very good job trying to maintain, or trying to claw his way back into this game. Taking a game off of Toby already was very impressive. 2 minutes left in this round. Can they pull it off?
You see, the thing is, if Brian had a slice and dice, he most likely would have used it right away.
Yes, he would have used it by now. Is that a thieving cut in his hand? It looks like a thieving cut. No, it's a black market broker.
All those black market brokers.
Plays the Sadi. Uses it to clear the Zhang Zhao.
Brian is saying here that I just have to clear your board and deploy and activate my Sadie.
Yes, and on kill gets the agility 3, so it does hold up enough cards for more interaction.
That is something I totally overlooked for that. Let's see where Tobias is going with that. Is he just getting the Crystalline Mirror out to force the activation of the Safeguard Amulet? What do you think?
I think so. I think the Crystalline Mirror forces the activation, and then Brian then has a couple more turns to just try and deal damage. 1 minute left on the clock. They're going to have to pick up the patience maybe a tiny bit.
Yeah, so many more turns there are not going to be, right?
Yeah, exactly.
At best 4. Because overtime allows you to play 3 more turns during the overtime within 5 minutes, and we most likely see this 1 turn concluding before the overtime is
Exactly.
called.
These players are going to have to play as much as they can. If it is a tie, it'll be a gambler who actually makes it in the top 8. 20 seconds left.
20 seconds left with a Burst Asunder in
Burst Asunder in
Tobias'
hand.
hand.
We
Does
do
he
see
have a
we do see Brian C with a incapacitate.
Does Tobias have a Glimmering Refusal still accessible?
Glimpses 1.
With the mirror. Did he see something he likes?
Alright, I think the judge will call time any second now.
Ooh, that is kind of brave.
That is a Burst Asunder just letting it rip.
And that means Tobias has the first turn in overtime.
Yep.
Or rather, turn 0. Brian has turn 1, and then Tobias 2, and then Brian again.
I
with
think
3.
Toby really just had to go for it. Brian C playing for the draw here. I don't think there's a way Brian C can actually win this game at this point.
It's kind of tough because we both know that Brian has wards in his hand and an incapacitate.
Yep.
I think one play Tobias could have considered, or probably did consider even, is that just activating the Juyen and naming incapacitate, because this is one of the all-time threats that your opponent can activate.
Yes, exactly. We know what Toby has in hand, I think. Or we can assume. Plays the backup charger, goes for more card draw.
More influence to find something here.
All right, Brian, so you're pretty heavy on cards. I think Toby's down to 1 card in hand.
Ooh, Brian found the one of Diablerie in his deck.
Careful. Don't materialize any divine relics.
Yeah, this might be
Wait.
difficult since the divine relics are gone, right?
Yeah.
Uh,
Where's the
did
Diablo?
Tobias already? Oh, he didn't activate the Grail yet because.
Oh my God.
Oh my God!
Do it.
It is happening!
Do it.
It is happening!
Brian.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Oh my!
No, he walked right into that one. He's
And I
not
was
like,
like,
oh my
ooh.
God, I did get Diablo read.
Did we see the divine relic already? And apparently we did. Yeah. Ooh boy, that is
Okay.
strong.
Using the crystalline mirror on his own grail. He's like,
What
okay.
a moment! What a play! Oh
He
boy!
stole it, so I guess I'll destroy my own. That
Brian is
Diablo,
like, that
that-
could have been amazing.
that
Tobias is
Diablo
like,
took out 2 Regalia on its own. That's MVP of this game so far.
that was certainly a memorable moment
my
here.
God.
Ooh,
Alright.
what do you think Tobias wanted to put underneath the grail?
I'm not entirely sure at this point. We're so late into this game. Plays the John Yu, names incapacitate, probably like you said.
Let's just wait and see what he's doing here. It might also be just some other card.
Oh yeah. What do you name? It doesn't matter. Yeah. Oh, rolling a dice for it, even his veiling odds is incapacitated or something.
That is
Just
so
roll a
funny.
dice. I don't know what's his name. Burst
And-
Thunder.
That just won the game here because he named Burst
Yeah.
Incapacitate.
Oh, he got it. He got it.
Oh my lord!
named
this
Incapacitate.
is so strong.
He named incapacitate. He rolled the die on what to name. He was like, I either name veiling or incapacitate. Rolls odds, gets incapacitate. Names it the only answer that Brian C had in the game. They're dying with laughter.
luck
That's
on
that's
Tobias'
insane.
side here. This is amazing.
That was so close. He's just like,
this
what,
is amazing.
what do I name? Veiling or incapacitate? I don't know. I'll roll dice for it. Yeah, that
Wow.
was very,
What-
very well played.
This Tobias
well
guy.
rolled, I guess. Brian looks maybe a little bit annoyed on that, but
Yeah,
yeah,
this was so
That was-
amazing.
that was probably one of the best endings. it was a you know what? I gotta name something. It doesn't matter.
And in the end, it actually mattered.
Yes,
because
evens, veiling, odds, incapacitate, rolls dice. Oh, you know what? I'll incapacitate. First Thunder.
Yeah,
Yeah, he got it. You got it.
it was like a 50-50, right? You can either have an incapacitate or a veiling breeze, and you lose to both. You
Yes.
just need to hit the correct
If he has
card.
both, you lose either way, so it doesn't matter. You have to name the correct one. Very true. Toby has 1. He's in the top 8. One of your locals, the one you said you traumatized over with Tristan Weaver. So, how would you like to talk to him about that?
How about I do? Yeah, let's
That
do
sound-
that.
that sounds
I'm so
amazing.
happy to have an interview with a local of mine.
Let's bring up Toby here. We'll have a chat with him.
Welcome,
Over here.
Toby.
Yes. Want to grab a seat? Here. You can
Just take the CD
just
to
take
be
my
honest.
headset right here. Go right ahead.
Hello,
Take a
hello.
seat. Hello, Tobias, and welcome. Congratulations to your win on this game.
Thank you, thank you.
How
I'm still a bit
ex-
shaking.
How
That-
excited are you about the Diablerie into the crystalline mirror, into naming whatever, into winning?
That was actually crazy. I knew he played the one of Diablerie because I already ran into that on
Yeah.
day one.
Oh, you
He
did?
already did that. Yeah, so I knew it. I was like, the thing is, it was a calculated play because if he Diablerie that, that's 3 influence less for him. So I was willing to take that risk. I would have graded the mirror, the nullifying mirror to basically blank his veiling.
Oh, I see. So you prepared a play to basically negate both options.
Yeah,
he
exactly,
had,
exactly.
and
I
then
wanted to
just-
play the Jangyo on incap and to have the Grail with mirror for veiling breeze to have backup for both. Well, it didn't work out with the veiling, with the mirror and the Grail. So I was left with, I knew from playing a frag the turn before when I glimpsed 1 that my next card I drew was Burst Asunder.
Oh.
So I knew that. And so I had to make it count, basically. And
So you
Yeah.
set up your turn perfectly.
I set
for
up my turn.
multiple things that he could respond with, and in the
Yeah.
end, you calculated correctly here. On the turn.
The thing is, I did calculate correctly, but the Jiangyu, I had to roll. I literally rolled a die at the end
Yeah,
because I didn't know whether to name Veiling or Incap. I mean, if he had both, I wouldn't have killed him.
Yeah.
I said even as Veiling and odds as Incap. I rolled odds, so I named Incap. I played burst, and well, he had the Incap. So I guess it worked out.
Sometimes you have to trust Lady Luck on that.
Yeah, I guess
And
sometimes you do.
And you are also very familiar with the matchup in general, right?
Yes.
A lot of our locals play this deck,
Very
unfortunately
familiar.
for you.
Yeah, it's like
It's your favorite deck to play against, right?
yeah, it's my most hated matchup. I just that's the thing. You said I set it up perfectly, but against this deck you have to set it up perfectly. That deck has answers for everything, and that just irks me.
Thank you for the time, Tobias, and good luck for
Yeah,
the top
thank you.
8. And we will be back in just a bit with the top 8. Take
Well,
care.
Thank you. Bye bye.
なったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう行き詰まって邪魔されても席をやるさこの頭 飛べどこまでも行こう不可能をと思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い 失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても席を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い果てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても席を読むさこの頭で全て手に 高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能をと思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い
and welcome back to the top 8 of the European Nationals. Our top 8 players have been finalized. The points were super tight, right? Because it was only 8 rounds, there were some pairings that were made to avoid the repair. So it was stressful watching these players play, right? It was probably even worse for them playing.
You are most likely correct, with the players all having the same amount of points, shuddering to get into top 8 here. That is something you want to not happen to you,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Being
But
secure feels better. For
yeah,
that.
the top 3 tables, they were guaranteed in. All of them, had took a round off to calm down because it was, it didn't really matter how the games went because they were in regardless. So they had some time to rest. Now that we are in the top 8, this is single elimination. How does that work, Garrett? Help me understand it.
If a player loses a match, he's basically out of the top 8 for now. And that is something you want to avoid right now at all costs, especially for the first round, right?
And what does being out of top 8 mean for them in terms of Worlds qualification? Because we all know Nats is 4 Worlds.
You are correct. So that means you get a handshake that is probably very tight, but that's it. You are not invited to the Gauntlet nor the Worlds here.
That is very unfortunate because obviously all of these players have come so far. They played 8 rounds day 1, battled, there was more than 8 hours of fighting and battling it out to get a spot in day 2. And then in day 2, they played 4 more Swiss rounds, which is 60 minutes plus overtime. So almost 4.5 hours of more Grand Archive just to be here in top 8. And still nothing is guaranteed.
Yeah, this must be very nerve-wracking for the people right now playing here, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It is. It's incredible how far these players have come, and
The thing is, the players are all here to earn this wonderful trophy for the nationals and the paid invite trip for the top 2. And I think I read up on it again properly, and the first 2 players get the invite that is sponsored, and then 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th place get invited to take part in the Gauntlet, right?
yeah, for the Gauntlet you have to fly yourself out because you're still not a world champ. Like, you're still not invited to Worlds. You're still technically not the best of the best. You still need to win another tournament. Well, not win, right?
Yeah,
Because
you need to win a certain amount of rounds
Yeah.
in the Gauntlet to qualify for Worlds.
yeah, the Gauntlet will be 8 rounds Swiss, no top 8. It will be 32 players. Out of those 32, half of them, so 16, make it to day 2. Well, not day 2. Make it to Worlds.
Exactly,
Where
they
Worlds
make it to
is
Worlds.
a 3-day tournament.
A very long and exhausting and exciting event for all players, participants, and the whole crew, right?
Yes, it's 3 days of grueling rounds, right? 1 day of Swiss, if I remember correctly. It's 1 day of Swiss and then 2 days of single elimination. Or
This sounds tough, right?
yeah, even if it's 2 days of Swiss, it is incredibly grueling. You are there to become the 2nd ever world champion for Grand Archive, right? Because the games is still new. We're still here, and the game is still growing every day. And being the 2nd ever world champion is it's an incredible title to hold, right?
It's a very huge accomplishment
Yes,
to
yes.
be a world champion, and especially one of the early ones,
Yeah,
right? Because you will most likely be remembered for quite some time.
Who will forget Glenny Boy's wonderful win on Merlin, right? And he's stuck with the Merlin deck for a long time and did amazing with it. He is the Merlin king.
Maybe we will soon have a Lorraine King with one of the new Proxy Award
Oh yeah,
cards
so
that got
Ascent
revealed,
KL
right?
just ended. We had a keynote at the end of it, as all Ascents do, and a new Proxius card. Proxius Vault card was just revealed. It will be legal from tomorrow, so from the 28th of April. It's a card that anyone who played in the Dawn of Ashes and like bought the Prelude and starter decks back then knows. Well, it's an upgrade from that, right? Because can you explain to me, Garrett, exactly what the card is?
I only got a small glimpse on the card, but it is a card that has 2 Lorraine bonuses, and you need to banish the Sword of Clarence.
Yes.
And another sword weapon to alternative activated from your material deck. So you get another free materialization, basically.
Yeah, it's like
It is what you want to have, right?
I believe that it's just an alternative cost, but it's not activated.
Oh.
Because it is a 2-cost sword, which has an activated ability, which basically says, you think you had a Burst Asunder? No, you don't. It says that until end of turn, anytime your champion would take non-combat damage, which is exactly what Burst Asunder is. It is every damage that is not dealt in the damage phase of combat. It prevents 2. And on top of that, Clarent itself, well, Clarent reimagined, right? Because you use the old Clarent to forge the new Clarent.
Oh. I should have paid more attention while reading the card this one time.
Yeah, names are, who cares?
Yeah,
It's
what
already
are
hard
names?
enough to read the text of the card, right? We're card game players. We don't know how to
cards
read.
have text? What?
Yeah.
Why?
Crazy.
Who does
right?
that?
It's the yeah, but yeah, you reforge the old Clarent, use it to get the new Clarent, and you may remove a durability counter from the new Clarent reimagined, to give Clarent itself Spell Shroud, and to have the non-combat damage prevention. So Lorraine might come back. You're right.
What you are actually saying is we will be playing the best card in Grand Archive now again. Refurbish will reappear in our decks.
Finally,
this is amazing.
Refurbish, the best card in the game.
Everyone should
It's
get
coming
out.
back.
Yeah, everyone should get out the refurbished playmat that was available during this one merge day, right?
Yes, Silidar's signature on it. Beautifully.
We need it. I don't have one. I'm so jealous of everyone who has one.
I have one. It's my favorite playmat. It is my lucky playmat. It is blessed by Silidar himself. It has his signature on it, so it's a lucky playmat. And then there's a refurbished horse as well. That refurbished horse is also going to be lucky.
We are refurbing here.
We are refurbing. Spirit Blade Ghost Strike? Nah, it's not going to be. Unfortunately, I don't think that's a card that anyone right now, without looking it up on Index, I bet 99.9% of people can't tell me what it is. Good players probably forgot about it. New players have never seen it because it's an unplayed Cox card. And everyone who was around at the time and played with the starter decks probably forgot what it was.
You mean like the Incarnate Majesty, the card that no one knows of these days?
Who plays that? Merlin?
What
Don't know her.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe even Spirit Blade Enso will reappear with those cards, and the good old Lorraine Crux Knight.
Wow, I don't even know what Insult does anymore. That's crazy. Wait, the other day someone played Insult somewhere.
What?
There was a tournament where someone was playing Insult.
Just recently.
Was it Yetis or was it?
I'm not sure. I saw a Fire Enso deck for sure, and I was like, wait a minute, I haven't seen that one in forever.
They knew. They had the insider information.
Someone was prepared.
They're like, all right, we can banish swords. even easier now. We can get Blade Master Spirit. No, Blade Master is the one that gets buffed. No, Blade Master.
Lorraine Blade Master is the level 2 that on enter gets to to clear up all those allies with the sweeps. The Crux Knight
is the one that gets increasingly better the more swords you have in banishment. That is the insult.
So you play the Proxy Award card and your champion basically gets 2 attack on every attack for free. This is amazing.
Yeah,
you attack
like,
for free.
Yeah, look at that. Free attack damage.
Free materialization, free damage with Crux Knight. This is all putting together.
Once again, 3 is the number.
I'm curious what you're gonna be doing with all those swords now, if people try to explore this, because Lorraine as a level 1 champion always bringing a free materialization of a zero-cost sword with it.
Zero cost weapon. Remember
Oh,
Lorraine
yeah,
with a gun?
Yeah,
That was a deck for a while.
those wind allies he bullied me with at Locust. Oh boy, how could I
Yeah.
forget?
Lorraine can get any weapon.
Hmm.
That's zero cost. So
Yeah,
pretty good.
painfully I remember now. Thank you.
Yeah. Speaking of Lorraine, though, I think slowly the players are getting ready. They're being set up. We are going to see Lorraine back on stream.
Ooh, with the
Our-
free materialization of a weapon.
True, there is the level 1 Lorraine in there. You did mention Henky as well.
Ooh, did I?
Yeah, he's here to bully more people with Lorraine. One of our players is Henky the Goat in 5th seed, I believe.
It might be. I'm not 100% sure right now.
Yeah, I think Henky the Goat at 5th seed of going into top 8 versus Team True Terry from America here in 4th seed. We are seeing a battle of the Titans. We're going to see a very, very interesting matchup. Fractals versus Wind Allies.
Very seasoned players within the game and also the current running season with several accomplishments over the whole course of their career here, right?
Both of these players went to the Southeast Asian Nationals. Both of them barely missed out on that qualification slot. So both having their second chance here. The loser of this game may or may not make it to the gauntlet because the math and the odds here and how everything works out is very, very difficult. So because first seed plays 8th seed. Second seed plays 7th seed. And if 7th and 8th win, they will be guaranteed a gauntlet slot.
Ooh,
However,
so good for them.
they also push out people from the content qualification. So if Henky loses,
This might
he
be a sad
is
day for him.
gonna push. Yeah, he's once again barely. If 7th and 8th win, and Henky loses, he's once again barely going to miss the gauntlet slot. If Henky wins, he's guaranteed. But then Terry is barely gonna miss out. So if people's gauntlet qualification slots very much depend on the first and 8th and second and 7th seed matches. However, their own match results also matter a lot. So I'm not the best at explaining because this is once again math, and math is not my strong suit, right?
As I proved a couple times during the streams, it's not my strong suit either.
Math is hard.
Math is hard, and so is playing card games and reading cards.
Yeah, and clearly, at least we know how to read cards somewhat, right? That's where we are amazing at. Math, however, nobody ever told us that we have to go to math. I'm a Forever Allies player, which means I see 8 cards in my hand. I put down 3, play a 2-3, put down another 3, play a 2-3. Oh, no cards in my hand, pass the turn. That's all I know how to do. So don't ask me to do any intricate math. Seeing fractals, sacrifice how many for how much damage? I don't know. Jin, as much as I love him, is my worst nightmare. I need to get out a little calculator and start writing out the numbers.
You don't have a
for his
calculator
damage.
with you all the time when you play Jin?
Not yet, but I should. I should just have a Jin D calculator, you know? Make like a custom calculator that's just
This
Jin.
sounds so funny. And
Yeah.
our players are now ready, so let's go here. As we see, Terry started with his Spirit of Wind. If you play Fractal the Auction, that is, of course, what you're going to be starting with, right?
Yes, sir.
He already has one of his favorite cards probably in his hand, and it is Burst of Thunder. Do I actually see 2? I'm not sure. But it seems like he doesn't have many fractals here. Two fractals in total
Yeah, that
is what I can see.
a bit unfortunate as like a starting hand here for him. However, it is important to remember that these games are untimed, right? Both of these players have all the time in the world to get to their win condition. So Terry starting out with a hand like this is not actually a really, really bad thing, right? Because that means that he will be able to survive Henki's assault with all of those allies.
Especially that because his second fractal was a fractal of insight, so he can at least check out if there is another fractal on top of his deck that he can play next turn to just get his game plan going. And what does Henki have here? He already has a Relic Advance in his hand. That means he can go for a very tall ally for that matter and just swing a couple times with him. It is a very strong opener here for Henki with two allies that just as solitary already for 4 damage counters on his champion here.
Yeah, it's insane. Like turn 1, it's already down. The one very big problem for Terry in this matchup is that he only plays up until level 1, right? So even though he has counters, he has fractals of snow, he has ways to remove allies, his health, his life pool will not really change. Right, we will not have a lot of wiggle room, right? He has those fast cures, he has a few ways to recover. However, it's not enough.
Yeah, over the course of a long ally game, there is not much wiggle room, even if you can resolve 4 fast cures with the recovery part of the card text, right?
Yes, sir. And what's very important is that you also need to have a low enough influence for fast cure to be effective. And, well,
if you not find your fractals early on, you will just have too much influence for the ally player, because they are most likely going down 1 influence at least every turn. So they at best stay at the current card pool.
They stay around 6 influence every turn. So, yeah, because especially in Henki's deck, he doesn't play as many reactive cards. So he is not too, not looking to keep up cards too much. Because basically his whole deck is just allies. He does actually. I'm looking at his deck list right now. He plays 1 reaction card, and well, in total he plays 3 copies of it, and he plays 5 copies of attack cards, 3 rallied advance, and 2 staggering strikes, and 3 deflecting edges. And I think that is exactly it. Everything else is an ally, and the rallied advance wake up allies. That's what they're here for. And
if you can't turn it sideways, basically, Henki doesn't want to play it.
Yeah, exactly. And the attack cards are there to turn your champion sideways.
Or your spirit, worst
Yeah.
case.
Well, technically, spirits are champions. They have the champion type.
You are correct.
As goofy as it is that your champion is a little rock, or nothing in Terry's case.
It is a blank space here.
It is.
As much as the power cell here.
Yeah. And ooh, I see Henki having the Gildas, immediately bringing it out here. It is obviously balanced, attacking for another 4, putting Terry at a scary 10 damage counters total so far.
That is already quite a lot. If Terry doesn't level up and most likely interact with the board in a meaningful way, he might run into trouble within 2 turns already.
Yeah, but it seems that he did have it. Right now, if he has a Fracturize, he can deal 10 damage to Henki, but it's not enough because he hasn't dealt any other damage. He had to use his Refracting Missile to take care of the Lurking Assailant. So he is not able to push enough damage right now.
Do you think he can threaten a 2-turn lethal here?
It is possible.
Do I see 2 Shimmering Refractions?
I
saw a burst.
I definitely saw 1 and 1 burst of Xander.
There's a Fractal of Rain that he might just activate here.
Get some more
More fractals
fractals down. That will be 12 damage.
The thing the line you can go for now is you activate a Fractal of Rain during your turn, use one Shimmering Refraction and put it in your memory.
He is not safe though. I mean, even if he uses the Shimmering Refractions to take care of one of the allies, then he will not have enough damage to push to face.
Yeah, you use the Shimmering Refractions to put it in memory to activate it during Hanky's end phase to deal damage to him.
Yeah, but
To
if
draw
he
one more card.
doesn't clear the board, he is dead
Is he
next
dead?
turn. Well,
He's
Ildas will
on-
attack him for 4.
Yes,
Train Talk will attack him for 2.
it's 6.
And Hanky has more cards in hand.
But Terry also has a Glimmering Refusal.
That's true. I am not sure how.
So playing the Fractal of Rain at least opens a lot of possible plays, and one more Fractal on the board is progressing your game plan quite actively and lowering your influence so you can use the fast cure to even recover. So that you don't even
That
need to
is
use the
true. However, it
refusal.
is very, very risky here for him to not, to just keep up more damage and pray not to for Hanky not to have any answers.
Yeah.
Because
Ooh, it is the Fractal of Rain, and he put down the Shimmering Refractions.
there is the Shimmering Refractions in memory right now. Hanky will definitely go up to 8 cards next turn, right? He's gonna bring out a GCR, a Bauble, something like that.
You think so?
He has to, because if he doesn't, he cannot push enough damage. So what he's most likely gonna do here next turn: draw a card for turn, keep up the Bauble, play a 3-cost ally to balance Gildas, attack with Gildas, play another, draw a card, play another ally, and then like that, he can push enough damage. He can push 9 damage easily this turn. Ooh, Safeguard Amulet. That is also a very, very good play because he's playing a bit more defensively. I didn't quite catch how many allies he had in hand, but looking at his deck list, he has plenty of allies here.
There is a very good chance that he has at least one ally in his hand that he might be able to play. And Terry, in response to the activation of the safeguard, using the Shimmering Refractions on the Gildas here.
Yeah, he is going for the safe route, trying to conserve his life total here. Drawing a card into his memory off of that.
That was probably because Hanky chose to materialize the Safeguard Amulet so he can't threaten a lethal Burst Asunder the upcoming turn.
Yeah.
That would be my guess here. And we see the good old Lurking Assailant here.
There's a 3-cost 2 damage ally.
With a keyword that isn't a keyword yet on the card.
Well, it is a keyword now. It
Yeah,
just was
now, but
printed
not
before.
on the card,
yeah.
right?
Yeah. Well, the effect of the keyword is just there to shorten that that line of text, so you don't have to print it on every single card.
Ooh, I just got a glimpse of one card in Hanky's hand. It is a Deflecting Edge. That means that Terry has to expend allies to remove Hanky's board now. Can't use allies to remove Hanky's board that easily now. That is another strong thing.
Yeah, yeah, and Hanky going attacking here immediately.
Ooh, that is gonna be a rough game. Terry for sure looking for more answers to the board here.
Yeah, it is definitely a scary situation for him to be in, right? Hanky's pushing 4 damage every turn, guaranteed, unless there's not too much he can do about it. He can start clearing the board, but then he's going to lose out on damage to face. Obviously, there's a Safeguard Amulet there to protect Hanky, so he cannot immediately just go for the Burst Asunder. He has to somehow bait it out, get the mirror.
The Crystalline Mirror would help here for sure to get rid of the Safeguard Amulet to threaten a 2-turn clock more or less.
Yeah.
That is one possible thing, or the Scepter of Fascination, just to get more cards in your hand, because all card players love to draw cards.
Obviously. I mean, who doesn't like to draw cards? I think that is a universally beloved thing in card games, that seeing more cards, having more cards in my hand always feels good.
You are correct. I
Okay.
can see though that maybe some aggro players don't like to draw all their cards because the game ends most likely within 3 draws.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. They're like, I don't care if I draw a card. Okay,
It-
if I
it
don't draw a
happens.
card, whatever. It doesn't matter to me. I just want to win. You know, see your damage counters be equal to your life as soon as possible. Whether in the meantime I draw cards, whatever. As long as you're dead, I don't care.
And Terry found another fractal that
There
he can activate.
Yep, it's gonna be coming in here in a second. I do think
two
he's gonna
even.
go for the unstable fractal first. There's the unstable
Yeah.
fractal first. Into most likely going to. He can fracturize his power cell here, gain a fractal that way, and gain a floating memory in case he wants to play his Wand of Frost. Or he can also go for a more passive play and just keep things in hand. He could also go for the other Fractal of Snow, get that out there so he has more fractals available for him. Or, you know, keep up that Glimmering Refusal I see in his hand.
I think you want to actually keep your influence in your hand so you can activate water cards during Hanky's turn to interact with his items on the field here.
Yeah.
Fracturize on the Safeguard Amulet forces him to either use it or take the fractal and more or less says, oh, if I have a Buster Thunder, you have an issue here.
Absolutely. It's very scary. Terry has 6 fractals now, which is
That is
12,
14
14 damage.
You are correct. Your math is on
thank
point.
you. We are amazing. However, Hanky now has 20 health. 20 life is
That is a number.
really
That
rough.
But we see that Terry also has the shimmering refractions in his memory, so depending on what he chooses to do here, he might just have enough damage already. Because you now need to force the Safeguard Amulet in some way,
Yeah.
either with the Fracturize, that costs now 4 reserve to activate.
Yeah, it's a lot of influence that needs to be expanded, and a lot of resources that need to be expanded for the Fracturize.
If
But
I'm not mistaken, Terry actually has enough for that.
however, he does also have
A lot of damage
a
here.
lot of damage here. Yeah, he might not be able to survive this. Because I don't actually think that he has the cards to deal with a rallied advance into more attacks.
The Rallied Advanced with the Huagi used on with Lorraine
That's-
forces Terry to interact with it in some way, so he has to slow down his own game plan to not lose to his opponent's game plan here. There are 2 ways he can do that, either with using the Shimmering Refractions from his memory to kill off the ally that is Hanky waking up with the Rallied Advanced, or he can Glimmering Refusal the activation of the Rallied Advanced, and that would preserve quite a lot of damage counters being put on his champion here.
Yeah. I think that in the end that is 4 versus 2 if he takes care of one of the rested ally or the ally that's about to be woken up.
Yeah.
But it's definitely a tough spot, right? Because if Hanky might have a Veiling Breeze or some kind of answer that's not the Safeguard Amulet, or he has to fracturize the Safeguard Amulet, right? And Hanky might have some kind of answer to it. While if he uses it here, yeah.
Maybe you just gamble
going
here and use the Scepter Fascination to kill off the ally right away.
Regardless.
To just see if you find another out, maybe.
Yeah, because then you get to draw.
Because
a
now you are still
card.
in a spot where you most likely can't win. He's at 6 fractals. He needs to come up to 9 fractals, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yep. It is. That would be exact damage,
And-
and he still has to take care of the safeguard.
Yeah. That is the issue here. Ooh, that is a very tough spot.
Tough to be in. Hank-
Sadly, that Best of Thunder doesn't work in the same way that Stratagem of Mirrored Ice works, because you can't choose different targets for every instance of damage.
Yeah,
You
it
choose
says
one target and it takes all or nothing for this
yeah,
one.
yeah, and then once anything happens, poof, gone.
Hmm.
It's over. Okay. Terry using the Scepter of Fascination to give 2 Glimmer counters to Liao-chan.
Hmm.
Obviously, both of these players can take all their time thinking right now. There is no such thing as a slow play, because these rounds are untimed. The stakes are so high that you can't even expect these players to play at a breakneck speed, right?
Yeah.
Especially with such a technical deck as Fractals. You can't expect him to know everything like in a moment's decision, right? It is going to be something that will take time to figure out exactly how he wants to do it, right? Right now, probably Terry is thinking about what to target with this Shimmering Refraction.
Did you pay enough attention to remember what the imbued cards were on Henke's side for the Windmill? Because he drew one into memory, but I can't clearly
Oh, you're
remember.
right. I also missed that. I was more focused on all of the damage going through and rallied advance and
I can
math.
see that.
Yeah. Oh, okay. He
Oh.
is using the
Quicksilver
Quicksilver
Grail.
Grail, putting a Wand of Frost under it, which is perfect for this matchup.
Wand of
It's
Frost.
Wand of
Amazing.
Frost's alternate ability. Wand of Frost's banish ability is to give a target unit -3 attack until end of turn. Well, a target unit's attacks -3. So once they even if they have 0 base attack, they can attack, but afterwards they will deal 3 less damage. Because it is relevant, because if something like a Hasty Messenger gets -2, you can't even get the on-attack trigger, but here you can. With Wand of Frost, they still get the on-attack trigger.
Terry still needs to develop a couple more fractals here, because 2, 4, he's at 6 fractals in total, and you need 9 here with no other source of damage available for him.
Yeah, he does have 2 fractals. He technically has 3 fractals in hand.
Yeah.
So he could go for it, right?
he-
Does he have enough enough influence and fractals for it though? Because Dissonant Fractal, if I remember correctly, comes in rested.
Yes.
So
Not the dissonant, the
the-
unstable,
unstable
fractal.
fractal.
And you most likely just have to do it here, right? But he
He chose to put down the unstable fractal
into
for
memory.
that Fractal of Rain.
Oh, I can see the line here. If he has under the grave a Wand of Frost, right?
Yeah. Oh, he needs to pay. He needs 1 card to pay for it, right?
The line might just be that during Henke's turn, he fracturizes the Safeguard Amulet to get the floating memory, then activate the Wand of Frost to get the 1 more
Yeah.
draw, and activate the Fractal the next turn in conjunction with the Burst Asunder.
Mm-hmm.
That
It's you're
2, 4,
right.
6,
It would be enough.
7.
Yeah. So if he
still needs
survives
to
this
one
turn,
more fractal though,
Well-
or a refracting missile.
the oh yeah, but you're right, because if he fracturizes Henke's Safeguard Amulet, then he doesn't get the fractal from that.
Exactly,
So-
and he needs to get rid of the Safeguard Amulet, and in whatever way he does it, either with the unstable fractal he controls himself or with the fracturize, it doesn't really matter. But you most likely are actually using the unstable fractal here to fracturize your own power cell.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, there is the Quicksilver Grill. Before before
Okay.
Henke's Grand Crusader's Ring materialization goes through, he is banishing that. Oh, that is such a good draw.
Oh,
That is exactly what Thayer
that
wants to see here.
might just give him another turn here.
Yeah, the Wand of Frost in conjunction with that is definitely enough to stall for 1 turn. Now, the question is, what does Henke have in hand? Because Henki still can reliably have 4 damage in hand.
There are two free allies that cost 3 in Hanky's hand, and
Yeah.
he has an influence right now of 6.
Yeah, so
And one more
yeah,
relic
there's
advanced.
1 damage. And yeah, but he also, Terry does have that Glimmering Refusal that he just drew off the top of the deck, which will deny Hanky the damage in 1 more turn. Unfortunately, though, Terry has nothing to deal chip damage with, right? If he just was able to push that 2 damage, right? If he had anything to deal 2 damage with, this would be a completely different game. He would already be fracturizing that Safeguard Amulet and would have went for it, could have easily gotten there. However, in this
Feast is-
situation, no.
How much reserve does the relic advance cost? Is it 2?
Yes, sir. It is exactly 2 damage. There is 4 cards for that Glimmering Refusal, which he is forced to play here. There are no options. He can't not. Switches happen. There it is.
This
There's
is
the rally
unfortunately enough
advance.
for Henky here. He attacks with the
Depending
Huagi.
on what he wakes up. Because the Trained
you-
Hawk
you
does
are-
get -3 until end of turn.
You are correct that it depends on what he wakes up. I'm very sure
But I
that
don't think it's enough.
it is 2 from the
2 from
Huagi
it
and the
1 from
attack,
the
and
windmill.
1 from the windmill. It's
Yeah.
3.
That's
And-
that is exactly 3. Yeah, you're right. You're right. My math is bad. I thought it was 1 shy. Oh, that is game 1 going to Henky, the goat on wind allies here against true champion Terry
That
on
was
Fractals Diao-chan.
that was a quick start for Hanky, and putting on the pressure early, very quickly forced Terry to expand a lot of resources, not into his game plan, but into
Protecting himself. He also got very unlucky at Fractals there, right? Because I know I was trying to be excited about his hand in the beginning of the game, but all those protective cards are not end up, you will survive a bit longer, but if you're not drawing any fractals alongside them, it is not that great. It's not what you want to see, right?
yeah.
It is actually kind of unfortunate. Like, not kind of. It is very unfortunate that he had the protective cards. He managed to survive just a bit longer, but it was not enough. He needed more fractals as well.
Yeah, more fractals are always better in the fractal deck. He had an okay start, right? With having a couple fractals, but not the dream start of having 3 to 4 fractals with
Yeah.
a lot of dissonance. Yeah.
There were no dissonants. We didn't see a single dissonant this game. It is sad, but both of these players are still smiling, still having fun, doing what they can. As high as the stakes are right now, right? Because like I said, like we talked about earlier,
Yeah.
depending on how 1st and 8th and 2nd and 7th games go, either one of these players might miss out on the gauntlet spot. So
And they are still in good spirits,
Yeah.
having fun, enjoying the time with
Yeah.
each other,
Yeah.
and playing a super exciting game of Grand Archive here.
exactly. Well, look, you can see you can watch their faces while they're playing. It's very serious and locked. They're concentrating. They cannot miss a game. But then after it's done, they're all just smiling, joking around, having
Yeah.
fun. They were just talking smack, talking about what happened, being like, yeah, it's unfortunate this happened, or unfortunate that I didn't draw anything. And obviously Henky's deck being just all allies, he can't not draw them. Yeah, he will always have it.
There is no chance that you don't draw allies in an ally deck, right? That is very difficult.
Yeah, so it is definitely not too surprising. However, speaking of, while we are watching these players sideboard, do you
Yeah.
want to talk about it a bit?
Of course. So one sideboard card that Terry might have missed very much in the game before is the Tariff Ring, that is actually in his sideboard and not in the main deck as a protective card against ally decks. And that is most likely all that he's bringing in here for that.
Yeah.
And Hinky on the other side has a couple good cards that he might just add onto that for his material, and also main deck with 4 Scatter Essence, a couple Veiling Breeze, a Quicksilver Grail. Those are all strong cards that he wants to have in his main deck. Maybe even the Stifling Trap for
Oh
the
yeah, those
Zhang
one or
Zhaos.
the Zhang Zhaos, the Frostburn Paladins. Both of those allies are not something you want to see resolve and stick around for. Oh, Zhang Zhao, you don't care too much. Although a Zhang Zhao here would have done heavy
So
lifting.
much. The
But
tiny girl doing heavy lifting.
yeah,
here,
that
is-
little one attack on power, she would have carried this game. If she was there for 4 turns, Terry could have. It would have been a very different game. One or just one Frostborn attacking once. Oh look, suddenly it's in Terry's favor.
might just be even the one card that you get to dig deeper within your deck, right?
Yeah. And the intercept as well. It ends up
Intercept-
being so influential and important.
Intercepting against an ally deck is for sure something you want to have available.
Oh, that is an interesting hand from Terry here. 2 Gildas.
Ooh, 2
Uh,
Gildas, 1 Fracturize, a
Fractal-
Fractal of Rain, a Fractal of Snow, Fast
Yeah.
Cure, and a Fractal of Intrusion. Ooh.
He has 3 fractals here and 1 fracturize. So technically he has 4 fractals or you know 3 offensive options and 1 defensive fractal.
Would you be waiting for the Fractal of Intrusion to use the on-enter ability here, actually?
Maybe. I think it very much depends because it's not.
The thing I
It's not
expect
bad.
to happen is that Terry waits to take some damage from Hanky's allies, right? And he most likely will put down 2 allies this turn to hit Terry for 4 damage.
Yeah.
And funnily, the fast cure recovers 4, so basically
Exactly.
nothing happens. And you have a floating memory. With that floating memory, you can then take a peek at Hanky's memory and see how the game might progress and discard any fearsome card for you, and even know how you need to use your other resources and maybe even damage sources to clear up the board. Because if there is not a lot of things that threaten you, you can just take your time and do whatever you want, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's like
Knowledge might be king here.
knowledge is king. Knowledge is everything in this matchup. There's an imbue Chang Chang. Hinky showing his own Zhao Zhang.
Chang Chang being here imbued and showing Terry for free cards that he has in his memory.
Yeah,
So,
Hinky showing, it doesn't matter if you start tripping me. I will just recover. Oh, look, a Brisk Wind Trotter and a Wind Rider Vanguard getting the getting the Windmill Engineer down imbued, drawing a card.
drawing all those cards and even showing all the things for free. That is pretty good for Terry here. Let's see how this might end up for Terry. You think he's just getting the good old trusty backup charger? Oh, he
Yeah,
is
he
for
is
sure.
going for him. There's, you know, the good old reliable, like you said, the trusty backup charger here to get some value off of it, draw some cards, keep that influence up. Find more fractals here. There's a Zhang Zhao. Ooh, that is so good.
So this is the mysterious card that lets you draw 2 more cards, right?
It's wonderful. It's like a Sword of Avarice on a body. She can
Sword
walk,
of
she can
Avarice on a
smack.
body without an advanced element restriction. This
True. You just need some fractals. Oh, look.
Oh,
Turn
look,
1, I have 3
fracturize. Oh.
fractals. Just don't mind if I just turn 2, draw 2 more cards. Well, my influence is back up to 7 all of a sudden.
and suddenly a wild Gildas appears.
Yep,
She is
she
ready
is here.
to take on the Shang
Bye-bye.
Zheng.
She was here for a bit. Now she's gone. The one weakness of Shang Chao.
The one neutral card
King.
that some decks play that can remove her,
Yeah.
even if immune. This is amazing. Wow. Having the out here even, amazing. I like that. Gildas is a fearsome fellow that is not to be underestimated. So great. You think Terry might find enough sources of damage very quickly to close out this round for him? Clem?
Yeah.
Let's see how many allies Hanky now deploys and what he might be doing.
Yeah.
The good old lurking assailant.
There it is, it's a
Always good.
Yeah, they're reliable. It's a woke and it has stealth.
Putting
it's
2
attacking
damage
into
on
Gildas.
Gildas, clearing
Ooh.
up the Gildas too.
Yeah, as expected, right? It's
Wind Rider Vanguard.
Henki's weakness is the allies on the opposing side because they're the only things that can reliably take care of his own allies.
Yeah, without expanding much influence for that matter.
Yeah.
Keeping your allies is keeping damage and also removal, right?
Yep, definitely. Like allies are removal. Always have been, always will be.
So an ally is a multi-use activation of a removal spell, right?
Yeah.
Terry going for the Tariff Ring here, so to slow down the assault on Henki's side. That is pretty good.
Well, it means Henki cannot play another ally this turn, or like the turn he wants to attack with them, because right now he actually has exactly 6 influence. Next turn, the most he can be at is 8, and that is it's not enough for not enough to play an ally and also draw, like also attack with everything. So he's definitely going to have to wait a bit more. There's Jing Jiao coming in, drawing 2. Ooh.
Is this the sort of avarice on a body? Amazing. Drawing 2 more cards and getting most likely more fractals, more of the menace and
Yeah.
more of the avarice on the body. Oh boy.
That is wonderful. Takes care, perfectly takes care of that Windmill Engineer. He can just go in, attack it, it's gone. And next turn, now he can play a Gildas, I believe. He has enough influence for Balance Gildas. There it is. It can take care of either the Lurking Assailant or that Windrider Vanguard, making sure he doesn't, lose a card he doesn't want to.
Are we sure Terry playing is the right deck? This looks more like a water
water
ally
house?
deck to me, right?
I mean, I hope in this matchup, this is exactly the deck you need to be playing. You need to have the upper hand in terms of board control. Technically, or like if you look at the board a bit more right now, Terry has only 1 damage counter right now, so he has a fast gear in hand, so he can. Then his influence is always lower than Henki's. So he can very easily go down to 1. That's why I say technically, right? On paper,
you're
he's
right.
still at 5 damage counters, but because he has that fast gear available to him in his hand, and he's able to play it at any moment he needs. He is in a very good spot, very comfortably on technically 1 damage counter, right? Now Henki can push a bit more damage here, but he will give up playing an ally. So
Is this one Glimmering Refusal that Harry also has in hand? I see
believe
one.
he has a Jing Jiao.
A
Definitely has a
Jing
Jing Jiao. There definitely has the fast gear, and you might be right about the Glimmering Refusal. No, it's a Shimmering Refraction.
Ooh.
It looks very norm colored.
Just
Yes, it is there. It is exactly that. So,
in response to the activation of the
yeah.
Brisk Wind Trotter, Terry is removing
The
Wind
Rider Vanguard. I mean, that is the play here, right? Because the Brisk Wind Trotter cannot put a buff counter on itself. It says another ally. So that Brisk Wind Trotter comes in. It's just a 1/1. And look, and you know who can take care of a 1/1? Jing Jiao.
Oh.
And then you know where that Gildas 4 damage from that Gildas can go? Two-Face.
Face is the place. The horse is very sad because it has no rider, so.
Yeah. Oh, he's paying 2 to attack into Terry's champion here. 1 whole damage. So
If you don't have any responses, you might as well, right?
yeah, and he knows that horse is not going to stick around. So might as well get as much value as he can out of it. Because even if he plays another ally this turn, he can't attack with it. So why risk it getting removed when you can just place one thing and pay for the attack?
You are so correct on that one.
There is the Quicksilver Grill coming in from Terry. Probably gonna do the good old reliable.
The
Wanda Frost
Frost.
going under it. Exactly.
If
It's
you are
so
Terry right now, do you actually need to replace the Zhang Zhao with another one to
Uh,
draw 2 more
I
cards?
mean,
Or are
might
you
as
comfortable?
well, right? He doesn't have that many fractals right now, so he definitely wants to build up that fractal influence,
Mm.
and it will be harder to balance Gildas with it.
Mm.
But drawing the 2 cards here is so influential, and she already dealt her damage, already drew the 2 cards. She took care of 2 allies. That is a lot. That is a lot to ask from a 1/2. Hanky has the allies deck, has no allies on board. He has a sensor. Sure, no floating memory for Terry, but he is still in a very good spot. Ooh,
A
and
fractal of refreshment with 2 cards from his memory he doesn't really need, because the
Yep.
Sense of Restful Peace removes floating memory from cards in the graveyards. So I don't need those Lost in Thoughts.
Yep.
Might as well get a new card, right?
exactly. Look at that. Finally, Terry pushing damage to Hanky's face. Immediately coming in for 5 damage because he was able to balance Gildas. Luckily, the Fractal of Refreshment draws back into memory. So usually you think that it's a bad thing because you have to wait the turn to get it back. In this case, with Gildas being out on the field, it helps you balance. You know, keep play a card and keep her balanced, which is the play here.
Also, it helps to get cards into your memory that you might want to activate with Dao Chan's level 1 ability.
Absolutely.
So
Like, if you draw into a shimmering refraction,
that
can have
is 3 damage basically.
Exactly.
3 damage and another
Exactly.
draw if you can get it off from your memory.
yeah, and then glimmering refusal, same thing. If you don't have it in your hand, fractal of refreshment, and Diao-chan still let you play it. You're not too worried.
Ooh, Terry passing the turn with being balanced for Gildas here. He has a lot of options available during Hanky's turn.
He's also able to protect that Gildas with the Wand of Frost. So even if Hanky plays 2 allies here that are 2/3 allies, because he's going to have an influence of 8. That means 2 allies coming in. He can easily save the Gildas. So if Hanky is trying to go for that and trying to take out the Gildas here, she's safe. And Hanky would be silly not to try and go for the Gildas immediately, because it is the scariest ally on board.
Yeah, that is correct, for sure. Having to protect Gildas as like a fractal deck is for sure something that is not very common to do, and certainly nothing you do every day. So,
Yeah,
let's
it is. Oh, there's the recover 4 undoing the damage, or yeah, that is a recover 4 because it's
with that amount of influence, it can only be recover or even banish. If Hanky had more cards down, he would even be banishing a random card.
which is not something you see very often. So I'm not sure if it happens, but Hanky definitely recovered. I think the judge may have forgotten to include that. Okay, so yeah, it seems that accidentally Terry recovered the 4 damage. And so it is quite goofy.
Both players still so much enjoying that.
Yeah,
It is wonderful how the camaraderie here is,
Yeah.
especially between those two. I believe they faced off quite often already during the time they are playing the game, right?
Yeah, I believe this is definitely not the first time, right? Even earlier, they were supposed to be, they played against each other to get here. And both of these players are also. I've also played a lot against the similar opponents and similar decks before. Obviously, Terry knows the Wind Allies deck in and out. And same with Hanky. Hanky's played so many fractals. He played at Seattle. Then he played at Southeast Asia Nationals. He also sometimes plays online and indulges in some suffering for anything. He tries to avoid Luxem. He's comfortable against this deck.
Are you sure he doesn't like Luxem?
Yeah, I may or may not have seen a comment or two from him.
Oh.
And his track record against Luxem is also not the best. It's interesting that Terry did not protect his Gildas. He does have another one in hand, if I remember. Ooh.
Terry is just drawing cards. He plays the influential deck with actually not. So the fractal deck usually doesn't want to have a lot of influence because you want to use your fractals on board. But Terry has fractals on board, influence, and allies.
Yeah,
so he has the
everything.
best of all worlds.
Yeah, and even I think right now he has
Another
it's
Gildas,
unfortunate. He
another
has 7 cards
Zhang
in
Zhao.
hand, so he cannot play the Zheng Jiao and the Gildas. Unless he draws a Lost in Thought. Even though there's a Censor out, he can just play the Lost in Thought for free if he wants to get, go very greedy with the damage. Because also the Lost in Thought doesn't have any value here, even if, even if he plays it, because the Censor is out and there.
I think Terry is just looking for anything that might help him close out the game here now. So just getting the Zhang Zhao and another couple fractals running might be good enough here for him.
Yeah. Oh, there is seeing a couple of fractals running. Immediately started running with some fractals. Now he has on 5. If he does have a Burst Asunder, that would be 10 damage. Or a Glimmering Refraction would be 5. 2 Glimmering Refractions, obviously 10. So 1 Burst Asunder is the equivalent of 2.
That would be very funny. And the Zhang Zhao gets replaced with another one to just clear off Hanky's
Hanky just laughing at how lucky he is.
This is indeed very lucky for him.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just get all of them, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it is 7 cards in hand, which is perfect for the Gildas. It was a perfect dream for him to have the fractal that he can pay for, paying for fractal with fractal, and have enough influence here to get the Zheng Jiaos and enough
there's
card draw.
Gildas Balance going for his opponent's champion and putting on all those damage cards.
Hanky just being like, 3 Gildas, 3 Zheng Jiaos. What is happening? What am I
Are you
blocking?
good, sir?
Yeah, what am I playing against? His face is just completely morphed now. I was like,
Yeah.
That is a choice. Yeah, it's definitely kind of...
It is a rough game for Hanky here for sure. So,
Yeah, definitely like... both of these players are like, it is what it is, right? This is how it works.
sometimes you just have it all. And sometimes you do not have it all.
Yeah, and it seems that even though but the thing is, Terry has all of these things, and he managed to play 3 Gildas, play 3 Zheng Jiaos, have a large influence, and yet he still cannot finish out the game.
It is impressive that the game still did not conclude, so both players are still having answers to what the opponent is trying to do here.
Yeah, both of these players thinking very hard and like trying to figure out what's the best way for them to win this. What can they do? Because obviously Hanky has an infinite amount of allies, so he can just start pushing them. But Terry still has that Wand of Frost.
Oh, another Gildas. Where does she come from?
Will that be a Gildas battle? Ooh, Terry just accepting it? Okay, no, he's thinking whether or not he wants to cycle a card from his memory to protect his own Gildas.
Sometimes you have to do it.
Yeah, yeah. It's
Both players enjoying themselves here and the decisions they have to make.
yeah.
That
It's a
is-
very rough spot to be in, right? Because both of the players are like, "Do I want my Gildas to be gone?" And it seems that Terry was just like, "You know what? She's gone. I will focus on other things. I'll move on to bigger and better things. She's a girl of the past. Now we look towards the future." She is she is one of old times, right? She used to be very popular and big back in the Dawn of Ashes season, but now she's old news. We have Zhang Jiao now. We have Fractals now. Who needs Gildas? She can go. You're right. Henki, we've changed my mind. We don't need Gildas anymore.
The nod of approval from Henki here.
Yeah. All fine, alright.
Nullify mirror to even
Yeah.
dismantle any possible Veiling Breezes
Yeah.
here.
To be fair though, Henki doesn't play that many wind cards, right? For Wind Allies deck, he has mostly Norm allies, right? He has the Prince Queen Trotter, he has that Wind Rider Vanguard, he has the Windmill Engineers. So he has some of them, right? And he has enough to imbue the Windmill Engineers. But it's still not like a wind allies deck, right? Like some of the other ones were. Obviously he plays the best of the best only, but
The best of the Wind allies and
best of
Norm
the
allies.
best of
put-
the wind allies. But yeah, it's still not an overwhelming majority, right? It's not enough to warrant playing Fairy Whispers. Is my main point. So
But why would you play Fairy Whispers if you could play Idle Thoughts at fast speed, right?
true.
Scout the Land is a card you can throw in your deck that makes it a little bit less awkward. But
Yeah. However, Henki doesn't need that, right? Why do you need to dig for cards when every card you draw is just an ally? You know, if
That
I
is
just have
correct.
my allies, I'm gonna be fine, and that is exactly what Henki's going for. He did go very far with it so far, right? There is no reason why he shouldn't be able to go even further.
further and beyond, you're saying?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Like, you know, it worked, right? This deck is not like an overbrewed or an over-engineered deck. It literally is. What allies are there? These, all right. All of them go in a deck, and in Grand Archive you can do that. You only need cards in your hand, and you draw one every turn. That's all you need.
This is now a very interesting spot gameplay-wise, because Terry has a Burst Asunder in hand and even has enough damage for a lethal attempt in here. However, there is a card underneath Henki's Quicksilver Grail, and nobody of us knows what it
is. It's a mystery card.
The mystery card might just be a Safeguard Amulet, right?
No,
okay.
you would never.
You would never put a Safeguard Amulet underneath a Quicksilver Grail. No one would ever do that, right?
No one would. It
No,
is a mystery. What do you mean?
I see. That is...
Okay, Henki was trying to clarify why the Fractal Wing was getting rested and what happened there exactly. It was rested for the hindered Unstable Fractal. Now the Unstable Fractal here is very interesting because once Terry goes up to level 1, he can just use it to remove the Safeguard Amulet, right? It's 2 less damage and 1 less, which means 1 less Fractal. However, no Safeguard Amulet, right? The trade-off
is
of-
very huge.
yeah, preventing all damage versus doing 2 less damage. I will take the 2 less damage any day of the week.
So Terry now needs to find another way to force the Grail to be revealing what is underneath it, and that might just be a level up into the auction the next turn, and then followed up by a Crystalline Mirror here.
Yeah, it very, very well could be, because then he can, with the Unstable Fractal and the Crystalline Mirror together, he can take care of the Quicksilver Grill and the Safeguard Amulet coming afterwards. I don't believe he has, I believe he doesn't have a Fracturize in hand, so that he doesn't have that as an option.
Does Terry have another Unstable Fractal in hand?
I believe, yes, he does.
Ooh, so he can just...
He can double Unstable Fractal.
Oh, that is even better.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it does come in hindered, so he will have to wait a turn for it to wake up, but whatever, right? It doesn't hurt too much. And Terry immediately starting the turn in response to the materialization of the backup charger, just resting the nullifying mirror to guarantee that Henki cannot imbue another windmill engineer.
That is correct. And Gildas not
Yeah, Gildas attacking to face,
being balanced.
forcing Terry to go to 6. Lurking Assailant resolves here. Also smacking for 2 more, pushing Terry to 8 total damage. There's a refracting missile.
Oh.
For 5 total cost, right? And
Yes.
dealing 10 damage total.
That
That is a big
Where does the
refracting
number 10 come
missile.
from? Oh my lord.
Yeah, it did just happen, right? Oh, sorry,
3,
9.
6, 8.
9,
It is
9.
9. 9 is almost 10, so we round up. It's 10.
Ran up, yeah,
right?
yeah.
Math is hard, so we don't do that here.
The Henki will be at over 10 damage, so in the end,
It is correct.
it's the same thing. Henki probably thinking whether to use that Sacred Amulet right now or wait with it.
Yeah. Because that means if the 10 damage go through, 9 damage actually go through, that every other fast speed spell is kinda lethal to him.
Yeah, anything that Terry can do at fast speed, it's gonna be over, right?
Yes.
And if Terry levels up here, obviously because of the sensor, he cannot use the floating memory he got from the refracting missile to level up, or any of the other, because his graveyard at this point is pretty full of floating memory, but he cannot use it to level up because of the sensor. So he will have to lose a card that he put down, which I believe that is exactly why he played. Why he put his cards down and made sure to play a card so he can level up here. Or, the Crystalline Mirror. So the Crystalline Mirror and the Unstable Fractal together is still not enough. There is a Scepter of Fascination, cycling a card from his
Scepter of
memory.
Fascination is a very interesting choice. And
So wait a minute. Did he draw like the one?
ooh, he
It's
found
a
a thing.
refracting missile.
Oh
so
boy.
Here,
Oh, Terry,
Oh,
just
okay.
explaining what is going to
Yeah,
be
yeah.
happening here and why
so
Henki just can't do anything.
so
and
yeah,
he's
yeah.
like, oh,
He-
let's
he's
do this step by
Terry
step.
going, running very forward, being like, okay, so once you activate the Quicksilver, I'm gonna play this.
Yeah.
So Henki is like, wait a minute, let me actually banish my Quicksilver Grill.
Okay.
Terry was moving too fast, in his mind, still playing Swiss, right? It's pretty hard to remember that.
Perfect
rush,
play
here's
pattern
no
as
time.
assumption from Terry here and what is going to happen and how he has to avoid what is going to be happening.
Yeah, he's planned far enough ahead.
He planned ahead very well and just drew
Got it, perfect. He drew
another
the out,
fast
right?
activation card that deals damage.
I wanted to jump up and scream in my seat when he thought that, but need to be professional here. No, I cannot just start screaming as happy as I was and what happened. But, like I said, I love wind allies, but I also love the intricacies of the fractal deck. I love watching the fractal deck be played, and I have to be honest with you. Henki's deck is not that interesting. It's just basically 60 allies. Well,
It is a lot of
54
allies
allies.
that have a very linear game plan, that for sure.
Yeah, but it is still like, it's such a genius deck because it's so simple. All right, it is not overcomplicated. It's just, what are they gonna do? Sure, Art of War is a thing, but like,
An
I'll have more
ally-based
allies.
strategy will be always rather streamlined and clear-lined, and you have a plan of hitting your opponents some amount of times in succession. And the intricacies of the Wind Ally deck are actually how you have to plan out your turns and your wake-ups of your allies with the Relic Advance, the second winds.
Yeah,
and
and
how
like
you
what
buff
allies
them.
you play as well, right? And
Yeah.
nowadays, because there's so many regalias that you have to be, there's like so many defensive regalia that you have to be able to plan out
how you want to
wanna
progress your
yeah,
turn.
what you want to materialize, exactly what you want to do. So you can't really just, like back in the day, bubble, GCR, bubble. Oh look, I drew a million cards.
I-
Smack, smack.
Yeah, that
Now
is
it's
not flying anymore these days, and one wrong materialization can cost you the game actually.
Yep,
You need to
absolutely.
realize when you need a terraforming, when you need to need to have a safeguard amulet.
Henki choosing to go first is quite interesting here. Sorry to interrupt you like that,
Oh,
but
no worries.
I would never actually go first. It lets you have less allies, and lets you, and it doesn't allow you to play 2 allies on your first turn. However, I do see the perspective that you deny 1 materialization from your opponent, especially them being on fractals. You know, what are they going to do?
This is such a
Oh.
strong start for Henki, because even though you are as an ally deck now proposing the first ally on the board to your opponent and make it vulnerable to be cleared, in the Diao-chan deck there's actually only one combination of cards that can clear a free health ally early on, and you need to have a Lost and Fought and Froststorm Paladin or a Gildas, where you
Yeah.
discard the Lost and Fought. And the Shang Jiang being imbued here makes her basically impossible to be cleared in
bit.
Terry's first turn.
Yeah, because he will not have enough fractals for that Shimmering Refraction. The only out he has is Grildas, right? That is the only thing he can do turn 1.
Gildas and the Lost and Fought in combination. Otherwise,
Yeah.
Shang Jiang is gonna be sticking on the board and being a menace throughout the next couple turns
She
here.
is, her and her big claws coming at you angrily. No dodging that. You can't run away from it. You just have to take it, right?
This is
it's
such a strong start for Henki. That
Yeah.
Shang Jiang will pose a threat for multiple turns here.
Yeah, this is exactly like I was talking about how I maybe wouldn't have gone first, but this is exactly why Henki is here at Nationals Day 2 top 8 playing, and I'm not, because he did go first, and he played he knows his deck well enough where he knows that if he goes first, he will have an ally that will stick. And here it is. He has also, otherwise he has Lurking Assailant with stealth. He has many other he has many answers and many allies that will stick around, and especially in this matchup, your allies will stick, right? That, I mean, regardless, most of the time, unless they have the Gildas, Gildas or Frostborn Paladin, your allies will survive. So I think it's wonderful insight foresight from Henki. And
Yeah, this was,
paid off.
while Henki had like a very, very strong start, Terry is not short in the final match of the set here, with 3 fractals, having a Burst Asunder available and a Dissonant Fractal in his memory.
Yeah.
So this is going very quickly in multiple directions.
Yeah, both of these players running away with the game. Ooh, there's the Ace and Protector. Now that is even harder to take care of, right? Even though Shang Jiang,
Might Terry just have enough fractals to close out the game on his next
Immediate?
turn?
oh,
Getting
he's
a
drawing more
bauble, a
cards.
draw?
Wait a minute.
He needs
Ooh, there's a
to
lost
go
and
to
found.
7 fractals in total.
Oh, he has enough cards.
Ooh, 7 fractals might be a tough ask here, but he can activate at least 2 this turn.
Yeah,
There's
there's
this
resting one
for the dissonant.
Wait a minute. Is he gonna? I
He's-
mean, he cannot use a Shang Chao this turn. So
he might have to, otherwise he loses to damage counters on his champion now, and
oh,
he
you're
wants to have the
right.
recover.
Yeah, it's not too bad to recover here.
It
Yeah,
is
you're
actually quite good.
Yeah.
And he puts the damage on Henki that he might be missing of being fractal shot over 2 turns.
Right.
This is, this
that
might
would be.
ooh.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Recovering 4 here is the way to survive. He can also play the Dissonant Fractal immediately. So he will be able to glimpse 1 and have the reservable fractal for next turn and the extra damage. So that will be what, 10 10, 12 damage from
Yeah.
the
You-
versus Xander.
You probably just play down the Dissonant Fractal now to see
Yeah.
what you might have to plan for your next few turns. And
Ooh, those are 2 fractals. You don't
two
hate to see that.
fractals, a turbocharge, and a Lost in Thought.
You do not
It's
hate to see that.
5 fractals. He has no more in hand. That put him about onto
There is thinking
7.
out loud. It is
7
very rough.
fractals. It is 16 damage.
I mean, he
if-
doesn't. Unless Henki materializes a safeguard amulet next turn,
Or levels up.
all levels up. If he
Well-
levels up,
Hmm.
once again we're back. If he materializes a sacred amulet, yeah, it's very rough. But overall, Terry is in a very comfortable
There is
spot.
there is a
The
very
1, 2.
strong line.
I think
here.
he is going for the
the
Zheng Jiao.
recover.
Yeah, I mean that would be the best option here. Put down 1 to recover 4. Go
Putting
back down
1,
to 3 damage counters. There it is, recovering 4 through 3 damage counters. And now he guarantees that he will survive next turn. And he does have the Glimmering Refraction, as well as the 1 damage from Zheng Jiao. So that will be what? 6 damage counters on Henki next turn.
Yeah.
Uh,
So depending
7
on
from
what
that.
Henki now chooses to materialize, Terry can act accordingly. And if it is not a
Yeah.
champion, a
It-
level up or a safeguard amulet, he will just go to town with Henki with the
well,
con-
okay, there it is.
the
There is the safeguard
Grail.
amulet under the Quicksilver Grill, forcing Terry to have 2 answers. Terry is just accepting. Yep, Quicksilver Grill happens.
This is what
can't do much
happens.
about
I
it.
see.
It'll come through. You know, it can't change anything. It happens. There is no negate for a normal materialization in the game.
Hmm.
You just have to put up with it, if you will.
And Henki is for sure going to face here. 3 damage counters more on the Spirit of Water from
Yeah,
Terry and
and
2
there
more
is-
from Shang.
Yep.
This hurts a lot and puts him at 8 already.
Yeah, but he would be a lot closer to lethal if he didn't have that Shang Jiao. Oh, you see, he is surviving. He is hanging in there.
Those 4
Oh, there's a
recover
Vanguard.
came in clutch here. It was
It mattered him survive.
it was lethal otherwise.
But
So
it's a very, very tough spot to be in for Terry. He cannot push lethal. He has to. He's forced to level up here.
he is forced to level up to prolong the game.
Yeah, he's
Or remove a couple allies and get out a Tariff Ring. If you are very, very brave for that matter. But
you
would you be
could-
brave here?
He could do that. He is being very. He has to think a lot about what he's going to do here. It is
Yeah.
not a good. You know, he's not in a good spot right now. Right? We
Well,
were just talking about how he can finish out the game, but Quicksilver Grill and Safeguard Amulet together is too much. It's just so much and so hard to remove.
This is so crazy.
Yeah.
And we got one new result from a different match in Tobias versus true champion Isaac, where Isaac won 2-1 versus Tobias.
So, true champions are going on. Now, let's see if the teammate of Isaac is going to continue on the legacy. You know, Isaac is paving the road. Let's see if Terry can follow him up. This is game 3 of the top 8 of the Grand Archive European Nationals. It is currently True Champion Terry versus Henki the Goat. Henki on Wind Allies versus Terry on Water Fractals.
Terry
It-
is thinking very hard what he wants to do now.
Terry is in a very difficult spot, knowing that Henki has a 2-layer protection for his
for his burst
his
asunder and
and-
every other damage
yeah.
source he might pose
Because
here. And
Unfortunately, there he is. He is forced to level up, but he goes for it. It is for the best. Obviously, he will be able to draw two cards next turn. He is also able to force. Hand. Okay, before recollection, he is going to shimmering refraction. Henki's Spirit of Wind for 5 damage, putting him at 6. If he will attack with Zhang Jiao again, it will put him at a total of 7 damage counters. Trying
that is a
to
lot.
push lethal here. Henki thinking very, very hard here.
You
Why is he
can
pushing
clearly see
this?
in Henki's face that he's asking himself, why is Terry doing that? What
Why
is
he
his
pushing? Yeah.
master plan
Yeah.
he might scheme here?
Why is he? But it is a scary spot to be in. I hope that Henki is in a very good spot here, but I'm not sure if him using the safeguard amulet here would be a good decision, because
Using the safeguard here opens up a lot of lines for Terry to might survive this turn and then follow up
with the
against no protection, possibly with like Burst Asunder,
Yeah.
multiple other fast spells to just deal enough damage here.
Yeah.
But Henki choose to just take it. He is the GOAT, he can do that for once. If he allows to. And he
if
did.
allows. Yeah. And however, now Terry doesn't have many things to do, right? Henki is basically locked in here. He does have a lot of damage on board. He has plenty of damage on board, plenty of damage in hand. He will be able to push through enough here next turn.
Henki right now has 9 damage on board. That is more than enough to close out the game here, and Terry needs to find a way to survive here. Is this just that he might be drawing 2 cards with his other Zhang Jiao now to find answers?
I mean, he has to, but I don't think that will be enough. I think Henki has got this in the game in the bag, because Terry has the fractal snow is too late. It only affects allies that will come in. Henki presenting more than enough damage already on board to take out take him out.
What the Diaoxan Fractal deck struggles with is removing already established allies, while you have a lot of strong negates accessible with the Glimmering Refusal, and also all those fast activation cards that deal damage to units of your choice for the amount of fractals you have at least.
Yeah, and
If
Henki made a wonderful deck choice based on that, right? Because his deck is all allies. It's like I said, it's very simple but incredibly smart into this meta game, because
if you threaten the board fast enough against most decks, you will just succeed.
yeah, Luxem Xander can also be overwhelmed, even though they recover. If you push enough damage early, it's over. Fractals doesn't go up too high, so it is the same thing.
Yeah.
And it is very, very smart of him to bring this deck, right? There it is.
This
There
is
is
also
Sacred
one of
Amulet.
the issues that you have if you play a deck that has only a level 1 champion.
And there it is, yeah. Yeah, Terry sees
Terry's
it.
saying, oh, you got it, you have the guys on board, and I do not. So you take this home, my friend.
Yeah, it was a very tough match. Henki made the perfect call for this meta. It's, everyone expected him to make it, and I am glad he did not disappoint us, right? Our world-traveling European does amazing at events, barely missed his gauntlet spot at Southeast Asia. Now, he's here. Some people, I heard yesterday, were talking that, it's just a joke deck. It is a wonderful meta call, and he's here. He's made it. Definitely made the gauntlet. Now he is 1 win away from making it to Worlds.
This is very exciting, and I talked to him before. I saw some comments from him that he might just not go if he doesn't get the paid invite, right? And then he said, if I get to the gauntlet, I for sure will make it there to
Yeah,
play with all those guys from over the world.
Yeah, we already have a bunch of gauntlet spots from Southeast Asia. Now, looking at our top 8, no matter who from here makes it, it's gonna be amazing people with wonderful decks, incredible knowledge of the game. So it is going to be very fun. So I'm glad he's like, if anyone. He's absolutely set to make it to Worlds with the invite spot. But even if he makes it only with the gauntlet, I'm glad that he decided that he will still go in the end. But
I'm also super happy that our Globetrotter can make it basically.
he's qualifying in his home region. I am glad that he's going to be representing us. But you said you spoke to him before the game.
Yeah.
How about we speak to him after the game?
That
Now-
sounds wonderful
Yeah?
to me.
Awesome. Then let's move into a player interview very shortly with Henki the Goat. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our player interview with Henki the Goat. Officially a goat. Congrats on your win.
Thank you.
You made the gauntlet finally. How
Yeah.
how does it feel after last year? You barely didn't make it. At Southeast Asia, you barely didn't make it, but now you're in officially in your home region. How does it feel?
Well, I should be really happy, but I'm just so goddamn tired. But yeah, it's amazing. Like I got 13 in Taipei, and I was relying on like Steven, and Steven is like a totally unreliable person, so I had to do it myself, and so I'm happy I
Damn
did it.
it.
I'm happy I did it.
Yeah, I had to go out and do it, and I think all of us here are very happy that out of all the regions, you made it here in Europe, here to represent us, defeating an American.
Yeah.
You know? They cannot take our spots.
Send those Yankees back home.
Yay, finally, you know. It was a bit unfortunate to see what happened with you in Utrecht, but we don't talk about that, right? It was a blunder. You're clearly back.
I tried to sell out because who doesn't like a sellout, right? But there's these Luxem decks. It's not for me. But
We can see, unfortunately, on stream, but hey.
I finally won a match on stream. I've been losing so much. It's so unreal. And then those, I have to watch my language. Those, they put me against Luxem and shit. And no, this was fine. Terry is a class act as well. It was a good game.
It's wonderful to see you still, like both of you are still so happy and excited, and you know, and there is no bad blood here between anyone.
No.
Everybody knows you. Everyone loves you. You are the European that everybody knows. You continue to be that. Do you have any words you would like to say to everyone at home? about how you're feeling, whatever, anything you want.
What do I want? Not really. Probably if I think about it, but I have nothing prepared. I left my speech in my jacket, so if I win, maybe.
It's all right. That's okay. Well, be prepared for the winners interview at least.
Yeah.
Once you
Well,
qualify the world.
We'll take it one at a time.
Yeah. I will let you go rest. Thank you
Yes,
for
thank
chatting
you.
with
Much
me here.
obliged.
And see you guys all next round, and hopefully Henki in the finals.
失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう行き詰まって邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い果てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう行き詰まって邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に 高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い
everyone, and welcome back to Top 4 of the Grand Archive European Nationals of 2025. I'm back here with my wonderful co-caster Garrett. Wonderful to be here with you again.
It is a pleasure.
Yeah, I'm glad you enjoy it. Last round, we saw our GOAT, our one true European world traveler, win the round, get into at least the gauntlet, right?
Yeah.
So now we have our two of our gauntlet players logged. Now at top 4, we're gonna find out the other 2, and we will find out who qualifies directly to Worlds from the European region. Right now, we have 3 Europeans in
Contention, right?
contention, yeah, still, and 1 American. So we will see here very shortly how our players do here. Next game, so last round we saw true champion Terry versus Henki. Henki obviously won, as we all saw. Moving on to top 4. This time, we're gonna see true champion Isaac versus Felix. We've seen both of them on stream before, right? This is nothing is new. All of our players in the top 8 have been on stream. Now in top 4, same thing. So it's nothing new, right? Terry, Isaac is on the same deck as Terry was. That's what I was trying to say.
It is the same deck, but different players, different approaches, different handlings of the cards.
Different luck.
Different luck. Sometimes lady luck needs to be by your side.
Exactly. Yes, but I think there's a point after which you're on the same skill level. It's just your luck that determines what happens, right?
I wouldn't actually call it luck, but more sequence of draws. But
it's the same thing. It's the same thing. Obviously, in the Fractals deck, you can glimpse enough where you can sequence it correctly, and then it becomes more skill. But you have to be lucky with the cards you see as well, obviously. Felix, still your local. He's made it so far. I love talking to him after and interviewing him. Felix is such a wonderful guy. I've only met him this past 2 days, but
really?
having a chat with him has always been wonderful.
It's always nice to have him around. He is such a people guy. He gets close connected very quickly with a lot of people, and around the world he knows friends who play card games, not only Grand Archive, but also Grand Archive, and he's also leaving for Japan soon after this event.
Wow!
Is even taking part in Grand Archive locals over there in Japan and introducing new friends to the game there. This is amazing.
That is incredible! Wow! So even now, even with the only the gauntlet slot, he is going to champion the game forward. He can already he will be able to see guys, this game is amazing. I already got so far. Imagine what you guys can do if you focus all your attention to it, right? Because he also mentioned that he plays other games as well. He doesn't have as much time to play GA, and yet he's here. And Tristan, playing Tristan, you love Tristan, I know that. But she is not a champion you see often anymore. She is
correct.
I think everyone remembers the upset that happened back in Chicago where Tristan won against Slimes, and If I'm feeling like Felix might achieve the same thing as Sean did at that event. Out of nowhere, Tristan coming in and doing so well. Just shooting to the top via Felix's piloting.
Yeah. There is some truth to it that Tristan might just be an underplayed deck while still being very competent if you are familiar with the play lines there.
Yeah.
Otherwise, Brian wouldn't make it either all the time, right?
Yeah, it's Tristan is clearly not someone to discount as irrelevant, and especially in Felix's hands, he's only played Tristan. He's so competent with the deck. He's doing incredibly, and I hope he can continue this momentum. However, Isaac is obviously not someone to forget about as well. Immediately starting out with 3 Fractals on board, his deck. Fractals, it is a big threat. It is a major threat right now. And Isaac is obviously, he has been playing it since the deck became viable. He also has a lot of experience in general at big tournaments, on stream, off stream. And, he's basically, Grand Archive is his life. So we will see a clash of 2 very different decks. 2 players from different parts of the world, different experiences. And yet they're here in the same room, playing the same card game, competing for the same spot.
Maybe Felix paid attention to the interview yesterday and with Isaac and got a couple insights on how the deck wants to operate. Hopefully Isaac didn't give away too many hints what he wants to do, but for sure Felix has some experience with facing the Fractal Dialog deck, and he already has one very strong card against the deck in his hand, and that is Scatter Essence.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm surprised he not used it early on. He
I mean,
probably
he
wants to
still
use
has
it.
enough cards.
Yeah.
Going second, he does have another 4 cards in hand, so he could do it. Obviously, unfortunately or not, I trust his decision. He did not use it in the end. Going instead to start pushing damage. Probably we watched some games, learned exactly how Isaac's specific version of the deck works and what Isaac's playstyle is. So preparing more for that. Oh, though.
Oh, this is a line.
the play.
So good.
Oh, this is what we were talking about earlier. Hasn't happened so far on stream this weekend, but this is exactly the perfect thing for Felix, right? Stifling Trap coming in, shooting down Zheng Zhao. No one enter. 3 fractals wasted. She's dead. It's
no
perfect.
drawing cards for you. And even though Isaac had a very powerful start with 3 fractals, one being the dissonant here to rearrange his top cards and deciding what he wants to draw or not, this might remove a lot of steam from him right now. The 2 cards were probably needed to facilitate more during this turn that he planned out.
Yeah.
And Felix is like, no,
No.
not today.
Yeah. It's definitely something to see here.
That was probably also the reason why he did not play the Scatter Essence even during his main phase, just to keep this up.
He saw into the future. He knew that with 3 fractals already, Zheng Zhao is a threat, and he was prepared for it. And look at that, it paid off perfectly. He denied the draw.
Did you see the one card that is his specialty, basically?
His specialty, denying the win from Toby with it twice. Jeez, a few prep counters away from it. Pulling it off again, right? Toby on the same deck as Isaac as well. We might see a replay of what happened here earlier.
This might be crucial for Isaac to decide what he wants to do now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Fast
they
here,
asked for
recovering form,
back.
that is
Damn.
very important. Otherwise, Isaac would be in lethal range for the next turn.
Absolutely. It is wonderful, playing wonderfully, knowing that the Slice and Dice is a threat, so not staying too long on a champion, on his spirit, leveling up to Diao-chan. We also allowing him to be able to activate reactions from his memory later. Isaac praying another Dissonant Fractal, allowing him to glimpse 4. 3 top, 1 bottom. He likes those cards, right? And we saw
Who
Refracting
doesn't like
Missile.
Zhang Zhao, right?
And Zheng Zhao, yep.
Refracting Missile, Zhang Zhao, all cards you want to see very quickly if you amass a lot of fractals. Isaac not so heavy on the fractal front right now. 3 is a good number, but you want to have more.
3 is the
more
perfect number. You can play Zheng Zhao from them. 0 cards in memory. Unless, of course,
that
Felix
is
has
so
another
true.
Stifling Trap.
Having 3 fractals for Zhang Zhao is what you want to have, but you also want to have more fractals to deal more damage to your opponent.
Yeah, and
Felix going to level 1, getting another preparation counter, and the class bonus of Incapacitate active. So the card only costs 2 for him to activate.
It's basically free at this point. And it's 2 versus 4. It's basically free. So he is in a very comfortable spot. Also having the Servile Divines class bonus active as well. He can activate it at fast speed now before Recollection. So he is keeping it in hand to have that prep counter for later. Isaac
the Quicksilver
coming
Grail. Did you see what Isaac picked there?
What obviously what else would it be except the iconic to his deck, to their deck, Wand of Frost, because that is exactly perfect in this matchup, right? Because we were talking about how incredible Slice and Dice is here. But Wand of Frost absolutely negates the on hit. right?
Ooh, you are so correct here. Giving -3 attack to Tristan with the slice and dice active, that is very hurtful. Losing those 3 preparation counters from your champion without getting the lethal here is very, very painful.
Yeah, it is. It is rough. Um, Hopefully Felix did look at Isaac's deck list before the game, so he is prepared for that Wand of Frost. You know, it won't come out of left field because now we're in day 2, and top 8 especially. All of these deck lists are open, so the players had time yesterday to study everyone's deck list.
You
right?
can take a peek at those
Yeah,
lists as
yeah.
much as you want and be prepared or not.
Exactly, and with only 12 players, they only have to look at 11 deck lists. So, as long as you just take a peek at them, obviously there are some duplicates as well. So it is a lot easier and narrows down the amount of lists you need to look at by a lot. There is the Tristan level 2 Felix going for a more higher level and aggressive game plan here. Obviously, this will force Isaac to have a lot more fractals and have to deal a lot more damage than before.
Isaac activating the nullifying mirror in response to leveling up is basically removing the ability for Felix to imbue any windmills and any other funny cards he might just have. So no more plussing for the windmills.
Yeah, that windmill is shut off because any card that he would be trying to imbue here with it will just be a norm card.
And also every Veiling Breeze he might be playing during this turn. Does Isaac have something plotted in here to just deal a lot of damage to Felix?
He does have, I believe, a... Oh, no, it's an unstable fractal and refracting
Missile.
missile. I was really trying to say refracting fractal, but I knew it wasn't correct. It didn't feel right.
Ooh, Felix with the combination of Dungeon Guide and Mastermind schemes here available for him. Is he just going to level 3 very quickly, or is he just going for another Sadie, attacking the Zhang Zhao and getting the agility running?
It could be because either Isaac has to waste a refracting missile to take care of the Zhang Jiao, or Felix has to play or Felix gets the agility trigger, which is absolutely wonderful for him, having all those reactive cards and protective cards in hand. Felix also debating whether to use the Dream Fairy here or not, because it will not, it will deny another Zhang Jiao from Isaac. However, if he does do that, and the Dream Fairy does die via a refracting missile or something similar, Isaac will get another 2 cards off of it. So it is a very tough decision to make here. Let's see what he decides. It seems that he is more so leaning towards throwing the Dream Fairy away, right? Just throwing her in memory.
Dream Fairing the Zhang Zhao is very interesting because if you do that, you then force Isaac to use one of his 8 or rather 12 damage spells on the Dream Fairy, so that lowers the general threshold of damage that Isaac can do with spell cards.
Yeah.
Might be worth here to just try this and hope that Isaac has to use those spells on the Dream Fairy. Oh my lord.
Yeah, English is a difficult language, Garen. I don't blame you.
Oh, thank you very much. And there we have the Dungeon Guide.
Dungeon Guide leveling
Felix
up.
has the Shadow Strike in hand.
Already prepared for the lethal turn. Also going to level 3 is making it a lot harder for Isaac to deal lethal here. So it's not easy for him at all, right? Because the more Felix levels up, the more life he will have, and the more fractals Isaac needs. And currently, doesn't have many. And the more he lets Felix just survive and draw cards, the more prep counters he will have, and the more likely it is for him to draw a Scatter Essence or a Vertigress Decree or
The very
Stun out.
interesting thing here is now that Felix can get out of the Shadow's Claw and just start chipping away Isaac's life pool here.
There it is. The professional Tristan player knowing exactly what is going to happen here. Attacking, I don't think it's even chip, right? Because all the shadows attack for 2. That is 4 damage
One
just
turn.
from them.
It is basically 5 damage in 1 turn, 5 damage in 1 turn, and 3 damage in 1 turn from Tristan Shadow Dancer alone in combination with the Shadow Claw.
Yeah, yeah. And then we also know that he does have the Shadow Strike. Currently 5 preparation counters, which will be basically lethal at this point, right? What is Shadow Strike's base attack, Garrett? Can
The
you help
base
me?
attack is 4 of Shadow Strike, and for every preparation counter it increases by 1, and if it was prepared at all, it is unblockable.
So that would be 9-10 damage right now with the Shadow's Claw, plus 2 from every single
What
Shadow.
you can also do as a line of play here is you can try to slice and dice your opponent with the Shadow Claw for the first attack. So even if you lower the value by 3, the second will hit 2. That
Oh,
is
yeah, because
more damage
now-
for 3 preparation counters.
Yeah, he does have the Shadow's Claw now, so that Wand of Frost -3 threshold is not active anymore. It's
If you decide to do so, it is a very interesting line of play that you have to consider at times against water decks, because they like to minus you as a Tristan player and make it very awkward for you.
yeah. Ooh, Scepter of Fascination, and then Isaac going to fracturize it because he doesn't have enough fractals. He is kind of forced to do it to get his fractals up. He already got the card draw from it, right? Coming in, draws a card, and he doesn't have any reaction spells in his memory right now.
That is, to me, a very infrequent seam play.
Yeah, definitely not something you see every day, right? You would rather have those Shimmering Refractions and similar cards available for you later. But Isaac is very strapped on turns, right? Very strapped on life. Next turn, if Felix has a Shadow Strike, it's over for him, even with the -3.
This looks like Isaac has 10 damage from a Burst Asunder and another Freckle of Rain in his hand. So
12 damage, that is not quite enough. Still, he is missing 7 damage. Tristan Shadow Dancer having 25 life, unfortunately.
and a lot of influence still available to him. And he even has those 2 nasty cards that Isaac needs to play around. The Incapacitate, and a very rare played card these days in Tristan decks is the Slime Shield.
Yes, yes. I think because as slimes went out and after Baby Gray Slime got banned, people stopped playing slimes. So people stopped playing Slime Shield. So one, you can see that Felix doesn't play the game too much. 2, you can see that he values that 3 damage protection, right? Because he doesn't play any slimes in his deck. He only has Slime Shield in there as a wind card that he can get with Fairy Whispers. And for Veiling Breeze, obviously, and to just prevent that 3 damage.
One other funny coincidence is that the Slime Shield protects our favorite number clan.
3!
It is free.
It is a lucky number 3.
It is a lucky number 3. And makes a few attacks that are frequently played in this meta very susceptible to it, and will not trigger the on hit of Staggering Strike, for example, or
Slice and Dice in the Mirror.
Slice and Dice in the Mirror.
Thieving Cut from Lux of
Thieving
Xander.
Cut from Xander. You
And
see.
There's a lot of things, yeah.
That is actually a lot of things. And another funny interaction is that you can do a very influence-heavy sequence of play using Sadie to attack an ally, force them to retaliate to Sadie, play the Slime Shield, take her back to hand,
You're
and
right, yeah.
then just swing again and remove this ally.
Infinite Sadie. Your Sadie is guaranteed to stay alive. Slime Shield is a very good card. And
It is.
I'm glad to see it still played. Like, Felix,
I still need to find a couple foil copies for myself to throw in my Tristan
I mean,
deck for
those-
exactly
those
that.
Sapphire pack promos are hard to get. Hard
Yeah,
to
unfortunately. And
get. You know, it's wonderful to see players playing less played cards. Like Felix's whole deck right now is not a common deck. And in it, he plays cards that we thought were gone from the meta, at least until Mercurial Heart Altar comes out, and with the Recollection Deck Lights and a new Baby Gray slime.
I'm very curious.
Not
what
new Baby Gray replacement.
I'm very curious if there are other cool cards you can throw in the Tristan deck, or if there might be cards that just alter how the deck works fundamentally.
Yeah. You're not biased at all towards Tristan. You don't like that deck. You don't like that deck more than in any other deck.
I might have a few biases toward deck choices, but certainly not towards the players. That's why I'm very interested what we will be seeing here soon. Felix still in his materialization, as it seems, and trying to figure out what he needs here.
Yeah, he's also trying to figure out what he can do, what he can and can't, lose here.
He's doing the math. It looks like this is a mastermind scheme. This is for the Shadow Strike.
With the Shadow Strike, if he gets to 10 preparation counters, and even if Isaac gives him -3 from that, he will be attacking for 11.
That is correct.
11 -3 is still 8 damage, putting the Achan to 16, and then 2 shadows come in. Bam, look at that, it's 3 damage.
That
Blinding
is
Orb.
indeed 3 damage.
You're losing the Dream Fairy for the Blinding Orb here, forcing Isaac to put down any cards he may have kept up as reaction and to cycle that Dream Fairy out, Felix doesn't need it. He just wants to draw cards.
This is a very technical play because Felix for once gets to cycle the Dream Fairy into something useful for him and forces Isaac to put down resources and be now proactive or not at all.
Yeah. Ooh, there is the Wand of Frost drawing a card. For getting the Wand of Frost out, showing Felix that, hey, I have it. Let's see what you're gonna do.
The scary thing for Isaac now is that if Felix has interaction for his possible Glimmering Refusal on an attack card, he might just end the game on the spot here. And I'm pretty confident that is what we're going to be seeing here in a bit.
Oh, yeah, there's a Shadow Strike prepared for 5, attacking for 6.
For 9 in conjunction with the dagger, it is for 10.
10 total. Yep, that is game 1 over with the Shadow Strike. Felix taking it away so quickly, right? You don't expect a level 3 deck to win so fast. Like, he went to level 3, had 2 turns, and was like, oh, hey, Shadow Strike you for 10, but sorry.
You are correct. Within a finger snap, the game ended, and both players see just the numbers and the board state and agree, yeah, this is what happens, and I just scoop up all my cards and shuffle again and pick my sideboard for the next match.
Isaac also, unfortunately, didn't have any protection here, so he didn't really have a choice. He just had to take the beating. So he is... No, he unfortunately couldn't do much, just had to take the beating, and even though this is an untimed match, the attack went through, right?
Yeah.
They played until the game was actually over. There was no need for conceding for anyone.
That is correct.
Damage was dealt.
And the only thing Isaac might just be bringing in from his sideboard might be the Tariff Ring. Maybe in some words, a sense of Restful Peace might help him.
I think it looks like he is bringing in multiple cards.
Oh, multiple cards. If it is free, I would tend to say it's Extricating Touch. I'm not sure what you actually want to discard there, but that is for sure an out to some things that Felix might show you during the game with windmills or other things, right?
Yeah. It's the.
And Felix might just be bringing in the good old Verdigris Decree here.
Yeah.
That is a very good card against every deck that runs Fractals.
The other thing that he's bringing in, our girl. Let's not forget about his game against Toby. The 6-cost, no, wait, the 8-cost Blanche.
The 8-cost Blanche is a card to be feared.
Yeah, and once he committed to play 6 extra for it, nothing was going to get through, right? 8 damage at once. Even a Shimmering Refractions was not enough to deal enough damage there to even get a slight ding at
a
Tristan.
Slight dent in his health pool at all.
Tristan lived that interaction completely unscathed and happy as ever. Well, Felix obviously also was very happy after that and
I
finished the
can
game out
see
with the
that.
slice and dice.
So it looks like he has 2 cards there showing that he wants to bring in.
He has 5, possibly. Yeah, he's the 2 Vertigress Decree.
2 Vertigress Decree, probably 1 Veiling Breeze.
Brackish Lutist. Do you
Brackish
think he will bring
Lutist
in
might
Brackish
hurt
Lutist?
you and might end up hurting you more than it helps you because it
Oh, because
removes
it's not a
floating memory.
Gambu deck, right? It is amazing in the Gambu deck, but Isaac doesn't mill himself that much or use floating memory because he doesn't need it. He's fine without it.
Felix could also try to go more for the aggressive route with another Protector, I meant. Sorry.
Asen Protector. I don't think he doesn't need it, right? Because
It is not
Isaac is slow enough where he can, like we saw, he can pull up all those, the Shadow Strikes, Slice and Dice. Be a bit slower about it.
yeah.
And Asen Protector, Asen Protector might be good. You're right. If Isaac brings in a Staggering Strike, right? Then no preparation counters lost. It's a bit of protection against that. You don't have to worry about it, and then hit back for the Slice and Dice.
In Tristan especially, Ace Protector is a very interesting card to be played in as a few offs because it can also act as a pseudo reclaim to let you play your windmills again.
Yeah.
That-
It is a pseudo reclaim. It's a better reclaim because even though it doesn't have floating memory, it
you
is a 3/4.
You
with
might
intercept.
say the Protector is on steroids.
That's it. What's if he gets a buff counter, Isaac going first.
One other very interesting card that Felix runs in the side deck might be a Penumbra Waltz, a card that not every Tristan deck runs at all, and you kind of have to guess during Swiss rounds if your opponent does run it or not, and of course right now players know it is there, so it might be coming in.
So what is Penumbral Waltz's impact in this game, Garrett? What does it do in this matchup?
Penumbra Waltz is a shield prevention type effect in Grand Archive that negates the next 3 damage plus X, where X is the amount of preparation counters you used to activate this card. And if you used at least 3 preparation counters, so you prevent at least 6 damage, or would be preventing 6 damage, you get 2 Ominous Shadow tokens. That might also be a way to amplify your damage as soon as you get to level 3. Use 3 preparation counters after you get out your Shadow's Claw, and instead of 5 damage, it is now 9.
That is terrifying.
You do this 2 turns in a row, and the Augushan might be onto something, and it is
Cooked, if you will.
she is cooked for sure. Then
She is.
the water is getting hot in here for her.
Yeah, she's poked with a knife and rotated like a chicken around.
You mean like being on a skewer?
Yeah, like being on a skewer. The Shadow's Claw. Yeah,
The shadow skewer, you mean?
A Shadow Skewer.
Isaac choose to start, right? Yeah.
Yes. Sir. He
activated
immediately
one
he went for the
fractal.
spirit. He got the Fractal of Snowdown. Then in his next turn, he obviously Felix went for the simple Windmill Engineer imbued. Meanwhile, Isaac got his backup charger, paid 3 before Recollection to get the draw card into memory, immediately recollected. Then went for Unstable Fractal into Fractal of Intrusion. The on-enter is irrelevant here, into another Unstable Fractal.
4 fractals already.
A lot
Ooh,
more than last
that
time.
is the damage, the possible damage, I should say, is adding up very quickly in here,
The
right?
possible damage is very high. It's a tall mountain that Felix needs to get ahead of, because right now Isaac with 1 burst asunder is representing 10 damage, and then he just needs he just needs a refracting missile to finish it out.
1 refracting missile, 1 shimmering refractions, maybe even another fracturize in his hand, pre-recollection to get 1 more fractal here. Ooh.
He definitely needs that refracting missile the most right now to get that to get that extra fractal there. Isaac making sure Felix wakes up all of his sleepy allies, make sure that they are ready for battle. The Windmill Engineer, she may be an engineer at heart, but she has damage to deal.
Can't take a nap here, otherwise it would just get reclaimed, right?
Exactly.
Oh, the Ace and Protector and Felix hand going with the Windmill
What?
Engineer to phase
There
for
he is
one.
planning for that Ace and Protector. Trying
He
to
is
see.
basically telling his opponent, oh, I do that, then I do that,
Yeah.
then you see this coming.
Well, you know,
With
he's
laying out the cards and
He's
everything.
done it before. You know, it's the math is a lot easier this way, right? You don't have to think too hard about what you're going to do, right? Because all you can do.
Visualizing your thoughts
Yes,
might just help you to get
exactly.
the lines straight and how you need them.
Hopefully, both of these players are visualizing the trophy currently on our table as well, knowing, you know,
I'm not
manifesting
sure
it
what
in
trophy you are
their
talking
hands.
about. Maybe I have a
Garrett, I am
box next to
seeing
the
you
chair.
put it in your bag right
Oh,
now.
oh,
Don't
oh.
run away, Garrett. No,
Oh,
no.
oh, oh.
Come back, come back. That trophy is
The
unfortunately
Ace
not
and
for you.
Protector. Oh, getting back the Windmill
Obviously.
Engineer and Isaac saying, oof.
It's been a
that
long
is-
time coming for the Ace and Protector here.
And
Oh.
he is putting 3 more damage counters on Isaac here, and I think
Pushing a
We-
lot of damage here.
yeah.
Very scary. There's
This is indeed very scary, and the thing is, if you attack frequently enough, a slice and dice unprepared might just be enough. 3
Ooh.
damage are 3 damage.
Yeah, you are right, especially with that Scatter Essence taking out one of these fractals, Fractal of Snow specifically, so there is no risk for Felix's ally to come in rested. They will always come in awake because the Fractal of Snow is gone, its effect cannot be used.
This is
I mean-
very huge, and it shows that he already had the situation happen to him that he goes to Tristan Shadow Dancer, and the opponent is like, yeah, sacrifice Freckle of Snow. Your tokens are not going to be ready this time.
Yeah, that's 4 damage that's denied by one little Fractal here.
That might even have been used to be playing any cards already.
Yeah, it's also reservable, so it's a lot of value denied from Isaac with that one Scatter Essence. You know, just a 2-cost slow card with floating, just a 2-cost slow card with floating memory, denying 2 damage from Isaac, his protection for Felix's shadows, and a reservable Fractal. So it's very devastating if you are Isaac here.
What do you think? Do we see another Quicksilver Grey with a Wand of Frost underneath it, or just another nullifying mirror here?
It's
Because Felix has, for sure, the Windmill Engineer in his hand that he wants to replay.
Yeah, it might be possible. However, Felix did show that he's probably intending to level up next turn with the Scatter Essence floating in the graveyard. So Isaac either should have protected himself with, like you said, a Quicksilver Grill, but having more health and being able to play your Glimmering Refractions, which I believe he does have in hand from your memory, is still a very, very powerful thing to do. Oh, there's a Fracturize on that Power Cell token. Felix thinking whether he should allow that or not.
I allow that. That is what he said most likely.
Yeah, you know what? You can have one more Fractal.
One more Fractal is right now not the end of the world, but maybe soon, right?
Yeah, and there is another Fractal. This is putting enough Fractals and influence for Isaac there to play the Farstorm Paladin, banishing that Fracturize from his graveyard to make the Paladin get a buff counter and draw a card. Making a bit of an impasse here with both of the players having a 3-4 ally with Intercept on board.
I think, though, for Isaac, the 3-4 ally with Intercept is more important to have right
Yeah.
now.
Felix is also, Felix has a lot of aggressive options. He is also able to level up. He can use his damage. He can use his attacks to take care of allies. He can use Sadie and get value off of killing that Frostform Paladin. So definitely
Do we maybe see the play with the slime sheet to protect the city?
could
That would be
very well
funny.
me. Why your foresight. Once again, you talk about a play and then it happens. There is the level up from Felix. In response, Isaac going for the Shimmering Refractions, targeting the Acid Protector. Make sure that it's gone.
It is for 5 damage right now, but does he expect the shield of the slimes here?
Yeah. Does he have it? It's coming in for 5 damage. There being a total of 5 fractals on Isaac's board. There is the slime shield in response.
It seems like
Isaac admitting that it's pretty good. Unexpected slime shield here in the European Nationals Day 2 top 4 table.
It seems like Felix decided, I want to keep the ally right now on the board. That's why I'm not reclaiming instead of using the slime shield, because both cards are kind of protective for the ally in a different way, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And keeping the aggression alive here and not needing to be able to use those resources again to play the Ace and Protector.
Yeah, it might be that Felix might just go for another Ace and Protector here. Bouncing back, like putting the one that he already has with some damage on it back in his hand to protect it. But then he will reveal that he does have 2 Ace and Protectors, which Isaac will be a lot less reckless about attacking.
Did you count how much influence Felix has right now?
Too much.
That is most likely the correct answer.
If you're an Isaac spot, it's too much.
6, 8, is it 9?
It's. I think it's up there. It's 8 or 9. If
it's 9, can he just bait a retaliation from the Forest Sworn Paladin? Reclaim, play the Windmill, and play the Ace and Protector again?
Your math is hard.
No, I'm not sure if he actually can that.
No, even if it's 9, it is not. Even if it's.
It is free for the reclaim, getting 1 back. So yeah, it's.
Oh, you're
6.
right, but it's not. But he has to. Sorry.
2 for the Windmill, and the Windmill themselves leaves you at 3. So that doesn't work in the way we wanted to.
The math doesn't math. Speaking of math, Henky. We just got news. Henky has won his match into the finals, so he has guaranteed his slot to the World Championship. Finally, after a year of trying, he is finally there. He is our first European to make it into the World Championship. I think everybody is extremely proud of him. Much congratulations, and I cannot wait to see him here for the finals to see if he will take home this beautiful trophy, or we will fall out of his grasp
this
again.
match.
Yeah, he will go up against the winner of this match. So let's get back to the excitement here.
What Felix just did, he chose to not attack with the Ace and Protector at all and just play a Scatter Essence and says, that's enough for me. I did the damage. You lost 2 resources here, one with the Shimmering Refractions, or rather the Glimmer counters on your champion, and the ability to activate cards from your memory.
Yeah,
and the Fractal, that is gone too. That is perfectly enough for me.
Yeah, he is happy. He's not too miffed. That's the word. Too miffed about all the happenings. Sure, Isaac can bring back, can get those Glimmer counters back. He can wake up the Aochan, get the Glimmer counters, or activate something else. If he has a Scepter of Fascination under there, the more likely than not, it will be a Wand of Snow, right? To stop that impending Slice and Dice, or the Shadow Strike, or,
or even protect the Froststone Paladin here, if he needs to.
Yeah, and if he waits until level 3, if Felix just materializes Shadow's Claw, attacks with a Raw, he can also use the Wand of Frost to prevent that, and then the Shadows won't be able to attack because there is no damage dealt.
Because the Ominous Shadow tokens can only attack a target that Tristan deals successful damage this turn to. And there's only one way that Tristan can deal damage, that is with some kind of attack.
Yeah, and there's a Zhang Jiao, and it resolves drawing 2 cards for Isaac.
And also threatening Felix to lose the ace and protector, and he chooses to
Ooh,
reclaim
it.
here.
That is wonderful. He now, next turn, he can level up from the floating memory in his graveyard. There is no sensor on board. There is nothing that would threaten his graveyard here. So
It
he is in a very
almost-
comfortable spot.
It seems like that he's asking Isaac a very tough question here. Do you want to answer the reclaim, and I basically level up for free and might do some funny things during my turn then with the with the other champion I got and might level up into level 3, or do you negate this one and use one of your valuable negates here? Because
Ooh,
only
he
playing a
lets it
couple.
resolve. That is
Isaac probably wants Felix to spend all his resources or rather preparation counters on a prepared attack, and he negates that to slow down the game very significantly.
yeah. Or he will just use the Wand of Frost to.
Ooh, the extricating touch, that is...
It is, but it's also a tough decision for Isaac. There's 4/4, so depending on what he picks, like Felix could just go and protect some cards here, but then Isaac is more so. It doesn't matter what Felix does. He is losing a good card.
It kind of does matter, because if your opponent gets to choose what to look at and what to discard, I mean, for sure Isaac would be picking hand and discarding the incapacitate as soon as he sees it, because this is the card that ruins his day.
Yeah.
But if you are playing Tristan right now, you don't want to have your opponent know what your plan might be. If you are going for a level 3 plan with
You
the
don't
shadow
want to show your
dancing,
hand to them quite
That-
literally.
that might be more valuable.
Ooh, Servilda wins.
Oh, this is now very interesting. If Felix kept the incapacitate in his hand and Isaac chooses to look at the memory,
Yeah.
There
Oh
is-
no. There's 2 incapacitate. That's why. The
Ah,
2 incapacitates is plenty to
he
play
chooses
around
to keep the
anything.
ace and protector. Ooh, he's kind of just saying, oh, I probably put down my one ace and protector, right? There's no
Exactly.
second one, so how about you discard that
Felix,
one?
It's all right. You know, if Isaac, but I think if Isaac was paying enough attention, he might have been able to guess that the ace and protector that he reclaimed is still in his hand by the sequence of the cards there, because they were not
Felix
shuffled.
shuffled the cards.
Did he shuffle it?
Yes.
Oh, then yeah, never mind. Absolutely right. It is a mystery. All right.
The
Obviously.
incapacitate is done, and Isaac has all the information he could get here, and
Yeah.
he even wrote it down on a notepad. That is also something that players not very frequently do.
I mean, there's not very frequent. There aren't many times where you get information, right? Sometimes there are cards imbued, but there's 2 or 3 cards, and usually they get used the next turn anyways, right? This is like 6 cards, 5, 6 cards, and it's almost all in Felix's entire hand, and you know that they're not gonna be played immediately. So I do agree with you that note taking should be done more, especially when you gather information like this. But it's also an iffy situation, right? You cannot start a game with anything being on your notepad. You need to start with a blank notepad, no notes, no information. You just go into it blind.
Those erasable notepads you can get for very cheap in the digital ones we saw a couple times already are pretty good for that, because
Yeah.
with one button press, all the notes are gone.
Yep. So those are wonderful, and they are made for card games. So they are made to be able to clear the nodes between games. But let's go back to our game.
Felix just is about to play my personal nightmare card when I play with him. The black market broker, giving him on enter another preparation counter. And what he used to like a lot is playing 3 of those consecutive and just beat me down with them, and I could do nothing.
Yeah, just spam them down and hit for 2 every single turn.
Hitting frequently is very strong.
Yeah, and hitting frequently for 2 is even stronger, especially in this game. Especially if you have multiple allies down, and you can, you just keep on hitting with them, and your opponent has no way of taking care of it. So it is definitely, I understand why you would be hurt by that, but it seems that that's all he did. Just only paid for and passed the turn. Which is pretty scary, meaning he has, he has a lot of answers. Isaac saw that he had 2 incapacitates, I believe. So
He saw for sure 2
he
incapacitates.
knows Felix has 1 more in hand, and he will most definitely play around him.
That makes the mind games Isaac has to play to actually play around those cards even more difficult. Because if Felix now gets a Quicksilver Grave, for example, with a Safeguard Amulet, this is basically 3 layers of protection that he needs to get around first.
Yeah, it is. It is a lot. It is definitely a very tough spot for Isaac to be in. He is also, he needs to do a lot of math, needs to think a lot, because he is not in a winning position right now. He is, I'm not saying he's in a losing position, but he already has 7 damage counters on him. He has an ally on the other side hitting every round for 2. Gonna put him to 9 next turn.
You could say he gave the driver's seat Felix and is just taking part in the race right now and sees what is happening.
He's just existing, watching Felix slowly take the dreams of the world's qualification away from him.
Those 2 scatter essence from Felix hurt Isaac quite a lot.
Yeah.
It is damage he needed to be there, and also the fractals in a way as a resource to activate more cards.
Absolutely, like it is. I think I talked about it so much this weekend, especially when we think about how many fractals decks we've seen. Single target fractal removal is very good. It's nothing to scoff at. Like,
especially if it has floating memory, right?
Yeah, but even in general, it takes away damage. It takes away 2 damage. It takes away a reserve roll. So you do not hate to see it at all, right? If you're in Felix, obviously, if you're in Isaac's shoes, it's just your worst nightmare. Like,
It is his nightmare.
Yeah, all of this board you built up, gone in an instant.
It is even worse because it's not an ally that hurt your opponent before.
It just hurts your soul.
So fractals are just weaker allies, right?
They are allies that all of them have an on-enter or like an effect. Yeah, it's allies that can hit for 2 once. It's a 2/3 ally. A single use 2/3 ally. That's what it is.
Most of them are 2/2 allies then, because they only cost 2.
It's a 2 cost 2/2 ally. All right. No 3s here. Maybe that's why he was unfortunate in the first game. It's not. No 3s here.
Isaac's Frostbound Paladin putting 3 damage counters on Felix Champion here with Zhang Zhao for another one. Puts him to 4 damage.
There is the level up from Felix, finally having enough preparation counters where
I have a feeling I will be seeing a very common play here in response to the on-enter for Felix. He will just be using Survey the Winds to get another preparation counter to draw 2 more cards.
Shocked if that's not what he does, considering he already has the Survey the Winds in hand. Oh, and he does Dungeon Guide.
The
He has the
Dungeon
Dungeon
Guide.
Guide as well. I completely missed that so far. Oh my god.
That is probably
that
one
is
card he
amazing.
drew last time that he just didn't show us at all.
It's there. He's got it. Will
And
he
is
have
making sure that Isaac didn't show him anything of threat that he needs to be afraid of in losing all the cards. there.
He's trying to see what exactly Isaac has used so far. Like how many negates, how many fractals, how many offensive cards. And so far it's been not much, but looking at Isaac's hand, it's not going to be much more for a while. So if Felix has the slice and dice, if Felix has a Shadow Strike once he goes to level 3 here, even if just once he goes to level 3 here, he
Going
is
to level
in a very
3
comfortable
already
spot.
poses a very big threat with all those ominous shadow tokens that might be hitting him.
Yeah, and any
right
chip
away.
damage that Isaac might do with the allies, with his allies, are also gone.
Another very interesting and underrated thing of the black market broker is that with 3 preparation counters he has stealth, so Isaac
He's there to
can't
stay.
clear him without any damage spells.
Yeah, that is exactly why He stuck around so far, and alright, there is another Serval of the Winds. Felix drawing another card, and then proceeding to draw 2 off of Tristan's on enter, and then proceeding to draw 1 for turn. His influence
Skyrocketing.
skyrocket. Yeah,
We are
why
looking at
even
how much
do
influence?
anything?
Is it 10? I'm not sure.
Too much. Too much to count. That's what my answer is.
That is for sure an answer.
My professional insight. He's also smiling at his influence, looking at us and like, oh, I have a million cards here.
You for sure feel being in a comfortable spot here right now.
Yeah, and he can pay. Yeah, Isaac has 4 cards in hand, 2 fractals awake still, and Felix can play the dungeon guide and still pay for a glimmering refusal easily. Well, it's just like last time. He's sticking it. It's a 6 cost, 8 cost blanche, 10 cost blanche, 8 cost dungeon game. Same
8
thing.
cost dungeon guide, no issue at all. Let's go. And
There is the Shimmering Refraction for targeting the black market broker. Felix thinking what to do about that. Whether he should let it resolve or not, it is a very tough decision because 2 damage every turn is worth it.
2 damage is quite a bit.
It's worth protecting.
I might just give up here on the black
Ooh.
market broker, but Felix says no. I do want you. Oh,
Oh no! You know what?
Okay.
He decides. Wait, these are the things that I can do this turn. Whatever. I'm just going to continue.
I think he
bullying
already
in.
mapped it out that if he goes for dungeon guide here, he can use the incapacitate and still activate the
Yeah.
shadow strike and just end it here right away.
End the game immediately. Did he also have the shadow strike?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't even catch that. He's just sneakily there, stalking up in stalking up in the shadows, walking up. I didn't even notice. It's there. So it's 9 damage, 10 with the Shadow's Claw, and then an additional 4. Yeah, that's enough.
So the on enter from Tristan Shadow Dancer also gives you another preparation counter.
So 6 plus 4.
Plus 1. Plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1.
That's a lot of damage, Kieran.
That is a big number.
That
It
is a very big number. So
Yeah,
I feel like Isaac saying he does note that there is Shadow Strike and Incapacitate still in Felix's hand.
Yeah.
Felix separating it to show, yeah, I do. These are my cards. Isaac thinking about what he could do. He does have the Wand of Frost. That can give -3 to Tristan's next attack, but is it enough,
It
Garrett?
is actually mathematically enough because the Shadow Strike will be hitting for 11 minus 3 is 8. This will be putting Isaac to 15, and the 2 shadows will be hitting again for 2 and 2, putting him to 19.
That is exact damage. Oh. This is Tristan in the finals versus Lorraine in the finals? That would be
That would be ecstatic.
Oh my god, that is incredible.
There are still
There's a Shadow
chances
Strike.
for Isaac to just say, oh,
Yeah.
I want to have one more turn here. And
There is
glimmering
is.
refusals, if they incapacitate.
There it is. Oh my god, he did it!
Ooh.
Felix did it! He qualified for Worlds! Oh my god, that is incredible. Oh,
This
Felix
is so amazing.
all of this past 2 days, today and yesterday, every time we interviewed Felix, he was like, oh, I don't play much. I'm just here. I'm just winning somehow. And look at him. He did it again. He qualified for Worlds. Knocking the last American out. Sorry to all of you Americans at home, but Europe made it. Both of our qualification slots are Europeans. It's incredible. I'm looking forward to finals so much. I am incredibly proud of Henky. I'm incredibly proud of Felix and all of the other players who came here today and yesterday to make it to the nationals, to make it into day 2 and then top 8. Everyone who qualified for the gauntlet, congratulations. But oh my god, Aaron, aren't you
It is
excited?
so exciting.
Tristan in finals against Lorraine. Oh, This is amazing.
It's almost like we are back in Mercurial Heart, right?
Yes, it is the same exact thing. Oh, it's amazing. I'm so hyped. Finally. Let's have Felix back for another player interview, another clutch into the next part, right? Because so far it was clutching into day 2. Now he's finally clutched into top 8, and now he won into Worlds. Oh, let's get back here to you guys in 1 second with Felix here. Welcome back, everyone, with our favorite interview subject, apparently, Felix, back clutching it up for the 3rd time this weekend. How are you feeling? That was incredible.
I'm feeling great. I was not expecting anything coming into this tournament, and now I'm in fucking final.
You're Worlds! You got it!
Yes.
You made it! You're gonna be flying to Anaheim in the summer.
I was ready to go to Gauntlet, and now I'm one
now
step further.
Yeah, you don't even need the Gauntlet.
Yeah.
Come on. It's incredible. You played a deck that we rarely see. Tristan, right? She's been forgotten for a while. You rarely play the game, and you haven't even seen you in Utrecht, right? Were you in Utrecht?
I was in Utrecht. I did like top. I did
stream.
50th, but I.
You didn't even day 2 Utrecht,
No, I
but
didn't
you
even
made
day
it.
2.
You made it to Worlds. Congratulations! Oh my God! Touch the trophy. Manifest it.
Mine.
Yankees out there. Yankees here trying to
Wait,
deny
we're playing
the
a
trophy.
European finals?
Yeah, it's gonna be a European finals.
Oh my
Lorraine,
God.
Henki on Lorraine versus you on Win Tristan. It's a win finals that hasn't happened in a while. It's a European finals,
water decks,
which is
get rid of them.
exciting. Yeah. Oh, I'm looking forward to it. So I think let's let you guys go on a quick break, and we will be back very, very soon with the final match of the European Nationals. See you guys in a bit.
失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても席をやるさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い果てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう
Well, hello everyone, and welcome back to the Grand Archive European Nationals Finals. We are here in beautiful sunny Düsseldorf with two amazing players, both from Europe. One player from Germany, the other from the Netherlands here. Both of them, you know, you love, you enjoy watching them play their amazing decks. It's so exciting. They're playing for this trophy. Obviously, both of the players already have their worlds. You know, their world slot is guaranteed. We know that there are going to be at least 2 Europeans at Worlds now.
That is amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, but now?
Against all odds, those two players defeated everyone here.
Come on, they are the best of the best in Europe. Come on, against all odds, they're
The
both
top of the
amazing
crop,
players.
right?
They are the creme de la creme.
Ooh, yeah, bringing the French now.
And I can't speak French.
Neither can
but
I.
yeah, there are these phrases that we borrow from them. Henki, obviously, a world-class act. Everybody knows him. Everyone loves him. Last time he was in the finals, he unfortunately couldn't take it home. Hopefully, on home turf, he's gonna be more comfortable. He will be able to take this trophy and the first seed, or the first seat from the European Nationals home. Moving to Worlds as the best player in Europe is pretty good.
This is indeed very good. I'm excited to see if maybe Felix feels more at home as a German here, for that matter. But
Felix
he has
been doing
longer trip.
amazing. Yeah, he's like, he reminds me of Glenn last year at Worlds. When I would talk to Glenn before Worlds, he was like, I'm here to have fun, honestly. I don't care what happens. And then look at him, he won Worlds. So Felix has a very similar attitude to Glenn had last year at Worlds. And he's gotten so far with it already, right? He's like, I don't care. I'm here to have fun. If I do well, amazing. And he's done amazing so far.
Want to hear something funny?
Yeah?
Henki actually has the same attitude. I'm here to compete, to have fun, and what happens,
Yeah, but
happens.
Henki goes to every event, right? And Glenn back then also didn't go to many events, didn't play it as much. He had his favorite champion, stuck to it. People didn't believe that Merlin could win. Merlin took home the Worlds. Similar with Felix here, right? People don't believe in Tristan that much. He has his favorite champion. He's sticking to it. And now he's qualified to Worlds. As amazing as Henki is, and he is an incredibly chill guy, it is, in terms of similarities to Glenn, I think Felix is our Glenn, and let's see, Henki is our Cayman.
Both players for sure will be having a lot of fun during this game, and they even had a funny pre-talk. It is exciting to see those both guys.
Yeah.
And look at them smiling without any doubts and just having fun
Yeah,
here.
they're both
It is
excited
amazing.
that to be, it's 5th and 6th seed. They didn't go into top 8 with the highest seeds, with the highest scores. But they're still here. They're in Fear Finals, qualified to the World Championship, as are 2 European qualifiers, and they are from Europe, the 2 European qualifiers. So I'm looking forward to the game. Henki already coming out strong with his reliable Lurking Assailant. It'll stick around because Felix doesn't have that much true sight. As an assassin, he works from the shadows, not in the light.
You are correct, and at the very least not before sideboarding then,
Yeah.
because those 2 staggering strikes can hit stealth
Yeah.
units.
That
They
is
might be a thing here. But
and they might come in just to remove some of these allies, because as long as he can have the board advantage, he has, in general, the advantage against Henki here. Though, who do you think is favored in this matchup? As someone who knows both of these players and who knows both of these decks, what is your opinion?
this is a very tough question. It actually depends quite a bit on the opening hand you draw and what your opponent actually develops. If you get early on a Sadie, you might just be able to hold enough interaction to be a menace during Henki's turn here as Felix and trigger the agility multiple times and stack up those preparation counters very quickly and threaten a lot of damage with your slice and dice, a very funny card that he certainly likes to use here on your on his opponent.
Felix's ace is the slice and dice, as we've seen against Toby. Even last game it was Shadow Strike, right? So as the games progressed on stream for him, he got more and more advanced attacks to finish out the game, but he got it.
You
he got it
might
every
say
time.
he advanced his element there.
Absolutely. He went from Norm to Umbra in just a couple of games that we
in
didn't
3
see.
levels almost.
Yeah, he did 3 levels.
And the good old trusty windmill engineer being played here to
Imbued, just a draw card.
keeping the influence up, dealing 1 damage for just a small tempo loss here right now. And Henki getting out the good old trusty backup charger, just also increasing his influence here.
Yeah. The only bad thing about backup charger is that it will make balancing Gildas a lot harder, because he cannot choose when he could choose when he's going to draw a card, but it will throw off his influence regardless of what happens, and he would rather see more allies in his hand than to, be more careful and start smacking with Gildas. He has other allies.
Looking at the board state right now, Henki going very hard, very aggressive early on with just getting the guys out
Yeah.
and hitting Felix. As we saw a small glimpse of the cards in his memory, he has one Sadie, so leveling up into level 1 Tristan might give him the class bonus for Sadie here that triggers the agility on unit kill, and with the one windmill there, he can at least pick off slowly his opponent's allies, for that matter,
Yeah.
if he doesn't lose the Sadie while leveling up.
And even through that, he doesn't really have an efficient way to deal with Hanky's board. He doesn't play those. Oh, I wanted to say it so quickly. I know the card art. I know it's a recollection card. Exploit for no vulnerability. It doesn't have that available either. So those allies are going to stick around for a while. And the longer they stick around, the more damage they do. Look at it already. Felix already took 6 damage in
Yeah.
just one turn. It is very
This
scary.
hurts a lot, and he chooses to get out the backup charger here to increase the influence. Luckily, Felix has one Veiling Breeze in hand, so if he gets in a too sticky situation, he can just pull the trigger for that card
Yeah,
and
he's-
protect himself for one more turn at the very least.
Yeah, definitely going to go for it. There he is playing the Sadie, looking to take care of one of those pesky allies. Most likely going to take out the Lurking Assailant here while they're rested and don't have stealth, right? Because the intercept is not going to be that much of an issue later because Shadow Strike has unblockable. They're just going to go through anything that's there to stop it.
You are correct. I also would go very hard on those Lurking Assailants because this card is very annoying and
Yeah.
obnoxious to deal with.
Lurking Assailant, especially if it's awake.
Ooh,
And,
a turbocharge.
That is
Increasing the
amazing.
influence
Yeah.
here. Let's go.
Ooh, and
Getting
another Incapacitate.
more cards.
That is so unfortunate. In this matchup with Henky's deck, Incapacitate doesn't do much. Doesn't do anything really. Because Henky's deck is 54 allies as we talked about last time. So it's
It for sure negates those couple cards that he might be activating in a defensive way, but that's about it, at the very least for the first game.
probably next game is gonna come out of the deck fully as well. We cannot, Henky is very focused on stopping everything. Is anything that might come out of a deck that's not just play ally smack. He has a counter for it, right? He mentioned before as well that this deck is specifically made to counter this meta, right? If he runs into a mirror, it's over, right? This deck is not going to win a mirror. However, it wins against all of these level 3 and more tricky decks, right? That have some tricks up their sleeve. They're doing some things. He has the Eternal Magistrates to stop the
Eternal
dungeon
Magistrate
guys.
to stop all those level 3 decks, especially his favorite opponent's deck. It is Luxem Xander. Maybe at some point he will also hate with a passion the Tristan deck. I know it is for sure not a deck he likes to play against.
I mean, it's a level 3 deck. It has a long game plan, so he wants to get his games done quick and fast, but not enough to play Faiza, right? Because Faiza is a bit of a sneaky deck, and it's not as reliable as allies, right? Because Faiza has many counters. What are you gonna do to negate an ally? Okay.
You kill it.
You can play some negates, but he will just pay for it, and he still has the ally, still attacks with it. It is what it is. Art of War, more like intercept every attack you might have,
And here is the Veiling Breeze Felix showing, and very nicely indicating for how much the value is that he showed the win cards for with a dice. That is something that people might want to pick up on.
Yes, definitely.
Just to have a more clear game state for both players and having the best game they could have.
Yeah, like showing the Veiling Breeze here, making sure that, hey, neither of us will forget exactly how many cards are real, because it can also change during the game. But you can put down more cards and then you can be like, oh my god, how many cards did I have? No, it indicates to everyone, it makes sure that no one is trying to do any shady business, and you just have a clear-cut amount of damage that will be prevented.
Hanky just deciding what to imbue his windmill with. It is
Two
two
train
hogs.
hogs. I mean, that is not that much information given away.
This is actually quite a lot of information giving away because Felix can play Dream Fairies to look out allies from Henki's
True.
board.
He is now
Yeah.
threatening, like, okay, play Dream Fairy. I dare you.
I dare you, and my hog will pick up your fairy and carry it over to
And just gonna drop it down,
Neverland.
and Fairy's gone forever. Back to Fairyland you go. There was an attack on the Sadie, forcing Felix to pick it up. However, that will give him a preparation counter. So, it's not that terrible.
The thing is, the Sadie being now back to his hand and not being threatened to be lost during the level up process means that he for sure can trigger once the agility with killing the windmill engineer here.
Yeah.
So
So-
he essentially can play Sadie for free if you want to.
Unless Henki has... Oh, wait. I was going to say, unless Henki has a protection, but he doesn't play anything. But it's important to note here that Shimmer Cloak Assassin is an automaton. So Henki can pay 1 to banish that... Well, sacrifice that power cell and give an additional 2 attack to the...
To the
Shimmer
Shimmer
Cloak,
Cloak
yeah.
Assassin because it is an automaton.
Yeah, so it will be attacking for 4 next turn, which is, you know, a lot of damage. That will put, that on its own will put Felix at 14 damage. And then after that, he still has 5 damage on board. So it's at 15. And, you know, Henki will most likely sacrifice the power cell before Recollection. And then he's just going to play 2 allies. And look, it's 19 already.
You are
So-
correct. That is a lot of damage already on the board present, and Felix needs to deal with it.
Yeah, does Felix...
He has
oh, he has a slime shield.
He has a stifling trap and a slime shield, so he has ways to smaller them Henki's board presence here.
Oh, there's a Dream Fairy as well.
This might be the dream.
Yeah, that'll take out the dream indeed. It will take out some of these allies. It will clear up the road and for Felix to start attacking and allow him to survive one more turn. And once he survives one more turn, he can level up. And then he can level up
There
again.
are a lot of plays now possible
Yeah.
for Felix. He
Ooh, there
pays
is
for the Dream Fairy and picks off another ally for Henki, and
the lurking
he
Spark
has
on.
agility and a stifling trap and a slime shield. So we
Yeah.
know that Henki has 2 hogs, right?
Yep, he can.
That means he needs to play both down to remove the Dream Fairy. And even then, Felix can just choose to activate the slime shield to protect the fairy here.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what Henki does. Unfortunately, he does not have the damage currently to push. Even with the power cell, even with Lorraine leveling up, bringing in a sword for him.
The Huagi
Oh,
gets
Huaji, indeed.
materialized with the on enter possibly to
Yeah.
just add more damage.
It's
Ooh.
the Huaji coming in here. Ooh, there is a trained hog gone.
Ooh.
Luckily, Henki has another one, right? That Dream Fairy is not going to be sticking around for too long. With the Huaji coming in, if Henki has a Sun Tzu, which I believe I do see in his hand, he can attack for an additional 4. Because Sun Tzu buffs the Huaji, and then the... Wait, where's the Huaji?
Um,
Oh,
He-
it's the unenter. Okay, still thinking about the unenter.
You are correct. He's just pondering his choices here. If he wants to get the Huagi, there's not
There it
many
is.
reasons to not do that, right?
Yeah, he is bringing in that Huaji. Going to... Oh, he does have a Gildas in hand as well. I don't believe he has the influence right now to be able to balance it.
Balancer.
But it is definitely an option for later turns because, as we established, he's most likely not going to win this turn. So I think he should play... He most likely will also play the Eternal Magistrate here. I do believe I saw one in his hand there. Locking Felix out from a potential Dungeon Guide to level 3 turn. Hanky attacking for 1 with that Windmill Engineer here.
A good old trusty Windmill Engineer, and we might just see the
Ooh,
Protector.
there is the Ace Protector, probably bringing back that Windmill Engineer. However, Hanky
Felix-
doesn't have enough cards to imbue the Windmill Engineer again.
Felix, not sure how to assess the situation right now, and by having a small talk about an interaction here that is very intricate.
Yeah, like when exactly he should time his interaction.
It is a very frequent question that comes up, and players sometimes just forget or mistake it, and it is also not that prevalent anymore because the Ace Protector is not that.
Not a favorite card. It's not.
It,
you don't
it
see
is
it
not
often.
that much played anymore besides a couple decks. So
Yeah. Ooh.
to
Stifling Trap on the Windmill Engineer.
in response to the activation of the Ace Protector most likely, so he has to pick another legal target for that.
For the on-enter. Yeah, because once the on-enter is on the stack and the target is picked,
If you then remove the target,
then
you
remove the target, then you just give him the ace, and yeah.
and it seems like that is what happened here, and both players having a good laugh over that.
Making sure when exactly the timing is. Hanky shaking his head a bit. Was like, oh, that is not what I was planning for. Very unfortunate for him. He once again has 7 cards in hand, 7 influence, my apologies. So he will have to play that Trained Hawk here, or something to guarantee the balance skill this next turn. However, Felix does still have the Slime Shield in hand.
Yeah, but he doesn't have enough influence to activate the Slime Shield to protect the Dream Fairy for this whole turn duration with whatever Hanky might throw at him. He needed to have the Stifling Trap in his memory
Oh,
and
there
activate it
is.
for the alternative cost
Yeah.
of paying 2 preparation counters. And he did not.
Yeah, well done.
But the Dream Fairy is still on board. It is very happy to be there and to log out the one ally.
I mean, I don't think that Hanky is that bummed about the SD Knight, considering how many allies he plays.
And
Both
both
of
players
these players having
good
a lot
laugh.
of fun.
This
I mean,
is
their
amazing.
world slot is already locked. So this is just for the difference in the exact placement that they're going to have. So they're both having a good laugh, just having fun, enjoying the game, trying to, obviously both of them trying to win. As you know,
Trying
the
to
first
win
place.
doesn't mean you need to be too stern, too serious right now. You can still have a laugh and still play the best of your games, right?
Yeah. Yeah, both of these players, they're talking a bit about what Heike and what Felix should have taken out. Apparently, Heike giving a bit of advice to Felix of, yeah, if you took the Shimmer Cloak out, that would have been 4 less damage to your face. Sure, I get 1 more card from the Windmill Engineer, but, you know, the damage is gone. But, you know, it happens. Felix still surviving. He is forced to level up here, however. So...
He
Oh,
is forced
he
to
is.
level up.
He's drawing a card. He does have the Slime Shield to protect 3 damage. You know, to
He might
negate the 3 damage that might come in.
just,
But
he might just get another Veiling Breeze. So basically another turn, right?
he's drawing cards for the Veiling Breeze. I think he does have it actually.
He does have it.
Yeah, he does have the other Veiling Breeze. You know, he's fine.
Oh,
He's chilling.
he actually has. Oh, so everything is alright
Calm
here for
and
him.
cool and collected. You know, no worries about pesky.
He's a calm
Damn
and
it.
cool collector of Tristan shiny cards.
Calm, like you, like someone else I know that is maybe sitting here in the booth with me.
No.
Yeah, no, that is shocking. I've seen your collection, Garen. Sadie
What,
attacking
what
for
did
2.
you just see? What Felix now probably wants to do is playing Sadie, getting her back to hand, playing her again to trigger the agility and removing the Ace and Protector.
Yeah, that is very smart of him to do.
So basically you expended 2 cards from your hand right now as resources, because at the end of the turn you get the agility free trigger.
Yeah, yeah. You will absolutely get that back. Get all of those cards back to your hand. And
If you succeed in picking off this Ace and Protector.
yeah.
But
and
deflecting actions are still a card that needs to be respected to some
and that is
degree.
in Hanky's hand.
Yeah, and it happened.
There it is. He doesn't even need to pay for it because he does have a... Wait, is Huachi a sword or a polearm? Do you remember, Gary?
It is a pole arm, if I'm not wrong. So
Oh, never
and
mind. There's
Hanky paid for
incapacitate. There is an incapacitate, so it is
Hmm.
irrelevant.
An incapacitate. That means Felix had 2, 3, 4 cards left in hand. That's not enough to just pick up Sadie again and activate her again to trigger the agility.
Well, the agility was triggered because he incapacitated the.
Yeah, but
deflecting
if he
axe, no?
didn't do that.
Oh
that's
yeah,
what I meant.
yeah, of course. It's a lot of investment that he would have had to. And he has a lot of saved up influence that he needed for that. I think he's thinking about whether that was he is exactly picking up. There is he figured out the 3 cards he is picking up for agility here. Thinking about what exactly to materialize going
Probably just a
forward.
card to draw, right? Or a Tariff Ring, for that matter.
Yeah. Even now, Felix is definitely in a good spot and safe for the next 2 turns with the Veiling Breeze and the Time Shield both available to him.
Tariff Ring for sure being a good pickup here, but makes it more difficult for Felix to slowly pick up all those allies Hanky might put on the board here.
Yeah, yeah. It is exciting to see. Like, how... Because, sure, Felix can survive, right? But he needs to find a way to win. And obviously, the longer he survives, the longer he has to win. But he is in a tough spot. All right, he doesn't have more cards to reveal. But revealing only 3 win cards guarantees that basically Hanky cannot attack through anything.
And Gildas will still
right.
get 1
One
point of damage through. That
It is scary. It is just enough. But, it's worth it. The risk is worth it, and...
does Hanky have 7 cards in his hand right now? It is
I
a 7
believe,
card.
yep.
So
Because he did play
activating
that
Gildas
deflecting
makes a
edge.
balance by default.
There. Is he going to play? Oh, no, he's just building up his board as much as he can before, before it is gone. There is the attack into Sadie. Felix, most likely, picking her back up, getting a prep counter, and I'm just putting 2 more cards into my raid. There is the Eternal Magistrate imbued, which means Felix will not be able to use a Dungeon Guide to level up next turn. So
That is very scary. That means he
Yeah.
probably needs to level up right now
yeah,
from his memory without getting bonus cards in his hand for the level up, and just has to hope that he gets something that gets him out of this situation here. With the Sadie in his hand, he has the ability to pick off the Eternal Magistrate
yeah.
if Hanky chooses to not use the Tariff Ring here.
Yeah,
Because this then would cost Felix 7 influence plus the Sadie from hand, making it 8 cards that he needs to expand. Just for this 1 Eternal Magistrate here.
And that is a lot. And it seems Felix doesn't even have the Dungeon Guy right now, so paying all of that would probably not be worth it for him, right? Because so much lost for... Ooh, there's a Slime Shield and I believe Shadow Strike on for the level up here. He doesn't yet have the Dungeon Guide. Maybe he drew it this time. He
A lucky
did
pickup
not.
would have been a Stifling Trap that he could activate pre-recollection on the Magistrate to do 2 damage, and then just the ferry into the Magistrate.
Yeah.
And
Hanky showing, I am sacrificing this. You will not attack me.
You have to pay those taxes to attack me now.
Yeah, those tariffs have to. When crossing these borders, they have to pay. Those fairies need to pay the tariffs. Have to pay their tax. Be vigilant. There is no war without fees. It's expensive, unfortunately. So Dream Fairies also have to pay up.
Are we looking just at 2 surveyed wins in Felix?
Yep, he put down 2 into memory earlier. He revealed it with the Veiling Breeze, and then he drew another one at the beginning of this turn. So we know where 3 of them are. 1 in graveyard, 2 in hand. Just,
That is a lot of wind being breezed here.
yeah, very very casual. 3 Veiling Breeze, very casual. 3 surveilling the winds here. Looking at the winds very hard, making sure we are very prepared for whatever might come, and drawing all the cards, right? There's a Mastermind scheme as well, and I do believe that he did draw another Shadow Strike. Now the question is, will he survive long enough to be able to pull it off? Because
that might just be the only issue he's facing right now, because
he
he
does
at
have the
least
hand.
needs 1 more turn to get to level 3 without being able to clear this Eternal Magistrate.
Yeah, and losing the Slime Shield there was absolutely
It hurt
disheartening.
a lot.
Yeah, it was so painful, because if he had the Slime Shield in hand, it's guaranteed, right? It's locked, and he can have all of his Shadow Striking and have all of his preparation counters. But without the Slime Shield, which I believe that he is digging for another Veiling Breeze or a Slime Shield or some way to protect himself, it is unfortunately not it. Well,
Henki already presenting 6 damage, so whatever he puts down the next turn is threatening lethal, and Felix has to find something to deal with.
Yeah, but I do believe that did Felix draw an Ace and Protector there? Do you think if he used the Ace and Protector, he could have survived? Or he could survive? It's nothing's over yet. There's a beautiful Sword of Seeking Day 2 promo already in Henki's deck.
I'm not sure if the Ace and Protector would be good enough here for that.
Oh, I'm sorry, that is not an Ace and Protector. Otherwise, he probably would have slammed it down. It's a black market broker.
He for sure broke his bank for that one.
Yeah, it was definitely not good enough. There's Henki has 6 cards in hand, and he is gonna. They're playing a Rose.
Not even stealth can save you now, so
Yep.
innovating agility will not help you at all.
Yeah. That is unfortunate. All right, Henki taking game 1 of the Grand Archive European Nationals final. These players are still going through what exactly could have been done. But at least, Henki earlier was talking about how when he first met Felix was like, why do you bully us bronze players? And then Felix went ahead and absolutely demolished Henki. Seems that in this rematch, Henki actually seems to have the upper hand so far. However, the sideboards might change that. Garrett, give me some insight into the sideboards. What do you think is going to change?
So I think Felix is for sure putting in a Ace and Protector just to save more life and get not put on as many damage counters during the early stages of the game, and the Veiling Breeze that he has in his sideboard. Also, another Penumbra Walls, if he reaches level 3, might be a cool addition, and that might just be it for that one.
What about Henki? What is even in Henki's sideboard?
He has 3 Veiling Breeze, 4 Scatter Essence, a very useful card in this matchup. On a more serious note, you can side in Scatter Essence to get rid later on of the Shadow tokens, because those are Phantasias actually.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's not something that you think about too much, right? It's just, Scatter Essence there for Fractals. But no, in this matchup, it is very, very good.
It is at least a useful card at some point. I'm not sure if you want to side it in, because Henki's deck is already built to deal with assassins who get prep counters, because he runs 2 Staggering Strikes in his main deck, and that is kind of all you need against them. Maybe some Stifling Traps might be a good addition to counter those Dream Fairies that lock out a specific ally.
Yeah.
But that is all the cards you...
Yeah, this is definitely taking care of the Dream Fairies. Very, very good. Even though it's last game, it didn't do much because Henki had a million other allies, right? And that is his whole deck. Having a wild variety of allies. So Janya and Nia and Dream Fairy and any cards that target a specific card cannot stop him. It's like, sure, I'll have another that costs 2, 3. Oh, sure, I'll have another unique ally that does amazing things. for
Guys
me.
on the board hit the face.
Yep.
That is the rough idea of his deck, and
But
as
they
it
also
proved, it works.
Yeah, but they also do so much. Okay, it's such an incredible deck. I am a lover of. I'm glad you're here casting this with me because you're a lover of Tristan. I'm a lover of allies. Ally decks are very, very close to my heart. So Hanky playing something, you look at it, it's just like, it's
is a
just a pile. It is literally a pile. But then you read the cards and see that, never mind, all of these allies have such great utility. And they're all good in different matchups, but they're also like generally good. So it just comes together so beautifully, especially in the current meta game. It's like, at a glance, it's a just thrown together deck. But when you look at it a bit closer, it is such a masterfully thought through, like, amazing allies deck.
He
And
picked his allies very carefully.
Yes, it's amazing, and I'm sure a lot of work went into it. I'm sure he also collaborated with his locals because Hanky might not be very present online. I mean, we can see him talking in certain chats, but he is a very active member of his locals. From what his locals have told me, what I've heard.
He is very active in his locals. Weekly, he visits the place at the store and also likes to bully everyone there.
Likes to bully bronze players, according to Felix.
That is probably something that they figured out themselves there in this match right now.
Yeah, is that
And
damn? Maybe he
sometimes
does bully.
Henki comes there, tries something out, and gets bullied himself.
The rare occasion when Hinky is just experimenting. I think that is what was the issue last year for Hinky, because he went to every nationals with a different deck. Now, he's keeping it consistent. He knows what he's good at. He knows what he's not just good, he's amazing at, you know? He is a master of these decks. And I think every single one of his decks look kind of goofy when you first look at them. And then you watch him play it, and then you watch how he does with it, and you're just like, this man is incredible. What is he doing? He's a wizard.
Did you just think of the text deck that he brought to see, I believe, or was it an accent?
I believe it was Seattle.
Accent Seattle, you're right.
Where he single-handedly made Dawn of Ashes a good card and shoot through the roof. He is. Yeah, I think many people just look at him as like, oh, he plays these simple decks. But those simple decks, one, he comes up with them. Two, he's very good, right? If those decks were so simple, why isn't everyone playing them and doing well with it? He is
That
the only.
is a good question here.
Exactly, he's the only wind allies here right now. Ooh.
Felix chooses to let Henki start the game here right now.
Interesting choice from him, but probably wanting to deny that extra card and that damage from Henki here. And we'll let Henki build a board.
Probably building the board is here the case, so Henki can try, Felix can try to pick off the first ally for more or less free.
Yeah. Both of these players having amazing banter right now. They are pausing the game to talk about it.
Yeah.
Henki being like, I hope you lose. Felix being like, I hope you win. Everyone, you could see the judge laughing at it. We're having a wonderful time here at the Nationals finals. It's a very, very friendly environment, right? It wasn't a big Nationals. Day 2 was also very small. But it being two basically local to each other players as well, it's great, right? I mean, Henki is a local to Europe. He travels to every store. He has played everywhere. So everyone knows him. Everyone loves him. He is our GOAT after all.
I can assure you that both people are amazing to play with and against. And
Yeah.
it is always a lot of fun. And you can fool around and joke with them without any issues and stopping here.
Yeah, the banter is amazing. While you're playing with them, outside just chatting with them, both of these players are incredible. I'm very excited to see them represent our little continent at Worlds. It is very exciting. I obviously hope that some of our Gauntlet players also make it. It would be amazing to have more than just these two players from Europe at Worlds. After last year having 0 2, it's a massive improvement already.
It is almost an increase by a bazillion% here.
There is no amount of percent that can
Yeah.
express how much it has grown.
I think that the start, having Henki start the game was a very tough choice here for Felix, because he has a lot of good allies that are just protected by themselves during the first turn of the game. Shimmercloak Assassin being one of them. Because she has stealth, and there are not a lot of things that can deal with stealth units.
Staggering Strike can take her out, but that's about it for Felix. Obviously, he has Stifling Trap as well, and there's a couple of these damage cards. But for the most part, it is just that. Oh, there's Shang
Jiang
coming in imbued. The imbued token flying onto her, just being like, "Hey guys, by the way, I'm imbued."
This might cause a lot of trouble for Felix here, because
Yeah.
there are not a lot of things that can deal with her from him.
You know what can deal with it? Staggering Strike.
You know what also can deal with her? Sadie attacking into her,
Twice.
getting Sadie back, playing her again, and attacking again.
Yeah, Sadie.
That is a small investment of about 9 cards you need to do. That is easy for
Yeah,
every win
Sadie
player.
swinging twice. Your she's after Tristan. You have to admit she's your second favorite girl in the game. Sadie with her sharp knife hands.
It is actually a weapon, funnily enough. I got a small tidbit during a convention from Hangshu, who is the artist, and that is a weapon. That is she sharpening on another card.
Sharpened blade.
Mm.
That used to be a deck as well, like Tristan with sharpened blade.
It is kind of a flavor thing, right? There are different approaches to Tristan as a deck, and you can just throw in any number of sharpened blades between 0 and 4, and it will be golden.
Yeah, it works. Shadow's Claw is there. Oh, wait, is so it's Sadie's hand weapon, right? It looks like claws.
It is.
Sharpened blade, she's sharpening it, and use sharpened blade on Shadow's Claw the most. Does that mean that Sadie has Shadow Claws?
Maybe, one might say. But Shadow Claw is actually as a visual and dagger, so sadly not that fitting. But Mercurial Heart Altar might have one of those weapons. I'm so excited.
Alternative Art Shadow's Claw with Sadie, Sadie wielding it.
I need it. I need it right now. And
thank you,
right
devs, in
away.
advance.
Shout outs to the devs for fulfilling wishes here.
Thank you guys. Appreciate you. Appreciate everything you do for the game, by the game, letting us finally have our first nationals here. Showing that,
correct.
hey guys, Europeans are wonderful players. Just look at them right now. When both of these players are in rogue decks, as not something that you expect at all here. Not something you expect at the top of nationals in the finals. So, we are amazing. Well, I don't think we're not playing here. Our players here are amazing, and I think we can both be extremely proud of the European community, what we've achieved in the past year, how far we've gotten, and we're here with 2 European players in the finals, qualified already for the World Championship, battling it out for the first place for this beautiful trophy that we've shown off all weekend here. We will have our fingerprints available at all times.
Yeah, there might be a couple fingerprints on the trophy, but
we'll polish it before we give it to
of
them.
course, that is what we're going to be doing.
Beautifully
Felix going with the Grand Crusader ring here at the start of his turn, just to get more influence, and then just swinging for one with the Windmill Engineer.
Yeah,
And then
swinging, reclaiming in. Now he has the option to play it again.
And he even got the Asian Aggressor out, a Protector.
You really like to say that. Wait, is he?
Do I? I'm not sure.
Was this the same?
No,
Yeah, so... Yeah, Heikki also talking about, wait, this is different when Legend. I see. This is a fancier. You drew it and you want to just show off your fancy CPR, which is valid. I understand.
That is why we love the cardboard, because it is shiny and playing with it is a lot of fun, right?
Yeah, yeah. And technically, Felix didn't even reveal any new information. Henki already knew that he had a windmill engineer in hand, so he only showed one other card and played a different windmill engineer. So it happens. You can play around. Once you if you have multiple versions of an imbue card, you can be like, look at that, look at this. It's a different one, or is it? If you have like 2-2. It's the mind games you can have with your opponents.
I know people who play.
Henki dramatically drawing the top card of his deck, seeing if it is what he was looking for.
It reminded me of something. I'm not sure of what
Yeah.
it was.
There we were talking about versions of cards in the decks.
You are correct. So what some people like to do that I know of, if they have 4 different versions of one card, they just play all 4 different versions in the same deck.
Yeah, I know some people that do that and then keep track of which versions come up, and then whichever version comes up the least after like 10 games, they cut that for if they want to put in a new card.
Oh, really?
There's some
That is funny.
yeah, some people really engineer their decks to the maximum.
That is a very funny idea. I think I need to.
You should
implement
test
too.
it, Garrett.
Yeah,
If it works, amazing. If it doesn't work, you can blame me for ruining your decks.
no blaming using multiple cards. We love cards.
I love cards.
And the combination of Windmill and Ace and Protector picking off Felix Ace and Protector here.
Yep. Retaliate, but whatever are exactly Felix's words. Unfortunately, Ace and Protector is a 3/4 and it doesn't trade into an Ace and Protector. 1/1.
And the Shimmer Cloak Assassin going in for 4 more damage counters on the champion.
Yeah, presenting once again lethal next turn from Henki. So this is the scary thing about allies, right? Because Felix is here seeing his doom already, being like, damn, I'm gonna die. And he can't do anything about it, right? He can start try and pick off the allies. But looking at his hint, he has he has the Veiling Breeze. Luckily, he will survive at least one more turn. But overall, seeing your impending doom coming in the form of Henki is a terrifying thought.
It indeed is a terrifying thought, especially if you can't deal with those allies.
Yeah, it is a
So-
goat charging at you, sending you into your doom.
It is for sure sending a message to put out allies every turn and putting pressure on your opponent here.
You need an ASIN for every turn against Henki.
And at best, multiple of them.
Yeah.
They need to come in multiples here.
Let's see if Felix will level up here, or just
You kind of
accept
have to,
his
but you
fate.
also kind of need to find answers, right? Losing losing influence here is not right now the answer. It just prolongs the game.
Yeah, and seems that he is going to level up here, making Henki pick a card for him to banish. Let's see what he will lose. The Veiling Breeze, losing the Veiling Breeze would be so sad. Oh,
It was a
Windmill
windmill
engineer.
engineer, so we have more time for this game. and
Henki already knowing that, oh look, this is the same card. It's not the fancy CPR version, so I know I put that back in his hand. I remember, well, Jason put that back. He was forced to return it so he can survive one more turn.
Felix having a shady mastermind scheme. What is he planning here to do? Is he just figuring out if he can pick up the Ace and Protector here and get agility running?
That is his, that is his memory that he's looking at. He should not forget that, he can't play cards from there yet.
Ah, he was thinking about what he
Yeah.
wants for the on-enter on Tristan. If
Does
he
he
wants to
want
have
the
agility free or the preparation
he
counter,
picked the
so
preparation
he choose the preparation counter. And
That is Probably, like, looking at his hand, he knows better than us what he has exactly. Oh my
Ooh,
god!
he found a
It's the
guide. He might get led
It is
to
huge.
another few turns here.
Yeah, that he will live for another few turns. If he has the Veiling Beast to survive until next turn, and then after that, if he has a dungeon guide, he can level up to level 3 immediately. But first, he needs some preparation counters so he can get the value of the Tristan level 2.
At the very least, you want to have 2 preparation counters so you don't go
Yeah.
-2 for leveling up. You can at times just accept that you have to forsake 1 card from your memory for leveling up and not get it replenished with the
Yeah.
on enter. But losing 2 influence here for leveling up is very costly because later on there are not that many ways for Tristan to recover those influence
Yeah.
outside of the material deck and windmill engineers.
Yeah, definitely. Like it's not guaranteed.
Ooh, there is the black market broker and Sadie to pick up the Ace and Protector, giving Felix the agility free trigger and also enabling him to actually reclaim Sadie during Hanky's turn to get another preparation counter
Yeah,
if he wants to, and also play the Veiling Breeze.
yeah, he is also able to, clear out the board, lessen a bit of that threat here, and like you said, have enough cards to pick the Sadie back up, while also being able to put down cards for the Veiling Breeze if needed, right? He's probably picking up the Veiling Breeze and 2 other reactive cards just in case he needs them. But if he needs to protect the Sadie specifically, he's just gonna pick her back up, get the prep canner, and be very happy that he can go to level 2 without losing much.
Sadie being a very strong card against ally decks if you get enough time in the actual game to reuse her abilities multiple times here for that matter.
Yeah, but Henki is also not doing anything to scoff at, right? He's leveled up. He got the free Huaji. If he has the Sunset, that is another 4 damage because Sunset is a unique warrior ally that can use the Huaji to attack. And he also gives a durability counter and +1 attack to the Huaji. That is why people play those cards in unison, right? Because you look at Sansa, it's like, whatever.
Felix going ahead and using the Veiling Breeze here.
Once again, revealing 3 wind cards for it, meaning any shenanigans Henki might do will be negated.
Oh, did I just not see it correctly? I thought he had 3 cards in hand. I was so mistaken.
If he has 3 cards in hand, he pays 2 to return Sadie, and
Oh,
then
he
he can
actually
stay with the Sadie too.
He actually did that, and I
Yeah.
was correct. I was just too slow to pick up.
It's okay.
What was-
We've admitted
what
that math is hard. Many times before. Yeah, getting a card back in Grand Archive means that you have 1 more card to use as a resource.
You are correct. Turns out following a screen and moving pictures is also not my forte here for that matter.
You've been doing wonderful, Gary. Come on, don't put yourself down like that. We've been having wonderful fun this weekend casting together.
Having fun is the most important thing for everyone at an
Everyone
event,
involved.
right?
Exactly.
Not only the players are here to have fun, we are also, and so is everyone else from the events.
Watch
that
some
team.
incredible gameplay. Have fun with it. Enjoy ourselves as much as the players do. Here is Rose coming in
Rose
attacking.
Clearing the black market broker with the Huaji because she actually has True Sight, one of the few allies that has this keyword printed on.
Yeah, and she is a warrior, a unique warrior ally, so she can use the Huaji to attack. So it's perfect.
It is a wonderful card for Hanky's deck, especially because it synergizes very well with all those warrior class bonus
Yeah, and then
things he has accessible. The Sunset, the Huaji, the Relic Advanced. Those
Yeah.
are all cards that are needed for those allies to be very powerful.
yeah, it just adds that extra spice to the allies, right? You get to use them to their fullest. And even though Felix used the Veiling Breeze here, his board is gone, right? He just made the decision easier for Henki. He's like, oh, what do I do? Do I clear the board? Do I go face? Felix was like, let me make that decision for you, and sacrifice his board to protect himself in a way.
Let me help you here, my friend.
know?
So Henki having cards in his hand, that most likely means that he still has some kind of interaction, is what I would assume here for that
Yeah,
purpose,
did-
if I was Felix.
What little interaction he had, I do believe I see a deflecting edge in hand.
He has a deflecting edge for sure in hand. I believe one more minor ally, and our all times favorite card he has. It is the card that allows you to draw 2 more cards from your deck.
Wow, it's our favorite girl.
It is.
She is a powerhouse, if you will.
In Hanky's deck, she actually is more used for the other modes of her on enter ability to recover, for example, being a unique ally to turn off certain things, and also at times to even discard a card from your opponent's memory.
Yeah, but it's with her coming in here next turn. Hinky, I was about to say Hinky would recover down to 0 damage counters, but after Sadie hitting face instead, obviously Sadie can't take care of any of these allies on her own, so he would. Felix would need to have another windmill engineer or something else to deal an additional damage. So he just went to face, but Henki can now recover back down to 2, which will. It's devastating to Felix at this point because he doesn't have many prep counters. He's still level 1, so he will need to level up to 2 next turn if he wants to get even close. Like, he has the Dungeon Guy still, so next turn, if he levels up to 2, he can go immediately to level 3, but he will not have enough influence and preparation counters for a lethal Shadow Strike.
What I suspect here to happen is that he might just wait what Henki is doing and go into his turn to level up, and in response to the on-enter, if he's not forced to use Sadie's ability, he then will do that to draw 2 more cards, at least going neutral during this materialization step, and then getting to level 3 with the Dungeon Guide.
Yeah, Henki, instead of, he can't attack too much right now, so he is going attacking to face with as little as he can while keeping up interaction, right? He has the deflecting edge still in hand, so he will keep it up to defend any allies that Sadie might go to kill for the agility from being actually killed. And
one might say he deflects all the threats Felix possesses right now.
yeah, those claw knives, they're not a threat anymore. They look very cool. It's a cosplay piece. The deflecting edge basically nullifies it completely.
Henki going hands down here, meaning that he has no interaction
So
available, and
We
most
were-
likely assessed the situation as that the terraforming he will be able to use during Felix recollection is enough protection here for him and his board.
Yeah, because he does have to play another allies there, right? He's leveling up here. And in recollection,
In response to the materialization, or rather on enter, Felix uses the on and the
there is a
ability
Sadie
of
being put
Sadie
back,
to go up
obviously.
to 4 preparation counters to draw 2 more cards. So
Yeah.
he is neutral for that one.
Yeah, you are absolutely right. He is a professional at playing Tristan. The on-enter is still on the stack, Fairy Whispers, to see exactly what he's going to draw. He is planning ahead for his turn. Ooh, seeing
are
2
having
there. Wait, is that? Oh no, that's a reclaim and 2 Dream Fairies. I thought it was 3 Dream Fairies.
That would have been too amusing to me.
Yeah, I would have had trouble not laughing super loud here, but
2 Dream Fairies are for sure something that can help you, especially if you start with the Rose first, because she has True Sight,
yeah.
and that would allow her to pick up any Dream Fairy. So
We shall see. Oh, so 2 to the bottom, 1 at the top, keeping 1 Dream Fairy on top, putting the Reclaim and the other Dream Fairy on the bottom of his deck. What do you think he's going to use the Dream Fairy on here?
that is an interesting question. I'm actually not so sure about it. It might
Hinky.
just be that he tries to get rid of the Shimmer Cloak Assassin because he can't otherwise deal with her, and stealth units will just keep hitting you, and Henki plays not that many of them.
Yeah, absolutely. And whatever stealth allies he has, he probably values a lot. Hank also right now thinking whether he should use the Terrafring or not, right? Because playing XAD will be 3. So Felix will go down to 5 total influence, 5 influence, 5 cards in hand left.
You are
And
correct.
He will have to he'll have to put down another 2 to attack, making it impossible for him to attack another ally.
Felix now deciding how to pay the cost for the dungeon guide, most likely,
Yeah, how to
level up.
exactly. Ooh, there's a dungeon again.
It seems like he has multiples of the dungeon guide here, if I catch this correctly.
He could have very likely just drawn another dungeon guide off of this triple draw this turn. So, because he only kept 1 card on top, and with the Fairy Whispers, he immediately put it in his hand. So, he once again went into it blind. And cleared all the chaff and unneeded cards off of the top of his deck, drawing into...
Did
what
I
he
just
wants.
see correct that Felix actually has a penumbra waltz in his hand?
I believe that you are right. I see Tristan's beautiful head there. Wait, I believe he has 3 dungeon guides. Did he draw 2 dungeon guides this turn? Oh no, yeah. Wait,
Ooh, that
Is
is very interesting. So
it would be funny if he drew a Penumbra Waltz and 2 dungeon guides. But I believe he did have an Umbra card here for quite a while. There is a Reclaim and a dungeon guide going to banishment for the level up here. He is going for Shadow Dancer, leveling up, getting a preparation counter.
2 wonderful tokens that help you mitigate a lot of damage that Hanky might throw at him here.
Yeah, swapping the Tristan Shadow Dancer for the CSR, you know. Needs to show off the bling. But you know, he now that he's qualified for Worlds, he is absolutely flexing those cards. The ominous, getting 2 ominous shadow tokens, right? These shadow tokens on their own are very powerful, but in conjunction with Tristan Shadow Dancer as well, they are even better. Garrett, as the expert on our favorite girl here, could you please remind me and the audience what they do exactly?
So those ominous shadow tokens are 1/4 allies with the token type, and they have additional text that says every time they take damage, you prevent 3 damage of that. So every damage source that is 3 or less basically gets fully negated. Tristan's Shadow Dancer has another ability that works very well with those tokens together that says you remove 2 preparation counters and redirect an attack to one of your ominous shadow tokens.
Oh, that is incredibly powerful, especially against Hanky, right?
Especially against allies, so you can choose to basically take damage or not, and if a low health ally attacks, you can choose to redirect the attack and even retaliate if your token is awake.
Yeah, that is amazing. And the tokens don't need to be awake to redirect the damage them, right? For
That
the
is correct.
attack.
You only need to have the preparation counters, and the token, at least 1 token needs to be a legal target for the redirect.
That is amazing. So that is why, because you said that they're tokens, but they're also Fantasia.
You are correct.
So all the Fantasia removal that Hanky has in his deck for those fractal decks, for the TCG deck specifically, you know, the True Champion Gaming one that we talked about earlier.
That can be
It works?
used against those.
Yeah,
You are
that
correct.
is amazing. So those ominous shadows are holding down the fort right now, although Felix is running low on preparation counters. So he has to he will either sacrifice a big shadow strike or shadow strike, or he can redirect the attacks to the shadows once more, right? Because now after that, unfortunately, he will be out of preparation counters.
There are a couple cards in the Tristan deck that help you get back some amount of used preparation counters. For example, the Windwalker Boot.
I love that guy. Look at his face. He is so happy. Like when Hanky was talking to Felix earlier about how to win the game, or like letting him win. that was Henki.
Sunset is actually quite a big issue here right now for Felix because Henki has the Sword of Seeking out and Sunset says every warrior weapon you control gets +1 attack. So the Sword of Seeking can pick up the Dream Fairy here.
Oh, that you're absolutely right. That is terrifying. Because and Sunset can attack with the Huaji because of Huaji's ability. So Lorraine can attack with the Sword of Seeking, taking
You are
the
correct.
Dream Fairy out. Oh, mama. That is
Attacks
scary.
on multiple angles here for Henki on Felix, making it very difficult for him to pick the right target for the redirect.
Oh, that is tough for Felix. Does he want to... Wait, so Tristan Shadow Dancer can redirect attacks only coming at her, right? Not at
Yeah,
anyone
only
else.
attacks targeting the champion for that matter.
Mm,
So if you attack any allies, you just will get through and Felix has to present some different kind of prevention for those. Oh,
What?
Henki waited for lurking assailant.
There,
Ooh,
Henki's 20
another one.
putting Felix at 20 damage counters. Still 5 away. If Felix can get a few more preparation counters next... Oh, sorry. And then Lorraine attacking for another 2. 22 damage counters total. Felix only 3 damage counters away from death. But if he can get a few more preparation counters, those Solid Shadows are going to be taking a lot, right? Now he needs to use that to keep on protecting himself.
There are sadly not many ways to just generate preparation counters above 1 per turn with cards, and look at those players.
Look at these players laughing because if Felix last turn, when he had 3 preparation counters, he could have activated Shadow's Claw, right?
Yes, you
And
could.
now he forgot. He forgot to do that. Well, or just, he was more focused on surviving than getting it out. And now he says that materializing it would feel so bad. So both players are laughing. It's like, oh no, he realized that he played. Unfortunate. Poor Felix. Heike is at least a good sport about it. Same with Felix. They're both enjoying themselves. But this is a very funny and very unique situation.
It for sure is, and this much fun during a finals game, this is how it is supposed to be, right?
Yeah.
Having
this
fun,
is-
laughing, enjoying the game, and still playing to the best of your ability.
Yeah, well, both of these players already had the world slot, right? Which is the main reason they came here. So
I think the main reason actually is that they came here to have a lot of fun.
which
with
they are
Grand Archive.
clearly having. It is amazing to see these players. If Felix is like, if I don't get prep counters, I die. If I don't do anything, I die
die.
next turn. Basically, I'm cooked. So he is just thinking about what to do. We're going to... Henki mentioned earlier that he can't wait for the game to be over so he can have a good, good meal, just rest up after 2 long days of Grand Archive. Felix is like, I'm gonna, you know what? This is untimed. We both have all the time in the world, so I'm going to think over every decision I do. Obviously, it is needed as well to keep him alive, right? If there might be a line of play where he survives and clears the board, but right now, there's not much he can do.
Yeah, there is certainly not much he can do. He might just get a funny Veiling Breeze out of something and
Yeah.
clearing an ally with Sei, but what are the odds here, right?
Yeah. He absolutely, if he last turn got the Shadow's Claw, he could have started clearing the board, right? Because if he attacked as well with it, one less ally already, and then
You are
another
right.
one. So
And another one.
it is a very unfortunate situation for him. Both of these players just having incredible fun, right? The game is basically decided at this point, right?
I
These-
would assume so.
I think Felix already. Felix basically admitted it as well. Both players know that it is over, but Felix is still trying to do his best, but trying to clear the board. I mean, like, okay, take out lurking. Okay, these can take out something else. but it's not much. It's not enough, right? 3 damage will be come through. Henki has enough allies in hand where he can just.
And
Look
there
at
he shows the deflecting
There's the
action.
deflecting. No ally is going to go away. Everything's there. Everything stays. Felix is just like, all right, what am I gonna do? Here, 1 damage to your face.
You
Take
know
that,
what amount of
Henki.
damage Felix ended Henki on?
What?
It is 3. The number of the day.
It is 3. He is. You're right. You know what? Oh my god, Viridian protect. Oh my god, that is incredible. Henki? Ooh.
I think Henki needs protection from the tears.
Henki
He's laughing
definitely
right
needs-
now.
Henki needs the kind. Oh my god, Henki gave a veil. Oh my god, yes, the veiling priest. Yes, go. Oh my god! Taking 1 less damage from every attack? That is amazing. Oh, a Steve Knight for the final one! Henki! Henki taking the game home!
This is amazing. This was so much fun.
Yeah, being our Grand Archive European Nationals champion, you know, earlier when we were interviewing Felix, I told Felix to manifest this. Henki was like, no, that is mine. He's right. Earlier, even in this game, he said, I hope you lose. And Felix said, I hope you win. Look at what happened. That
Promises
is what
happen,
happened.
right?
Yeah, you know, they were like, yeah, you lose, I win, easy peasy. This was an incredible match, right? Both of these players had so much fun, right? After they qualified, they were just enjoying themselves. Clearly, look at how that game ended
This
with
is why
Henki
the-
landing a Veiling Breeze.
Did you see this happen before? Landing your opponent a Veiling Breeze and still winning?
Yeah, I do that every day. Come on.
Oh, okay.
No, it never happens, especially not at a finals of a nationals. So this just shows how amazing our community is, how friendly everyone is. Even here, both players were just having fun, enjoying that. Look, we made it. Let's just have as much fun as we can with it, and they did. They manifested it. Well, Henki manifested the trophy, and both of them manifested the fun they're going to have, and it was
he
incredible.
will be doing this physically, and he won his actual first event now. He will be so proud to tell his dad, oh, Dad, I did it.
Yeah, as a child, he used to play alimony for. The kid can be proud of him. But this was amazing. We had a wonderful 2 days here, right? We had a lot of rogue decks, obviously a lot of expected decks, Lux and Xander, Fractals, but then there were these 2 rogue decks that came in here and shot through the meta game, and they ended up in the Worlds.
You can't forget the one Nico we saw with Jeffrey and David's Fractal Diao-chan with fire.
True, that fire fractal.
That was for sure a heating up moment for the whole event.
There's a lot of heated vengeance there, trying to take back the meta. Unfortunately, not doing
Sadly,
super well.
there was a Mage Bane Lash that came into his way.
Vapor Jet Shield and Mage Bane Lash whipping Diao-chan back into her place. What else? What else was there?
The Serio deck.
Yes! The big, amazing, the dragon coming in. Wow!
The dragon for 7 in your face 2 times a turn.
Yeah, you're right.
It
What's
is
better
amazing.
than a dragon for 4, dragon for 7? But
You are correct.
speaking of all of these rogue decks, though, we are going to interview our roguest, oldest, best deck here that won the European Nationals. It's Amazing Pilot finally taking his first event win home. Henki, the European GOAT. See you guys in a bit.
嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても席をやるさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い果てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔さ
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the post-finals pre-interview. I'm here with everyone's favorite Dragon Archive player, Henki. How are you feeling?
Oh, I can say I'm my favorite player as well.
Obviously.
No, I'm happy. I mean,
That's amazing.
I thought this tournament was going to be a disaster for me personally, but
Hey, you had the deck, you planned for it, and everyone was playing what you expected. So you were like, you know what? Fuck you all, I got it.
I dodged some of the Luxems, which was nice.
Yeah. You only had to play. You played
I played
one
three.
Luxem on stream,
Yeah.
which you won and tied against. Then you won. Then you played him in
The first round
the
today.
first round, and you lost to him.
Yeah.
Yeah. But then you had a wonderful comeback, and now you're here. Won your first major event. You have to. Let's be honest here. you were holding back all this time. So the first event you win in Grand Archive can be the European Nationals. Big, come on, that
No,
has
it's
to be the
actually-
reason.
I actually am not that good, so I keep surprising myself how I keep on winning or doing well these events.
You're not that good. It's
Dude,
crazy.
look at that! I made so many mistakes on the stream when I play, but
You just need your opponent to make more.
luckily my opponent is a bigger idiot than I am.
You guys had so much fun there.
It was fun, yeah. I think the whole tournament was kind of fun.
That's amazing. Yeah. So here in the finals, did both of you guys were like, yeah, we're already at Worlds, so we're just gonna play for fun, or what was the environment like?
It's just kind of how we are, yeah. I mean, we just like that, like. If you just sit there with a sour look on your face, I mean, you're there. You might as well enjoy yourself, right? And we know each other, and he beat me twice in the regionals, finals, and he had it coming. I mean, he had. Sometimes you just have to put them in the place.
Yeah, you'd be like, okay, I let you win so far, but now the whole world is watching, so let me show you who I actually really am. And look at that, you won.
Yeah,
Here
that's amazing. I
is
love
your
it.
trophy, sir.
Thank you. Last year they didn't have trophies. I'm so happy they have. So it's heavy.
You waited. You waited until there was a trophy.
I wanted to be like national champion in 2 TCG, so that was
There
a
it
goal.
is.
That was my goal, and I finally succeeded. That's nice.
You are amazing.
Thank you.
I think everyone is incredibly proud of you.
I got a bunch of messages on Discord.
I mean,
I have to
obviously,
reply later, but thanks to everybody. Like, I want to thank everybody for the support. Always when I'm playing abroad as well. I mean, it's really appreciated.
I think everyone in the world loves you a lot.
What?
You just show it off. Show the
It's mine.
Yeah, it's true. It is yours. It is yours. It'll forever be yours now. As the 2025 European Nationals.
I have a trophy and Quarax doesn't.
Oh, true! You are better than Korax. Korax, you heard the man. Now you have to go win OC so you can catch up to him. However, I bet
Yes.
you're very tired.
Yeah,
I'm very
exhausted.
tired.
It's like a 3.5 hour
Yeah.
drive home. All my friends were waiting for me. I think we want to eat, so
I
we're
see
gonna.
them there as well. All right, so we're gonna wrap it up. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Take good care of the
Yeah, I
trophy
will.
because if Korax doesn't have one, when never gets one, you get one. It's gonna be something to flex on him. For that, speaking of Korax and his Transitor trophy, in a couple of weeks we will have OC Nats. Don't miss that. It'll be streamed on this Grand Archive channel as well. And after that, the last chance to qualify to Worlds and the Gauntlet is going to be North American Nats at the end of May. After that, we will have our roster finalized, both for Gauntlet and the World Championship itself. And then at the end of June, you can see Henki beat everyone and become the European, born from Europe world champion. So thank you everybody for watching the stream. Thank you everyone for supporting us, for being here all weekend. I know there were multiple streams going on, but you guys still came and watched us as well as everyone else, supported everyone. Thank you for production for making this amazing event, making the stream possible. Thank you for all my co-casters for doing a wonderful job and entertaining you all this weekend. Thank you for Weez for running the event, and thank you for all the players for showing up. Thank you, Henki, for winning the event.
No problem.
And see you guys next time. See you guys in a bit. Next time. Bye-bye.